scenario kind of takes you through the basics of the game and gives you some level appropriate gear and bags, and then ships you off to the relevant content for your level. This can be accessed at any time from the adventure journal, but if you're a returning player, you will be prompted to go into this catch-up story. It involves Jaina and Thrall, and you gotta go into guard. You learn how to interrupt as well, which is kind of neat. But yeah, for the most part, it's a very simple quest line, just showing you some of the basics of the game, which is nice. But yeah, overall, the new player experience is getting a pretty major overhaul in patch 11.2.7. Speaking of lore walking, there's actually a brand new lore walking story coming in 2.7 as well. This is the Elves lore walking story. This was actually data mined when they launched lore walking, but is now going to be finally available in patch 11.2.7. Unfortunately, this has not been testable on the PTR, so I can't show you any gameplay, but the name of it is the Elves of Quel'Tha Las. The description of this is the Elves of Azeroth each have their own stories that weave together into an intricate tapestry of history. For Blood Elves and Void Elves, it is a story shaped by strength in the face of utmost tragedy. So there is also a little bit of a description on the website as well. So it says that it starts with the retelling of the Scourge attack on Silvermoon and the Lich King's assault on the Sunwell. And then later on in the story, you'll find out more about the tainting of the Sunwell by Illyria and the creation of the Void Elves. So yeah, pretty cool, and that'll be available on launch day. The reward for completing this lore walking is the Tome of Silvermoon Intrigue decor. So this is just a book. So yeah, once you complete the lore walking, you get this nice book to put in your player house. Speaking of which, yes, housing early access begins in patch 11.2.7. So if you have the Midnight expansion pre-purchased on your account, when the patch launches, you'll be able to purchase, customize, and decorate your own player house in Azeroth. If you haven't got Midnight pre-ordered, however, you can still visit your friends' houses and the neighborhood areas. So there are obviously so many details to player housing that it needs its own video, which I am working on. So we'll just kind of do the high spots here. So per account, you can purchase 2 houses, one in the Alliance neighborhood, which is called Founders Point, and one in the Horde neighborhood called Razorwind Shores. And in the game, there are 2 types of neighborhoods. You have public neighborhoods and private neighborhoods. Public neighborhoods are created by the game and have a generated name, and your neighbors will just be other random players, perhaps people you don't know. A private neighborhood can either be a guild neighborhood or a charter neighborhood. The guild neighborhood is set up by the guildmaster, and obviously people who live there will be in the guild. A charter neighborhood can be set up by anyone, but you'll just need 10 people to sign your charter to set it up. So essentially like a community neighborhood of sorts. But don't worry if you leave the guild or are not happy with your neighborhood, you can move your house at any time while preserving what you've created. When it comes to customizing the outside of your house, this will use a similar system to the barbershop, with tons of different options to add windows and towers and different doors, and the designs of the house itself. You can really be very creative here. For the inside and actually the outside as well, you are able to place decor items that you've collected, and you can put these pretty much freely wherever you want. You can make it clip through walls or do whatever you want, really. The level of customization is absolutely insane with player housing. We've had several PTR tests already, and the videos sprouting out and the screenshots that are coming around are already crazy. So this is going to be such an awesome feature just to observe what people are creating with this new system. Now, as mentioned, this is an early access of player housing. Player housing will officially launch during the Midnight pre-patch on January 20th. At least that's the speculated date. But yeah, player housing, definitely a massive feature. There are so many different nuances I perhaps might have missed here, and I will be doing a full overview of player housing extremely soon on the channel, so please do keep an eye out for that. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works for the most part. Now, the other thing coming in 2.7 related to housing is decor collection. So decor are the items that you can place in your house wherever you like, and there are over 2,000 of these being added in 2.7. Now, the good thing here is that even if you don't have Midnight pre-ordered and you don't have a player house, you can actually start collecting decor items for your future house. Now, decor can come from basically everything. It can come from vendors, quests, achievements, dungeons and raids, reputation. You can also craft it, and with crafting, there's even a new resource called lumber that you can collect from around the world. Anyone can be a lumberer. It's not a profession, it's just kind of a skill that you obtain just from a very, very simple quest. Each expansion has its own type of lumber as well. Basically, you're going to be flying around the world in different expansions, going up to trees and cutting them down for lumber to create decor items through crafting. And also as well, Legion Remix will have some decor items added to various achievements, and you'll be able to purchase more of these items from a vendor for bronze once 11.27 does launch. Now, if you do want to just browse what is available for decor, there is an in-game catalog that shows all of the decor that's available, and you can even track some of them to tell you where the vendor is or where to obtain it, which is fantastic, similar to like transmog and things like that. As a collector, this is insane. I am going to be going all around the world trying to get as much of this as I can. It literally comes from everywhere. I've been putting up videos of different sources of decor, so if you've been checking those out, I really do appreciate it, and there is certainly going to be more to come in the future. So lots to do with housing in 2.7. Moving on into something different, and that is Shadowlands Time Walking. Yeah, unexpectedly, Shadowlands is getting Time Walking as of patch 11.27. So there are 6 dungeons in the Shadowlands Time Walking pool. You have Necrotic Wake, Spires of Ascension, Plagueful, The Other Side, Halls of Atonement, and Sanguine Depths. Now, we haven't had this tested on the PTR, unfortunately, but there has been some data mine rewards, including some new mounts. You have the Bone Cleaver's Skullbore mount, the Crimson Lupine mount, and the Snowpaw Glimmerfur Prowler. There are also various pets data mined and some brand new transmog coming to the Shadowlands vendors. But as mentioned, this has not been tested, so fortunately, I can't show you the vendor, but I'll likely do a video covering all of that in detail if it becomes testable on the PTR. But yeah, Shadowlands Time Walking in 2.7. Very unexpected. Also, Time Walking adjacent, Turbulent Timeways returns in 2.7. This is a 10-week event running from patch day on December 2nd until February 10th, 2026. This does bring a brand new Master of the Turbulent Timeways achievement, which is to gain Mastery of the Timeways for 5 weeks during the event. The reward for completing this achievement is Taradon's Mount Voucher. This is an item that actually starts a quest to speak to Overseer Taradon in Oribos, and basically handing in this quest will give you a choice of 4 mounts. These are bronze recolors of the Shadowlands Covenant mounts. You have the Bronze Aquilon, the Bronze Corpsefly, the Bronze Wildling, and the Bronze Gravewing, and this quest will reward one of those. As of right now, it is not known how you obtain the other 3 once you've completed that quest, but I would imagine it's probably just going to be a purchase for Time Walking badges. It seems like a likely scenario there. So you probably get 1 mount for free, and then you purchase the rest. But again, we will see more once the patch launches or it becomes testable on the PTR. Moving on into something very exciting, and that is Pandaren Heritage Armor. So yeah, Pandaren Heritage Armor is coming in patch 2.7 with a brand new questline that takes you back to the Wandering Isles. You can actually fly here as well, but only during that quest, which is kind of interesting, but it is kind of fun to fly here. Now, because Pandaren are neutral and are for the Alliance and Horde, there is actually 3 different variants of the armor. You have the blue version, which is for the Alliance, and the red version for the Horde, and completing the questline will give you both versions, regardless of your faction. The armor itself is very cool. I know people were pretty against the kind of face covering there. Unfortunately, there is no non-face covering version of this armor, but I'm a fan of it. I actually do really like the Pandaren Heritage Armor, and I will very likely be using it in patch 2.7. Now, there is also a neutral color, which is a black coloration of this armor, but as of right now, we do not know how that's obtained. It might have just been a bug where it wasn't given, or there is just kind of an extra step that you do when you're on the Wandering Isles during the quest, but we'll probably see more about that once the patch launches. This quest also does give you a brand new toy that spawns a hot air balloon that you can actually ride around on. Yeah, really cool. I actually love this toy so much. It's so different and unique, and that is available to everybody to use, which is fun. So yeah, you can spawn a hot air balloon wherever you like and fly around on it. Another thing that's going to keep you busy in patch 11.27 is the new War Within meta achievement. This achievement is called World Soul Searching, and the reward for this is the Gear Grinder Mark 11 mount. So this is actually a new ground mount which has a similar model to the first boss in the Liberation of Undermine. The unique thing about this mount is that when you mount up around critters, they explode. Yep, they literally explode right in front of you, and you can just keep mounting up and exploding critters. Kind of evil, but yeah, that's a feature of this mount, which is kind of fun. It's a nice little reference to the first boss of Undermine. The other reward for this is a decor item. This is the Drained Dark Heart of Galakrond. This is a version of the Dark Heart that you can place inside your player house, which is fun. Now, there are various different requirements for this achievement, of course. So first and foremost, you have to complete the 3 raids. So Nurabar Palace, Liberation of Undermine, and Manaforge Omega. The next achievement you need is All That Kaz. This is the Kaz Algar meta achievement, which has various achievements from there. You also also have Use Zal Not Pass, which is the 11.0 meta achievement. You also need to complete the War Within Pathfinder, the Glory of the Delver achievement from the War Within, so this is the Delve meta achievement. You also need Going Goblin mode, which is the Undermine meta achievement. Another requirement is Owner of a Radiant Heart. This is to reach Renown 10 with the Flame's Radiance. And the final requirement is Unraveling and Preserving. This is the Koresh meta achievement. Now, a lot of you, including myself, will log in on 11.2.7 and have this already completed. You could do this right now. There's nothing new here. So yeah, if you have that, you are going to get that mount and that decor item on day 1 of patch 11.2.7. Also in the patch are some pretty major changes to skywriting. So once the patch launches and you jump on your flying mount, there are going to be some pretty noticeable changes. The first thing you'll notice is that the Vigor bar is completely gone. The abilities Surge Forward and Skyward Ascent will now just share 6 charges, with their recharges being similar to Vigor, with it kind of recharging faster depending on your sort of velocity and things like that. The ability Whirling Surge will not cost anything anymore and will just be a straight 30-second cooldown. The ability Aerial Halt is going to be completely unchanged, and the Bronze Time Lock Teleportation will also be unchanged. However, it seems to be removed on Alpha, so not really sure what's going on with that. Second Wind will continue to exist with 3 charges, and clicking this ability will instantly generate a charge on Surge Forward and Skyward Ascent. And also as well, you are getting a new dismount button, so for the most part, it works pretty much exactly the same. I do actually prefer this, a lot less visual clutter as well with skywriting, and genuinely it kind of feels a bit better to fly around without having to like lose vigor by using Whirling Surge and things like that. So yeah, definitely a welcome change to skywriting coming in 11.2.7. Another exciting feature coming in 2.7 is the return of the Brawlers Guild. Yes, finally, for the first time since Battle for Azeroth, I think, the Brawlers Guild does return. So this actually starts 1 week later than the patch. This starts on December 9th in the NA region and December 10th in the EU. So from then, you can start grinding the Brawlers Guild. The Brawlers Guild will take place in the regular areas. For the Horde, it will be in the Brawlgar Arena, and for the Alliance, it will be in Bismo's Brawl Pub in the Deep Run Tram. Now, for the most part, this system has not changed really at all. It feels exactly the same as it has in previous seasons, which for the most part is pretty good. Essentially how this works is that you queue up for a fight and wait in a real life queue. You can actually watch the fights while you wait as well if you really want to, and once your position in the queue comes along, you kind of get thrusted into the battle arena and you can take on a boss. There are many returning bosses from previous seasons, but there are some new bosses in this new season as well, and there's a new affix system that you can add various affixes to the fight arena to get some new achievements, which is a new feature. There's also a challenge card system where you can purchase cards to fight specific bosses once you hit the max rank of the reputation, and there's an achievement to defeat all of those as well. Speaking of reputation, there is a new rep. This works exactly the same as previous seasons, so defeating a boss in the arena will grant 250 reputation, and there are 8 ranks in total with 1000 rep per rank. So yeah, it's not going to take too long to get to max rank. There are some new rewards and some returning rewards for the Brawlers Guild as well, which is great to see, and all of these are purchasable by gold. Yes, thank you, Blizzard. So returning rewards are the Clockham and Tyler Grondon pets, the Brawlers Guild Tabard for the Alliance and Horde. Purchasing one gives you the other. You have the Brawlers Razor Claws Heirloom is returning, and the Ensemble Brawlers Garb is also returning to the Brawlers Guild. But as mentioned, there are some new rewards. So of course you have some decor items for your house. So you have the Brawlers Barricade decor, the Brawlers Guild Punching Bag decor, and the Champion Brawlers Gloves decor. There are also 2 new mounts for the Brawlers Guild this season. You have the Brawlin Bruno mount and the Ballistic Bronco mount, which are available for gold at various different ranks of the Brawlers Guild. But for the most part, if you've done the Brawlers Guild before, this is going to work very similar to it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I really enjoyed the Brawlers Guild. I had a ton of fun testing it on the PTR, and I'm very much looking forward to it launching on December 9th. The next change coming in the patch is going to ruin your muscle memory for a little bit. So the portal rooms are getting some changes in patch 11.2.7. So in Stormwind, the Ashran and Azuna portals are being moved to the back room of the portal room, with the Dornagal and Founders Point portals being added to the front room of the portal room. So yeah, basically the Founders Point being the neighborhood portal, and of course Dornagal kind of getting a bit more of a prominent spot because it is you know, obviously the relevant patch. In the Ogrima portal rooms, the Burning Crusade Silver Moon portal, the Azuna and Zoldazar portal are all being moved downstairs, and being brought upstairs is the Dornagal portal and the Razorwind Shores portal, which is the neighborhood area for the Horde. Now, once Midnight launches, they are doing some more changes, with the portal to Midnight Silver Moon being added to the empty spot in the upstairs area of the Ogrima portal room to the left of Valdrakken, and for the Alliance, it is replacing the Borealis portal, with Borealis being shifted to the back room of the portal room opposite Azuna. So yeah, just remember, Dornagal is basically getting a bit more of a prominent spot, and of course this is going to be your way to get into the neighborhood areas for the Alliance and Horde. Finishing up with some more minor changes coming into 7, there are more currencies becoming account bound, so we have Apexis crystals from Warlords of Draenor, Veiled Argonite from Legion, and Order Hall resources from Legion are all becoming account bound in patch 11.2.7. This is to accommodate obviously just purchasing decor, because you will need these currencies to purchase it, so all 3 of those will become warbound. Another change is that they're updating the cursor, so the hand cursor is getting an update to be just a bit more HD. There's also different gestures like grabbing, pointing, holding, and an open hand, and a lot of these are being used for player housing. To be honest, if I didn't tell you, you probably wouldn't have noticed, but I really like it. There was obviously, you know, an outrage on social media about this. I don't understand why. I think it looks great. We're getting a new cursor in 2.7, and if you don't like it, I'm sure there'll be an add-on to change it back. Another minor change is that Horrific Visions are going to have the option to either queue for Ogrima or Stormwind. So yeah, this was previously on a weekly rotation, and as of the patch, you can choose which one you want to do if you want to go back and finish off those achievements. And finally, the best for last, there is an option to make Daneth Trollbane stop saying the voice line every time you walk past in Dornagal if you haven't finished the quest line. I'm serious, that is an option that is becoming available in 2.7. You can make him stop saying the same thing every time. So yeah, a very, very good change in 11.2.7. But guys, that is it. That is patch 11.2.7, The Warning. It is coming out next month in December. It's going to be a great time. There's some really great features here. It's some really nice minor features, and just some overall a lot more than I was expecting from this patch. This is the final patch of The War Within as well. So let me know down below what you think of this patch. Let me know what you think of The War Within now that it's over, which is kind of crazy to say. And don't forget to leave a like on this video, guys, if you liked it, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to support me outside of YouTube, I'm also on Patreon, and I'm on Twitter, Mr. GMYT, and I have a partner Discord channel as well. And also I am streaming on twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me stream World of Warcraft, Midnight Alpha, 11.2.7, any sort of WoW, over on twitch.tv/MrGM. And with that, guys, I'll see you next time.
We did it! We finally been in an episode of Takedown with Chris Hansen. Here we are, right here, sitting down, interviewing the scumbag. This piece, it's just like we're there.
That's right.
You guys remember the picture we told you about that they put in there? There's the episode of saying, "Hooray! Yay!
We did it!"
The title
If
is.
only it gets changed. You know what I
If he
mean?
does, that'd be great. But this was called Cody Came for Chris.
Oh.
He stayed for Cemento Skin and Buff Pro.
And he said, "Oh, I don't know about your niece since she's 15. He said, I'll come to see you regardless." I said, "She needs money too." And he said, "Understandable."
Okay, so they're setting it up. That's kind of the one they've been doing a lot lately is 15-year-old girl on an app that's, you know, they're an aunt or someone's prostituting out their niece who's 15 years old.
Right.
And the guy they're talking to is kind of like, "Oh, I don't know about that, but I guess I'll show up anyway."
Yeah.
What's going on?
I said, "You're gonna have sex with my niece so she can make some money?" And he gave a thumbs up.
Okay, all right. He gave the emoji.
Wow.
You gonna come give it to her too so you can get some money? He's gonna argue that and be like, "I never agreed. I just thumbs up it to be nice."
Yeah, I didn't even mean to do that.
Whoops.
He acknowledges that he wants to have sex with the 15-year-old.
Yes. We get into it pretty good, actually.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, no accident. Of course.
They get into it pretty good. I'm liking the set they got going on here. They got some posters on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went down to Spencer's or
Guns N' Roses?
Gadzooks or whatever, you know.
Oh, man.
That's your old classics.
Ah, yeah.
He said, "However you want it." I said, "She needs some good dick. If you can do that for her." He said, okay, honey, how much experience?
The man reading it here is over here just like, he's over here just like, oh man, yeah, I said you gotta give her some good D. And he's like, all right, I can do that.
That I can do.
But
I said she has experience, just hasn't had any good in a while.
he's struggling to read it.
Yeah.
Which he should be because it's disgusting. But
Right.
Still, he's gotta lock in. He's gotta do what you gotta do to catch these scumbags.
Yeah.
And then he asked for a picture of her, and I just sent him the same pictures.
Got it.
He said, so y'all live in Cleveland? If so, I
Okay,
can
so
see
the
y'all.
conversation keeps on going on, and they keep talking about the underage girl, and like obviously he's aware of the age,
Yeah.
and is like talking and is agreeing that she's attractive and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
And he's just now he's verifying the location. Like, all right, just to make sure. All right, I'm on my way.
He said,
So he wants to set this up for once a week.
yes,
He wants to be a regular.
Yep.
And how much does he want to pay?
100.
100.
100 once a week. Man's trying to get a subscription.
Yeah.
The man agrees to pay a 15-year-old girl for sex, even going.
Yeah, zoom in on that, man. I got it ready, baby. Been a blast. Been a blast.
Look, I'm just gonna go ahead and say I feel like this episode is pandering to us a little bit. I think the guys that edit this together are gonna watch this and be like, "Yeah." Which actually, the people that like we met that work with Chris and like everyone was cool.
Oh yeah.
Like I remember, like I was kind of like embarrassed because like the house, like stuff wasn't finished, and like they're like flying down, and I was like, hey. Mary had like this big platter of food, and I was like, have some cheese. That was actually really cool, and then the fact that like they had all the pictures they took while they're there, they like sent that over, and then like put the picture on the set while they're there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a fan forever now.
Yeah, same.
Less than 30 minutes later, the man wants to chat with the aunt of the underage girl. The on-site decoy takes the call.
I'm even liking I don't know. This is one thing I always complain about is how like empty and like creepy the place is. Which it doesn't matter. Once the guy shows when they get him,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how nice the inside of the house
I mean,
is.
true.
You
Yeah.
know? It literally doesn't matter. But like sometimes it's like a Dexter episode. There's like a chair and then there's like,
They got the sheet there hiding behind.
like someone's about to stab him.
That's probably why they're freaked out when they walk in and they don't see nothing. They're like, uh-oh.
Oh my! I'm here to die. No, this one's like set up pretty cool. I don't know if it's like it was already like this or they did it, but either way, good job. So far, it's just a bunch of posters on the wall, but still.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
Oh no, I don't want to go to jail. She's 15 years old. That's crazy.
Why is it crazy?
It is crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy, and you should be like, no, and go home.
Yeah, it's even crazier that you put a thumbs up about it earlier and then went into a whole conversation about it. Yeah, that's even crazier.
Yeah, it's gonna be even more crazy when the dude shows up. And then Chris Hansen's gonna be like, hey, take a seat, and then he's gonna be like, oh, I knew it.
Yeah, right.
Even crazier.
Even crazier.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be for somebody a little older.
Well, we're a package deal, so.
Is any way you can video me?
He's getting sus.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting real sus. Yeah, that's his,
Man, that was better than, hey, you ain't a cop, are you?
Yeah. Right. Or hey, send me a picture of your titty. That'll prove you ain't a cop.
Yeah.
We don't do that.
All right. Put her on the phone.
I'm right here.
I mean, the dude's like, get on the video call. It's like, nah, we ain't doing that. It's like, they kind of got every conceivable reason not to show up,
Every
aside from her being
sign.
underage, But it's just like, since obviously he's considered it, but still be like, oh, that's pretty sus. I should probably not go to that house.
See you in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
The man seems to be having a coughing fit and hangs up abruptly.
That's his conscience. Like his morals attacking him. Don't do it! Don't do it!
Yeah.
But Deputy Sissom sends out the address.
Getting the address out.
To him. Aniana guy?
Aniana, okay.
We still
All right, so all that they send him the address now. You know.
I bet he's one that circles it 2-3 times.
It's like God, it's nuts. Like everything in his mind has to be screaming, "Hey, this is a setup," or
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Aside, it's not because she's underage either. It's just because you're going to go to jail. That's like the deterrent.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's gonna show up anyway. He's gonna be like, "Oh, God dang, I'm just so horny. It's only $100.
I've already subscribed, Ernie. I've already set up this deal for once a week.
It's only $100. I'm paying more than that to OnlyFans, and you get nothing. Such a good deal. I gotta go.
Just 30 minutes later, the decoys playing the aunt and niece are ready for him to show up.
Do you care to take your shoes off? Or just kind of like drew with those?
You can't take your shoes off. We're borrowing this for the shoot. And, we're not trying to pay that,
Yeah, don't be stomping around here in them muddy boots.
Get them muddy shoes off, sir.
So couldn't you just got off work? Yeah. Hey, will you grab my vape? Don't want it.
Yeah, the old vape. This is another telltale sign. They need that vape. You'll be run. They gotta get the vape. Money on the table, baby.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow. Is that a Bluetooth speaker?
I think it's a candle.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
What does that say? Only hell, my mama blessed?
What? What are you reading?
His hat.
Only hell, my mama
raised.
Ah.
The only hell my mama raised. Yep.
Yeah, she'd probably be pretty disappointed in this one.
Yeah, I'm sure you feel some hellfire tickling your boots when you walked in the house, probably.
Yeah.
The money is exchanged.
Yeah! That's right, the money's exchanged, boys!
Take them!
Yeah!
Take them!
Here we are!
And that's my cue to enter the room and the conversation.
That's right.
Hey.
Get him, Chris.
Good, how you doing? What's happening?
Nothing.
Nothing much.
I gotta go home. I'm tired.
Got off work.
Just a little shock and surprise yawn. Look at the grip on his hands right now.
Yeah.
Scoot.
Yeah! Scoot him down! Scoot him down!
Put him in camera view. There
Get him
we
in
go.
frame.
That's it.
Frame him up, Chris.
No, you don't want it? Here, come over here.
Oh, he said, "Oh, you don't want to run." Okay. Oh yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
Down here at the very end.
Right next to Ken and Jane,
Yeah,
baby.
go good down here by these boys. We need to have a word with you, sir.
Sorry, I thought you were gonna try to leave on me there.
Look at him. Look at him.
Yeah, Chris even has a smile about it. Chris knew exactly what he was doing with this one.
Master manipulator,
Oh, yeah.
the predator whisperer. I don't know if he's smiling because he's like, "Oh, thank God he didn't get up and leave because you about to ruin this whole interview," or if he's like, "Yes, get down here, get out here by the boys, the Sam's water."
Nice.
What's your name?
I like to imagine Chris over just cracking up like, yeah. Chris better watch out though, man's flexing from here.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude has no forearms whatsoever, then biceps. All he does is curl.
Yeah.
Chase.
Chase. And where are you from?
I'm from Sneed, Alabama.
It's cracking me again. It's just like, I don't know what's going on in Chris's mind, but I feel like he's just trying to like get it back together. He's like, "Where are you from?"
Who did you think you were gonna hang out with?
You.
Me.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah,
definitely on the card.
I don't know why he's here, but who do you think he's like? I thought I was going to meet Chris Hansen for sure. And yep. Came anyway. I don't know, dude.
Yeah. You know, he could have just paid to get his picture put in there instead. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, he don't got that much money. Dude.
not after the subscription.
Oh, God.
That picture.
good picture.
It is.
Scott, you should be proud. You made that picture. There it is. There's your handiwork right there on set. It's beautiful.
Do you know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
Who am I?
I've seen.
I love that.
Who am I?
Sorry, I'm so stuck in ourselves right there. I just can't get over it. Okay, all right. The dude knew it was a setup, but he showed up anyway. He's here to meet Chris Hansen. Maybe
He's here for Chris.
He's just a fan. He's got his true blue shirt on right now. I don't know if you noticed it, but Chris also has blue shoes on.
I did notice that.
That's some nice kicks.
Yeah, they kind of fly.
I've seen your show.
You've seen the show?
Mm-hmm.
So you just came over to say hello to me?
Yeah.
Well, nice to see you, Chase.
The handshake right in front of us, Ken.
Look how they smile at him. Chris is being so nice to him. He's just like, lovely to meet a fan. You going to jail?
The problem with that story, Chase, is that you chatted online, and one of the people you were going to have sex with said they were 15 years old.
I never agreed to have sex with a 15-year-old.
He never agreed. He just gave the emoji
I
thumbs
just
up.
gave the thumbs up.
Yeah, said she was fine, you know.
Yeah. Set up a once a week plan.
It's, obviously, the man was like super suspicious, and he hung up the phone and everything. And but if he wasn't suspicious, it's what I'm getting at is it skirted the line so much, right?
For sure.
But I don't have all the transcripts, but it's from just what we saw in here. It seems like he was like okay, you know, like talking it up and then also at the same time being like, well, you know, I don't know about that. You know, I'm more interested in you. You're older, so it's like both. Like both things are true in this case. It sounds like, but one's illegal. So
and he still showed up.
Yeah.
Where does it say I'd have sex with a 15-year-old?
Yeah.
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 Thumbs up?
I don't say I'm intending to have sex with anybody.
Well, then explain it to me. Why did you show up here today?
Solid defense, right?
Until you show up.
With all the other talk and the money, the package deal, the whole thing.
Yeah, all of it.
I wish that taser in my hand would just get him.
Everybody's got a story.
I didn't show up here to have sex with anybody.
But why did you come here?
He didn't show up to have sex with anyone. He just showed up, threw the money on the table.
Yeah. To hang out.
Yeah.
To meet Chris Hansen. That was his Chris Hansen feat.
Yeah. That's it. Well, now that he's paid, he gets like a signed autograph picture.
Yeah.
He just came over here to sit on the couch, give him $100?
What a foolproof plan.
Yeah.
He's over here. He's over here like, you know, sizing Chris up, but he's like, God dang, that guy's he's pretty tall.
He is pretty tall. Chris probably had reach on me.
Jared him as he gets up.
Do you have condoms?
No.
Are there condoms in your truck?
No.
I love the dual question of like, did you bring any? You know, well, why not? You know, if you're here for what you're here for, buddy. It means I wasn't here to do nothing. I just brought money.
Yeah, and put it on the table.
I felt bad for him. I was making a donation.
I didn't plan on having sex.
Then why did you come over here, Chase? I mean, it doesn't make sense that a grown man, how old are you?
Well, he don't know that either. He ain't come up here having sex. He don't know. He ain't answered nothing.
Old enough.
Old enough. You're 30.
He old enough.
Old enough. Old enough, Chris.
Old enough for what? To know better?
100%.
I feel like that's where like the next. I'm 30, old enough. I'm a grown ass man.
Yeah. That's.
All right.
Expected that to come next.
Okay.
Old enough for neck tats.
Bad boy neck tats.
30-year-old man drives over here from.
We're just gonna keep talking. We're just gonna keep talking.
We're just gonna keep talking.
What? Okay, what's up?
Well, I need you to tell me what's up. You don't want to leave just yet. You don't want to leave.
Oh yeah.
What is it? We just gonna keep talking?
Was he ready to fight, Chris?
I don't know. Or is he like, I'll put my money on the table. We fighting?
Yeah, we fighting to what, Chris? Dang, look at this house, bro. They got the big TV there.
That's nice.
Yeah, this one was already furnished.
Heck yeah.
This is an Airbnb.
Speaker over there? Yeah. It's gotta be an Airbnb. Oh, maybe it's not even the. Maybe it's not even the cruise. Maybe that's just like. Maybe it's like the theme is like, you know, rock and roll with the stuff on the wall and like the speaker box. You know, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can't tell if this dude's like going to try to fight somebody? He's seen the show,
Right. So he should know what's about to go down.
so he knows he's about to just get slapped in cuffs and set back down the couch, right?
yeah, or tased.
Or both. Man.
Mm.
Yep.
Put your hand behind your head.
He gave him that. I'm not doing it. It looked like the cop that slammed against the wall, but he just spun around that fast.
Yeah.
I was like, boy, super cop over here. One-handed.
Now in cuffs, we're going to give this another try. Chase, where do you work?
Oh no, they moved him. Dang.
You came here from Warfield, Chase, right? You drove right through this town and you came over. So where do you work? Seems as though this fan is turning into a foe.
I always hate to say it, but he is doing the best thing in his interest.
Yeah?
And I want him to spill the beans. Tell me everything. Tell me where you work, who you know, who you're married to, how many kids you got, how old they are.
Oh gosh, please don't have
Give me them
kids.
details.
Please don't have kids.
Yeah, you know he don't have. He's got neck tats. He ain't got no. If he does have kids, he ain't married.
Right?
Huh?
I don't answer your question.
Well, you're gonna have to explain to me why you're here. Because I don't believe you just came over here to say
Don't
hi
answer
to me.
questions, boss.
Huh?
Don't answer questions.
You don't answer questions.
I even like the big sigh. Oh, there's a question, boss. I'm in control now, buddy. I don't know, man. There's a decent amount left in this episode.
Yeah?
I feel like you might have some
I bet he answers
answers.
some questions.
You think he answers
I
some?
bet he answers some.
If you'd like to ask questions, you can contact my attorney.
Who's your attorney?
And you'll find that out when the proceeds take place.
So you already have a criminal defense attorney.
I have an attorney.
You have a.
Oh, so you already have a criminal? Oh, yeah.
Is that your real name? Chase?
You don't understand. I don't answer questions.
Oh, I understand, all right. I understand that you got online and had a chat with somebody and made a deal to have sex with a 15-year-old girl. That's what I understand.
I did not make no deal.
I don't know, man. Seems like there was a deal.
Yeah.
When did the deal not happen? I mean, they came in there and threw the
You
money
threw
down
the money
table.
down on the table. I think that sealed the deal, really.
Heck, he even took his shoes off when they asked him to.
That's true.
Like he's going to stay a while. Got ear tattoo. I think it's like an enchantment that helps him hear better, you know? Like he wanted to get on the voice call, so he like listen for Chris Hansen. Beep, 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 beep. No cops or Chris Hansen detected.
It's a direct link to his attorney. Don't answer questions, boss. Don't answer questions, boss.
Like I said, I don't answer questions.
You don't answer questions. Folks are going to see this on the TV.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chris, that may.
He went old school, Chris. He couldn't help it. He was a little old school, Chris.
I gotta give it. You'll be seeing this on the TV. Eh?
I work with YouTube.
The deputies search his truck, and it's common in Alabama to have weapons in a vehicle. But
That's right, Alabama. We gotta watch out.
Oh, that's true. There'll be a lot of guns in here, probably. It's a whole arsenal.
Yeah, look at that man's face right now. Like, God dang!
That's nice.
deputies find 2 loaded firearms.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty normal in the South. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of dudes have firearms in their vehicle.
You see a picture of the girl. You see she's cute.
Ah, we should say some stuff. Ah, but it's also there's again in this situation, there's no winning. You can just sit there.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And Chris just asks him the questions. You don't say nothing. You know, asks him like, "Oh, what do you think is going to happen? Or did you have any second thoughts that maybe you shouldn't show up here?" And he doesn't say anything. Ooh, reads the transcript. Ooh.
And you look pretty excited when you walked into this house, I gotta tell you. Again, if any of this is a misunderstanding, if I got this wrong, this is your chance to tell me.
You're not gonna say anything, but I still love that. It's like all this bad stuff. Feel free.
Yeah.
He's just like he's over here just like don't say anything. Oh God. That guy can't go to jail. I'm not gonna be able to get my testosterone shots. My TRT. No.
Lieutenant Chad Long inspects the man's ID, and that's when I learn his real name.
Oh, look at that little baby face he's got on there.
Oh, he had the comb over and everything.
Yeah. That's why he wears the hat.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Cody, why'd you lie about your name?
Cody. Huh.
So who's that on your screen picture there, Cody? Your wife or your girlfriend or?
Uh-oh. He can't escape. Going through his phone.
Man, right in front of him. Who's this, Cody?
cup of food.
Where's your shoe?
While Cody, the newlywed, didn't want to answer.
The newlywed.
No way.
Oh, no. He just got married? But why? But why?
Once a week.
Boy, I know, once a week. Like what day?
Once a week, I go cheat on my newlywed wife. Bro, you could have just not got married.
No, there's tax reasons.
Oh, okay. All right.
According to social media, it appears Cody recently got married.
Cody is being charged with electronic solicitation, traveling to meet a child to perform a sexual act, sex offenses involving minors, and human trafficking.
Woo! Boy.
Dang.
The human traffic one. That's got to be like the prostitution thing they've started doing. That's a pretty... man. It's the way his like mustache is curled. Looks like he's smiling. Or like, kind of like almost.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe somebody would actually do this, but it shows that the crimes these men commit leave a lasting trail of damage that goes far beyond what happens to them.
That's the thing, like, I don't know. I guess with any crime, really, but it's always like the dude obviously knew it was wrong. And he's like, like fence riding about it, but also like thumbs upping and saying she's hot and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And showed him through the money. Obviously he knew it was bad, but it's like not only is like everyone that sees these episodes going to be like, god dang, but then it's why everybody that knows him, like just blacklisted across the board.
Yeah.
Like imagine this dude being like your cousin, and you see him on here, and you're just like, no, I do not know him.
Cody who?
At all. You want a job? Ooh, well, you see. Yeah, I'm just thinking about like the fallout, like the simple thing if he's just going to have sex, and his newlywed wife, he's gonna hear about this, and they're gonna call her, and she's gonna be like, what the?
That baffles me. You know what I mean? Like, newlywed wife. That doesn't get cut off until at least a couple years in, you know? Like
it's the roids. Those biceps didn't come out of nowhere. He's just got so much juice in him right now. He doesn't know what to do with himself. I don't know. I suppose it's just like a fantasy for some people or some guys or whatever. Like, oh yeah, go get me a side piece on the way back from work or something. Or maybe he wants to do it like once a week because that's like the one day out of the week that she's not home or something. Like maybe she's like a traveling nurse or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows the situation is? But either way, it just leaves you going, huh?
Right.
Why?
Sheriff, this guy Cody, 30 years old, it appears, from what we know now, he got married just a week ago.
Still serious because it means M Moon. That is so cool.
M Moon.
M Moon. I would change my first name to Mount. I'm Mount Moon.
It's probably Major.
Major Moon. Isn't it Mount Moon Pokemon? Anyway.
It's a sick world we live in. You got any answers to those questions?
I don't. I'm stuck, Sheriff.
It bothers me.
This for 21 years.
The craziest thing to me is still that they're still like Chris Hansen's still able to do this show and successfully catch people.
Yeah.
Like they've had to change their tactics a little bit, but still same thing, right? And then whenever he was here and we were like talking about like how many episodes they have and how they have like, because we were like, oh yeah, Chris started doing this recently. They have like they've caught like over 100 dudes just on the show, like the ones they've shown, and I'm sure there's some that they like either can't share or whatever. There's probably more. And it's just like, good lord, man. The fact that this exists,
so many.
The fact that this exists should be like a massive deterrent. I mean, aside from the fact that it's wrong, but that don't stop anybody apparently.
21 years of just nonstop catching scumbags, and it doesn't slow down. We have way too many scumbags.
We've seen some of these episodes, like some of the older ones, where they go to weekend jail after they get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here's some community service for trying to ruin a young lady's life. Luckily, she wasn't real, and Chris Hansen was there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Anyway, yeah, that one's we were in it. We were there.
That's right.
Yeah, got him. Hope you guys enjoyed that, and that was a lot of fun. If today's your birthday, happy birthday! So, toast my friends. We'll see you next time. Bye bye.
It's a sick world we live in.
I'm Cinnamon Toast Ken.
And I'm Buff Pro.
And today we're watching Chris Hansen, True Blue Network, Takedown. Hooah! This is one you guys have actually asked us to watch several times. It is titled The Second Worst Predator we filmed. Second.
I wonder who the first is.
Well, that's what I was thinking of. There's some bad ones.
Yeah.
I don't know who they do consider the worst one. I always thought it was like the Schmeagle looking guy they got off of that, like they had like the Jeff Sokol one or whatever, like the pizza guy, and they had like the other dude that had like the weird hair and like the, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was always the murder kit guy.
Yeah, that was the old one.
Yeah.
No, the worst.
Arrested.
That's the one, Dave. That's the one. The arrested guy.
Arrested.
All right, let's see what's going on with this one.
But even I was shocked by the man who walked in the door on this night. A chatter has been talking with 54-year-old Brian from the Chicago area.
All right.
Captain Terry.
Brian's already got that look about him. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that. Like there's something lurking underneath, like skin deep, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
It's like, oh, I'm kind of a nice guy, but you kind of get like a weird vibe from him, you know? just
yeah.
immediately,
He's
you know?
probably even got like a smell and an aura about him, you know? Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, he's got his like gray ponytail, you know? He's probably like extra short and has a lot of, you know, he's probably like an incel on the internet.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, women, they only want bad boys, not me. I'm a good guy, I treat them nice. That's why I'm after underage girls.
He said that he's had other sexual experiences with virgins.
Yes.
He's bringing condoms.
Yes, multiple condoms. Yes.
Is it strange that somebody would drive that far for this kind of a liaison?
Well, it is strange, but it does happen.
14-year-old, he's been with other virgins.
To let you know, this is not his first rodeo. Yeah, this guy, chase him!
And I'll go ahead and call this out too. I think that like any dude that like focuses on a fact whether like a virgin or not, is already on a slippery slope. You know, it's like why is that like a? I need her to be pure. Like what is this, like the 1800s or something? Like,
Yeah, I don't get it.
no other man but me, so she doesn't have anything else to compare it to. I'll be the best thing ever. It's like a manipulation thing. It's strange. If you're one of those dudes, just know it's strange. And all the girls definitely think so, okay?
What do you do here in 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
All right, let's get ready.
The strike team gets in place, and my team has all the cameras ready to roll.
Flower cam, baby.
Called out in the Flower Pro, right by the aloe vera, you know? Got probably a microphone in the other bush over there.
Yeah, the little chia pet plant.
I watch as Brian enters carrying what looks to be not one, but 2 overnight bags. But the only sleepover he'll be having tonight is in a county jail cell.
He's planning on staying for a while, man.
I wonder what's in those bags.
Well, my mind's wandering, you know? I thought of like a movie, like he comes in there and, you know, parents get home, they get murdered. He takes the house over.
Gosh.
Now maybe he just brought over his PlayStation or something.
No, that could be, yeah.
Get some gaming in, right? He's brought his computer as well, you know, got a raid tonight, gotta be there.
Apprehend Brian before he can even reach the decoy.
Wait, put your hands up, right there. Put your
Got
hands
him.
up. How are you? I'm not.
Oh, he's so
smiling.
He's so happy to be here.
Hi, I'm doing fine. I've already armed the bomb. Gosh, this guy seems sinister, dude.
You guys caught me my nice shirt, my Abercrombie & Fitch shirt. You know, this one's
I'm just creep AF.
Out of Brian's sight line, I listen in to what he tells detectives.
Chris, I look like Batman. Justice.
He doesn't know Chris lurks in the dark.
So sinister.
Ready. Brian recognizes me immediately.
Oh my goodness. I had a conversation with someone about you.
You did?
Who? Please do tell.
Yeah. Who was
Who
that, by the way?
Somebody.
We'll get to him next.
You're right. He's probably the next guy on the way. How old are you?
54. What was your plan here tonight, Brian?
Oh man, this is on TV.
Oh man,
this is my big shot.
I'm about to impress everybody. I'm about to become one of the most memorable guys on the show right now. Yeah. This is my chance, my time to shine. Yes, Brian, let it all hang out. I looked down at the title again as I said that, and it's Big Daddy Brian.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Ain't nobody called this dude Big Daddy unless they're like an underage girl, because like no grown person's gonna look at this guy and be like, oh yeah, Big Daddy.
Right. Ah. And then I hope he's not a daddy, actually. You know what I mean? Like, it's freaking creep.
She was 14, correct? And you brought bags with condoms.
I brought bags because whether,
Condoms. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But there were condoms, spermicide, lubricant, Plan B to prevent a pregnancy.
For anyone that,
Yeah.
That's just my normal bag, Chris. You know, every time I go out the house, you know, they call me Big Daddy Brian. You know, it just women just throw themselves at me. You know, I'm a bit of a stud. If you see my shirt here, it's pretty nice.
Right. Jeez.
It's bad. There's no comparison really. I'm over here thinking like, what's better with the guys who don't bring anything, or the dude who comes fully prepared for any instance?
Right.
I brought 60 condoms. I got Plan B just in case one happens to break, or you know, we get a little extra freaky. I got some spermicide. I got some lube. I got flowers. I got, you know, like, and so like my thought process at first was like, I guess that's better. No, none of it's better.
None of it's better. Right, exactly. None of it. It's all
either way.
Stop being here.
It's a trap. Either way. My gosh. But anyway, yeah, that's his walk around look. That's just like what he keeps in his fanny pack, you know?
Dude, I can't stop getting like super villain vibes from this dude. Like it's like this dude seems like I don't know, he's like sinister or something.
I think it's because he looks like he probably actually is intelligent.
Right.
To an extent, right?
Maybe.
He's already kind of started his word games, whatever. All right, let's keep going.
because if you're going to be with anybody,
right,
you should protect yourself and or the other person from an unwanted pregnancy, regardless of age. Or
so you were worried there might be an unwanted pregnancy from your meeting with a 14-year-old girl?
No.
Well then, Brian, why would you bring all this stuff?
Because I bring it with me when I go out
everywhere
to meet
you go.
25-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes. This is this walk around bag. I knew where he was going as soon as he started being like, oh yeah, it's just this is legal to have, Chris. With the intent? Nah. I literally ask anyone at work, you know, the HR manager, especially, they know.
Especially the HR manager.
And he's also kind of doing like the he knows exactly what Chris is talking about, but he's like, the what? No, the exhaustion tactics where you have like repeating. Yeah.
Why so right, Chris? Why so serious? He's a villain.
Do you have an attraction to younger girls? No. But you admitted having sex with other underage girls, one in Michigan and another in Ohio, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to their parents' home?
He saw Chris, knew this was gonna be recorded, right? And then it's just like, yeah, man, 2 more. At least, you know, like, I gotta sound like the biggest scumbag in the world.
Well, regardless of where it came from, like they know it, and he mentions it, and the guy like sits there and like takes a minute before he says anything because he's already in like deny everything mode.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, actually, I did say that.
Yeah.
Dang, man, got me.
He seems to be at a loss for words, realizing he's being busted.
You went to their home.
Oh man, they got the cameras out too. This guy doesn't get like the reveal later. He's got they're set up. They got the got the shotgun mic over there. Yeah.
The gimbal right in his face.
I like that. I mean, it's the most comfortable place to hold the gimbal, but it is. I understand, but at the same time,
Bad timing. Bad timing.
It's just...
You had sex in the car, you had sex in the house, you had sex. Where did you have sex?
Of course, I never kiss and tell.
Sorry, this is kind of surreal.
Well, it's a little bit surreal for me, to be honest with you.
Sorry, it's so surreal. You know, I gotta change the subject real quick. Anyway, how are you doing?
Sorry, Chris, I'm just starstruck.
I can't believe it's really you. You're so handsome right now.
Batman.
Just get a haircut? You're so tall.
He is pretty tall.
All right, serious.
Here we go.
We're supposed to be shocking.
Did you give her a Plan B pill afterwards? Just to make sure.
I think we did, yeah.
Yeah, you gave her a Plan B pill. Was she a virgin?
I don't know.
You don't know. Because you talk about how to care for a virgin in the conversation leading up to your visit tonight.
So can you see how this, the repetitious behavior we have here, and I'm supposed to believe that you just walk around with this bag all over the place.
Unless she's just super creep. He probably does. He's that bad. He probably does.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
Bag.
So what I've been sitting like staring and thinking is like considering should I say it or not is because it's like what girl of any age would want Big Daddy Brian here?
Right.
But then I started thinking about you have victims, you have people that were groomed, and you have all these ways that predators are predators and prey, and they're not called predators because it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet kind of thing. It's like they go and they pursue these people or pay for it or something. So yeah, just the fact that this dude even like has 2 other times he admitted to, maybe proudly,
right,
is shocking to me. Like, and maybe even proof of him being quite manipulative, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
But maybe gave her a Plan B, so it's just out there. Good thing he had his bag that he always has with him just in case.
Good thing the 14-year-old's not having a baby. Freaking sicko.
Virgins that I have met have been 18 and 19.
Okay, but tonight it was 14. And you say in the chat something to...
Again, like, what's going on here with this dude? Is he trying to be like a sugar daddy or something? Does he got like money or what? Like, even like 18, 19-year-olds like, well, 18, 19-year-old virgins, I'm just out here just getting all the virgins. Every woman wants their first time to meet with a guy like me. Look at me. Okay, yeah, whatever. It's just, it's weird. There's something more there, and it's probably even worse than it seems.
And you talk about the other virgins with whom you had sex, saying they were very satisfied. Are you particularly skilled at taking the virginity of young women?
No.
Again, I'm just thinking about like, when you're spitting your game, yo girl, I've smashed so many other girls, and they were so happy. You could be next,
but only virgins like you.
What woman, what person actually is gonna be like, oh yeah, I would love to just be an old notch on the belt.
Yeah, can I?
What an honor.
It sounds like you've had a lot of experience.
No, I believe 4.
4. He just doubled his underage count.
Oh yeah. All those other girls I've been with in my 50-something years of life, extremely satisfied. That's why I'm still single. Because you see, I'm something like Leonardo DiCaprio. After they reach a certain age, then I can no longer be interested. And unfortunately, for him, it's after their virginity is gone, I guess. He just can no longer be. I don't know. Like, it's just... Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio catches strays over here. But that's weird. His whole thing, once they're like 25 or so, I don't remember what age it is.
Really?
Yeah, have you never heard of that? Oh my gosh, dude. Let me... Yeah, the age limit. All of his girlfriends, 25 is the age limit. Yeah.
Wow! He still keeps going up.
Yeah.
But that number won't.
They don't ever go up. It
Wow.
Just, after they get about, at 25, you gotta work his way back down.
Wow.
That's like this picture right here. No, don't turn 25. You're so sexy. Oh. You gotta go like the know your meme page, and it's like back in it's pointed out in 2016, and
wow,
still going strong. Anyway,
how would you feel if somebody came into your home with Plan B pills, condoms, lubricants, spermicide, a vape pen with marijuana, and tried to have sex with one of your children? How would you feel about that?
I would not be pleased with that.
Okay, so why is it
If the
okay
twen-
for why is it okay for you to do it?
Well, the 20-year-old.
Okay,
Go ahead.
when they were underage.
Oh, yeah. No.
No, you would.
he's like purposely being ignorant.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing 20, you know. I don't want anybody weird in my house, you know. It's
It's my home.
I live there, you know. Jeez, man, come on. The weaponized ignorance. Yeah.
Chris ain't gonna let him get away with it though. Chris is too good.
I feel like Chris is pretty frustrated with him already, though.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, guy, come on.
It's not okay.
It's not okay. Then why did you do it, Brian?
I don't know. I guess. Why?
Why?
I'm assuming I was lonely. And
You're lonely. But there's
Speaking about stuff in the third person, I would assume I was lonely. I'll sit there and not answer the question, and then ask the question. Is that the question that you wanted to ask me? Oh, okay. Jesus.
in fact, you are a serial predator. You came here tonight for a 14-year-old, and you admittedly had sex with two 15-year-olds.
doing it once is
You've done
predator.
it at least twice.
Mhm.
And you were going to do it again a third time here.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, Brian. But you
No, I'm
wrong.
not.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Brian. Okay. Tase him.
Serial predator. Oh, jeez.
God.
It's so like, I don't know, I'm shook down to my roots here, you know. Usually they come in, but I've never done it before. I was just coming to like hang out, watch football. Kevin sent me, you know, whatever they say. And this guy's like, I did it twice, but not this time. This time was different.
Yeah, not necessarily yet.
You know,
I had to murder everybody first. He's got these cold eyes, man. Like, this guy creeps me out.
It's like when like women go to the police for like creepy dudes stalking them. Like the police don't really do anything until like something happens.
Right.
And it's like he's playing into that. It's like, oh, well, you know,
nothing's happened yet, Chris.
Nothing happened, so how can you assume that I had the intention to happen, even though this chat log says that I did, and the items that I walk around with all the time. Admittedly used on other age girls. Yeah, I mean, where's the pattern here? I don't understand.
You've done it before. You brought the stuff.
I bring the stuff just as a practice anyways.
You looked all excited when you walked in here.
I was excited because I just got off the road for 4.5 hours.
You drove for 4.5 hours. What did you drive 4.5 hours for? You drove I drove 4.5 hours just to talk you out of it. You know, don't do it.
Not necessarily, Chris. Okay, I had 4.5 hours to decide.
Really think about it. I even talked to a guy about you before I left, man. I hope Chris Hansen's out there. It's gonna be crazy.
He helped me stay awake on the phone. You know what I mean? I talked to him for about 2 hours about this.
Jesus.
I mean, there's no reason to parse words. We know what you're up to. Fuck me now, Daddy.
That's usually what.
What you say?
The older ones, yeah. So.
Fuck me now, Daddy.
That's my normal greeting, you know. I say that to everybody, you know. Didn't you hear me walk in, like when you guys started putting me? Chris Hansen walked in. I was like, "F me now, Daddy." You know. You didn't hear that?
14-year-old girl. That's okay.
No.
Well, you said it.
I typed it. Yes.
You typed it.
Oh yeah, I typed. She's different. It's just role play.
That was with my fingers, not my voice. Not my voice.
Don't you understand? The keyboard warrior. I can just say whatever I want to. Nothing will ever happen to me. It's fine. It's fine.
I assumed I was being punked anyways, honestly.
You thought you were being punked.
Oh, he knew it was gonna happen.
Oh, he thought it was Ashton, though. He thought it was Ashton.
That's why he drove 4 hours.
Oh,
and that makes sense now. He's like, oh my God, Ashton Kutcher, I better get all the condoms and the Plan B and the spermicide. I don't want him to get pregnant. What would our child look like?
Thought I was being punked. There's no way it's Chris Hansen. No, it's wrong show.
I mean, it's the face like that right now. Like,
Do you know how many guys I've interviewed over the years?
A ton, because I've seen your program.
You've seen the program?
Oh, yeah.
And what did you think of the program?
I thought it was disgusting.
Disgusting.
But yet,
you're on the program.
I'm on the program.
No, that's not what he means, Dane. He means he thinks Chris Hansen's disgusting.
That's right.
How dare
I've
you?
seen your film crew. They hide cameras in the toilets and garbage cans.
How dare you persecute my people, Chris Hansen?
But you did consummate with the girl in Michigan who is 15.
It's documented down. She come to meet at the hotel.
At the hotel. Did you pay her money?
No. And I think in her past, she'd been, probably had other, I mean, she'd been with other people.
And why does a 15-year-old girl want to be with a 54-year-old guy?
I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
Did you groom her?
No, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like he even threw her in the butt. Like talking about, it's a pretty long bit there. They're talking about like making the connection with the other girls that he's like, you know, it's documented down that he's been with that are underage and all, like making the case if he's going to do it the third time. Be like, nah. But yeah, she came to a hotel room with him. But she'd been with a lot of other guys.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Chris, she
Not
was
the same
Chris, she was a hoe. Let me tell you. All right,
Yeah.
She wasn't no virgin. But you'd have to ask her why, because nobody knows why.
Yeah, I didn't groom her. I just stay in contact with her and try to plan it more.
Yeah.
And did you stay in touch with this girl?
As mentioned, yes.
You did stay in touch. And does she go to high school?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I know what high school she goes to. You know, she's just one of my regular calls. You know.
Yeah. I feel like if this dude like 30 years.
This guy gets weekend jail like that other dude.
Yeah,
does.
right?
Oh my God.
And how long did you talk to these girls online before you actually went to go visit them?
Because we were on an app, like a casual or down, like a regular hookup app. I would probably say 4 days. I mean, between like
4 days.
Because it's not like you're able to like message instantly necessarily.
Casual or
down. We're doing recent, and boy, overpriced. Nobody ever responded. After ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Most accounts are fake.
Catfish and predators.
2 different ones say it's a scam. How wild of a story. If he's still the virgin,
right?
And he's in there bragging like, yeah, I've been with two others, you know. I mean, I hope they don't exist. But just like, and he's in this situation, he's doubling down. 100%. I'm not the opinion of whether or not he's a virgin is like more important than his freedom.
His freedom, right?
Oh.
He sends a riddle, but I had already figured it out.
What did you mean by this 2 times 14 plus 2 times 15?
As we discussed in the communication, they were actually the 15-year-olds.
They were 15-year-olds.
Yes.
So it wasn't a riddle for her to guess your age. It was discussion about how many other underage girls with whom you've had
I
sex.
guess, in a sense, knowing that what we were discussing was wrong. So, yeah.
He's already using code?
I told you, dude, he's a villain. He's the Riddler.
The riddle be this, Chris.
The Riddler diddler.
Oh, it's awful.
Married someone that was a narcissist. Had narcissistic.
She's a narcissist. And you're out here trying to have sex with the underage girls, and she's the narcissist?
I mean,
right.
As friends, and that's something that happened early on.
They're going through like his job. He's an engineer. He develops products. He was married. I think they got divorced when they say when he was 29 or 29 years, something like that. So yeah, I guess they had three kids. But it's because that she had narcissistic tendencies. She was a narcissist.
welcome back. It is Friday? Yeah, Friday. It's sad I had to check the calendar, didn't know what day it is. Haven't been able to play since, I think it was Monday, like Monday afternoon, so it's been another 4 days, of course. I've already simmed them. I actually don't have any upgrades here at the socket, unfortunately. That's fine. Ooh, Eco Dome, that's rough. First goal of today, get our 10 back. By far the most important thing. Don't really care about score at the moment. Score's just not going to matter until we get past resilient anyway. For now, we just got to get gear. And to get gear, we need crests. That's the main goal. 90 crests per fully upgraded item. It's either a second weapon, I think wrist pants or belt. I went and changed the add-on to show me Blade Flurry again, because while I was looking at the recording, I was like, I'm doing like 2, 3, 4 actions without pressing Blade Flurry. So this here, it does reasonably good damage. Other than that, I haven't really done anything. Just been pushing keys, working a lot. But yeah, hopefully we can get a group relatively fast. Getting 10s back will heavily speed up getting groups. Oh, hello. Sure. That'll work. Yeah, that'll work nicely, actually. I honestly trust the Demon Hunter more. From our healing series, obviously. They seem to do fine on their own most of the time. There's no way we don't time it, right? It's just an Eco Dome. Okay. Like, yeah, I see your feast. I raise you my feast. Should remove this one now that I think about it too. Because it does the same thing as mine. Oh. Yeah, we're dead. That was the kick, right? My worst habit is definitely still pressing Adrenaline Rush at max combo. I think we all went the same side and did top damage. Let's go. Yes, mate. A 2 range kick, don't want to. Look at that god roll, so juicy. We know, mate. Tank needs to chill out for a bit. The tank was the one that he was sitting there pinging us this entire dungeon. But he missed his own mechanic. That's actually wild. I love that he's like, yeah, I'm gonna ping where the binding is and tell people to hit it. But I'm not gonna move the boss over there. That'd be insane. The tank just missed it again. He's still pinging us to kick it. And now he silences as it gets kicked. Yeah, you're the tank. Of course we're missing percent. Oh wait, we're not even missing percent. It's actually so tilting. It's like people pinging I need healing while they're sitting on the other side of a wall. Just zero awareness for anything that's happening. GG's, I got myself a 10 back finally. It's a 10 streets. Cool. Something we don't have. I'm not doing it with that group. That tank tilted me so bad. Pinging stuff for other people to notice when you yourself could also fix what you're pinging. For example, when he pinged the mob that's too far away to interrupt. Yes, we got 2 ranged. You also have a ranged kick and a ranged sigil that kicks. Because DHs have, what, 12-yard range on their kick? Alright, let's try and get this 10 streets filled. Our damage did go up, so the Blade Flurry stuff definitely helped. I feel like. Marksman? I haven't seen a marksman in ages. Sure, he can come along. It is a B-res. It's also 725. It's juicy. His score is as a healer and tank, though. You've done a 10. 10. Yeah, get in here. He's fine. Man's clapped most of the 10s already. He'll be fine. Crazy that there's no healers. Oh, it's a deserter. And a Squelch Blast. I should have just taken him. I genuinely don't care that much. I just want to play. Done. Get in here. This should be a joke. Why do I have PI? What? Can tell the Paladin doesn't usually play DPS. Which is fine. You really don't need much for these. God, my single target is so bad. Every time I feel like I point that out, I never realized just how bad it is. So you're gonna res our hunter? Why do we have 2 people dead? This is the easiest boss in here. That's a joke, right? And now DPS isn't resing. I'm gonna lose my second 10. These people are overqualified, by the way. Someone didn't res. Somehow the hunter died. Somehow the healer died. The hell's going on? We're still fine on time. Why have we got the trike with this? Where are we going? What is this tank? How has he +2'd these keys? Because he +2'd like every other key, right? That's the whole reason I grabbed him immediately. Healer did not dispel anyone. I'm really wondering how these people got score after eat this one. Nice, I got dispelled now. Maybe they just like brain farted and forgot they have to dispel someone. Where's that paladin going? The paladin was just like running around getting orbs. I'm dead. I ran into a thing. Paladin just doesn't have intercession on its bar. How is he 3k? He's time 13s, but he doesn't know where battle res is, right? It definitely feels like he's paid for runs if he's 3k and doesn't know where res is. How do you get boosted as a healer and tank though? Unless you just, like, didn't heal during those boosted keys? Which I think people do actually do that too. That already has no idea how to play ret, which I think is a little more likely. I want to give him the doubt, like, benefit. The healer's dead. Good thing we have a B res. Oh wait, I think if the tank just lived there, we win. Because what, 3%? I feel like they definitely could have. It's crazy. It's gonna be so annoying to get a group again. Isn't that just gonna kill him? Okay, he landed, nice. So no elevation can mess with some of those things. Yeah, we can still time it. See how easy this key is. We can still time it. I should have started the RP. I just completely brain farted. I gotta go start the RP. See, there's the skip. Because I don't think we can time it without the damage, the extra little bit. At least the tank understands. We do need the damage to time this. As unhappy as they are. As long as we do this relatively clean, we should be okay. Where are they going? This is wild. These people are 3k, by the way. Pretty much all of them except me are 3k. And the tank. Is this healer gonna leave if I don't? Fine. Whatever. Pulled without the healer. Why is this character so unlucky with 10s? The only reason I kicked him is because I don't want the rest to leave. This is crazy. It wasn't BS. I'm actually so tilted. I wanted to play more today too. Like, I have my entire day ahead. I've got no keys to do tonight either. I just got free time today. I'd have to level this again because people keep bricking the 10s and then it takes 30 minutes to fill a group. It's actually so annoying. Back to Eco Dome? Oh, Priory, okay. That's a good score at least. That should not happen. I should go buy something else actually. I might sim what the best thing to get is. The biggest increase are the boots, which makes sense because my ethereal reaping does a lot. It is another day, of course. This time it's, yeah, Sunday. I'm gonna go try do our 9 Priory. Single target damage I think will come along, just with more gear that I get. At least I really hope it does, because our single target is so bad. Hopefully I can get it to a 10 and actually keep it today, because that's the main thing that's like demotivating me from playing this in the free time that I do have, because obviously I have very little free time as it is, and then it's like, yep, I'm gonna spend 30 minutes doing this with no applications just to get it back to a 10 potentially, or drop it to an 8 and still wait 30 to 40 minutes to get someone to apply. Whereas if I kept it at a 10 this whole time, there wouldn't be a problem because people would be doing it just for weekly, if anything. And we got an annoying key because not many people like to do Priory. It's a hard key. It's gonna take so long. I can already tell by how this has gone, it's going to take so long to get this group. Unless I get like a 4 stack of 3.5k gamers. That's not gonna happen. Should be doing 18s, not this. I don't really want to carry your friend here, but it might be my only chance to play, so we'll see. Sure, get in here. Right, now we just need a healer. I genuinely think this is the only reason people get discouraged with keys, that below a 10 it takes so long to get people. That is a healer. It's just the weight. That's the only thing I don't like, is just the weight. God roll? You can tell the hunter's experience because he's line of sighting the stomps. Tank's doing the correct pulls at least. Oh, I'm in, yep. Combination of did not get healed plus forecasts. Oh, and I took the leap? Okay, that's my bad then if I took a leap. I didn't even realize she jumped yet. I thought she, like, wasn't alive or wasn't active long enough to do that. Why are we pulling this? What kind of a pull's this? The hunter's gonna die. He's not gonna get healed. What is the tank doing? What is the tank doing? And the paladin just walked into the pack. I'm actually so tilted right now. I don't think I'm ever going to invite a duo ever again. Tank's just taking a stroll. Now it looks like they're lagging. Okay. For some reason they did no damage there. I think I figured out something with Adrenaline Rush. Vanish at the start and end. You'll always have enough time to get it back essentially. See? I kept Adrenaline Rush throughout all of that. I don't think this duo has any idea what they're doing in the slightest. They've just brute forced keys to this point. Can absolutely time this with how painful that start was for me. At least. Easily could have done 5 mil this dungeon. All casts just go on me. What is going on? I don't know why I'm so cursed this key to get all of the casts. There was another one. That was such a painful start. I don't know why the healer just let us die, or let me die specifically over and over again. But we got streets. Not a bad key. Let's get a 10 streets. Honestly, not the worst though. All my complaining aside, it wasn't that bad of a key. Don't worry about item level, I'll pump. We got a new PB there though. 5 mil. No. Look how many people are trying to get 726 blood DK. I can see that, mate. They're very proud of their 726 DK. Why are they signing up? Sure. They've done 14s on those characters. I genuinely don't know why they're here. Because all of them are geared, all of them have score. They've definitely got a higher than 10 key. And they don't need streets. Unless they're here to brick it. That'd be infuriating. I'll take this. Considering our past luck with doing 10s, there's no way this can go wrong, right? We're gonna get blasted in damage, but honestly, I'll take this over the past keys. They're actually not doing that much damage. Oh nice, he's even offsetting the proxy strikes. So they do kind of know what they're doing. I don't know why they're here. Kind of holding my own here though. Nice, I baited him. These guys definitely haven't played in a while for doing this little damage. Like people that are experienced. Why are you walking towards me? Stop. What do you mean just touch? That's bad practice, my man. Are they blind? Did they not see me go do it? Easy money. I kind of wish it wouldn't let you cast Spanish while in Subterfuge. There's probably a thing for it, like a macro. There's like, checks if that's stayed already. Could probably just make one actually. It's probably not too hard, just so I stop messing it up. I'm keeping up with them, which is funny. Should be the thing soon. Yep, there it is. So it looks like we're going to +2 this. That's good. We get ourselves a 12, which should also have a lot of people signing up. It's not that different from a 10. Kind of lucked out with full group, but I'm honestly going to take it after how many bad 10s we've had at this point. Because there's been a lot. We've depleted, what, 4 or 5 keys that you absolutely shouldn't have. It's just like gambling whether players are able to actually do the key or not. Why did he go so early? GG's. Finally a decent 10 after all that disaster. Ooh. Crit haste. I'd ask if they want to hit up the 12, but it seems a little cheap. Yuck. I don't blame them if they don't want to. It's a terrible key. But if they're just playing for crests, then yeah, it's whatever. Oh, healer's down. Okay, sure. I'll take it. Okay. Sure. I'll take the free 20 gold, I guess. Yeah, I'm keeping up relatively well considering they've got 10, almost 20 item level on me. Oh, okay. Because these are generally a waste of time to fight, or the 4 champion dudes. Why am I eating every cast in this dungeon? Look, there they go again! Why? Now they notice? How'd they not notice last key? I did it again. I need to make that macro. I think it'll help so much, because I'm just wasting vanishes. I shouldn't be making the mistake in the first place. Does Outlaw just do really well on 2-target? Something I've come to realize, I just missed it, pain. Yeah, I feel like Outlaw does really, really well on 2-target, which I had no idea about. Proc City, it returns. I'm dead to double fireball. You should just let it reset. You shouldn't pull both of them. At least, like, not without killing a paladin first, because there's like 4 tolls going off. Okay, never mind, he's just gonna do exactly the same pull and expect a different outcome. I am glad I can feign most of this, at least. That's not good. That's really bad. They both just died. Okay, I guess it was lag. That's unfortunate. Oh, my weapons are broken. Oh, that was close. Both my weapons were broken. That would have been catastrophic. Oh, stop. Wait, did Cloak actually just not eat them, or does it only stop the initial damage? I'll look back on the recording on that for sure, because that is definitely not something I want to forget. Because it looked like Cloak didn't stop the application, so I just died. Maybe I can Cloak off the debuff? That's really interesting. We'll still get an 11 after this, so I'm not actually that upset about this. Genuinely didn't say anything about it being oceanic, because they stayed. I was like, okay, so they're not lagging that badly. But apparently they were. I don't mind that we didn't time it. Oh, actually, trade either of them? Oh, hell yeah. 11 flood. A lot of chances I don't need it. Fair. 11 flood's good though. We have, what, a 3? So that'll be an insane score even if we don't time it. And so close to getting another weapon. I think one more key will get it. Not bad considering I'm 20 item level below them. They did say they were lagging. And I do believe it for the first deaths on that boss. This one here. I believe it for this, because they died to exactly the same thing. Floodgate, which is our lowest key, so we're definitely going to slam that when we can. What heroic piece we get? What are we going to get? Weapon! That's actually huge. And it's got haste, so we can keep our 20% still. But that'll have to do for this one. Honestly, really, really good progress. We got 2200. We got our key into the 10 to 12 range. Hopefully we can slam this floodgate and not have it deplete. If it depletes, it's still fine because it's another 10. 702 equipped. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you look forward to the next one.
My thanks for your patronage.
Let's see, last time we did a 6 and it was still pretty comfortable. Barely had to heal. We should be more than capable of doing a 6. Maybe even jump in here into a cheeky 7, you know. This is all score. Be surprised if I get accepted, but it doesn't seem like there's many people on in the first place. Kind of because of Legion Remix. I expect to get invited to this one. I don't think we've done holes on this yet either, so this will be kind of experimental. I don't know what's more important to dispel in this, if it's the thing that are on my DPS or the one that goes on the tank. Maybe to begin with, I always dispel the DPS, because the tank should have cooldowns at the start, like rolling, because he's not going to survive if he doesn't press his defensives anyway. As for the bosses, I don't think any of them are too bad. I was thinking about it the other day. I don't think this weapon's going to sell as a one-hander. Obviously, it's easier to get a two-hander and just not think about it at that item level. Gonna expect him to do the risky pull because, oh, perfect. Should passively heal him from that. Nice. I wish he didn't juke my kick, but at least he kicked it afterwards. It seems that tank debuff is only scarier when it gets to like 8-9 stacks. Dispel him or myself. I'll get rid of these. I can't tell if the tanks are actually using his buttons or not. At least he's living. That's all I can ask for, I guess. Oh, I was so late on healing there. Not being prepared for that thrash is definitely the worst thing I can do. We'll try and break that habit. I need to press my cooldowns way more. Okay, all of the bosses do like AoE then. I can get these. They're gonna walk through stuff. He got feared, I dispelled it. Wait, so that means when I've seen people get feared in this fight, he could have been dispelled. No. It's like you tried to drag it to me there. If we're going this way, I have no idea how these mobs up here work. I just know they hurt. Oh. Actually, these do giga damage as well. I know these little dudes do a lot. So I'm just gonna pre-convoke. It's this chick that I don't know what she does. Ah, that's not smart. He's gonna have a lot of damage going on him. A little scary for a second, but it's completely fine. I hope I got them all. That should reach. Yeah, lovely. 2 mobs to kick in here. Oh, okay. Fight's definitely not that bad, but I might be like grossly outgearing things. I'm just relatively prepared. Or it just doesn't deal that much damage. Everyone takes damage during this, I know that much. Okay, so display of powers where we take damage. Thought it was just the ads that slap people, but it's the debuff apparently. So hard when people don't soak it. Easy money. Still felt ridiculously easy, but that's a good bit of score. We didn't have that dungeon. There really have been no keys since Remix. This is gross. I feel like I could heal a 10. If we could get into this key, that'd be insane. But they shouldn't invite me. Just want to play, man. I don't think 7's out of question. Let's go. Plenty geared. Alright, let's go. This tank might be pretty good. They +3 the dungeons that they have done. Because DHs generally you don't need to heal them that much as long as there's something for them to hit in front of them. Kind of like a DK, but no resource needed. Yeah, he's good. I didn't have to heal much at all. Really doesn't do that much damage at this level. Just need to somewhat be awake. Yeah, this tank's actually playing properly. This is amazing. His health bar's not moving. I don't have to do anything to him. Kind of person you'd want to add. Nice. I should throw them a hot before that too. Got all the heals in the world ready. We did good damage that boss too. That was just 2 targets. Good thing it's low key, that should have killed me. I can convoke. Oh, I didn't cancel bear. That's not ideal. I have to heal now. We're going to do the divers. So the tank does know that these are good percent. He is definitely experienced. Man, it could go on me for once, that'd be lovely. He's definitely a lot higher rated than this, that or he's just never tried to do keys, but this tank is really good. Nice lay on hands. Easy stuff. That was the only reasonably hard part in here. Nice helmet. Easy stuff. That's our first 7 timed. Actually, can I upgrade the weapon? That's already maxed. I should max out helmet, chest, and legs, and then trinkets. Go up a little bit at least. And we did good damage in there too. But that was just because I didn't have to heal the tank that much. Ecodome 7, let's go. This shouldn't be too bad as long as they don't stand in stuff, but we'll see. Oh, 4 stacks. I'm just gonna convoke. Oh, yeah, he missed. Nice. What are these placements back here? And almost did the same as a tank there. That's not bad. Given it is a Guardian Druid, but it's still not bad. Oh my god, I can't cast. I couldn't cast. What am I supposed to do there? What am I supposed to do? Because one puts a puddle on the floor and so does the other. So I'm just stuck with puddles on the floor. I guess I have to pre-trank that. Oh wait, I did. Oh god. Yeah, I guess I have to convoke as well there because I couldn't cast. That was cooked. You can definitely still pre-AMS it. This is an interesting pack to grab. Usually we go up there. This tank knows what they're doing too. They just think they're not pressing a defensive on the way in, which is why their health spikes at the start. See how he's fine now? And I haven't done anything. Pretty sure that's why. Which is a very bad habit, because I think everything except Druid you'll kind of get deleted, especially when you don't have any Ironbark stacks yet. Nice, all of them got the mechanic right. Easy stuff. Oh, we got some shoulders. He probably needs them. Yeah, he needs them. Got 24 crests now. I think we need like 90 total because we got the like expander crafting. Yeah, it's 30 more. Maybe we do something higher. 8 streets. I doubt they'll accept because I haven't done a streets. Kind of scared of Priory because there's a lot of casts in there and I know they hurt even on low keys. Let's go. 8 streets. It's going to be an insane score. We have it on a 0. Oh my god, finally. I just sat there and watched brain rot while staring at the screen, hoping it get filled. Okay, good. This tank does normally tank. They +2'd everything they've done. Good sign. Just honestly been real lucky that all my tanks have just known how to tank. Let's go. Everyone's got the gear. Should be a super cruisy run. Maybe if he doesn't do that, actually. That is the one thing that might kill us. He said he wants to pull the whole room, so... 'cause that's 3 casters. It's definitely taken a bit of a beating, but we're deleting this pack. Easy stuff. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. I did have HOTS on him there. He just didn't take damage. We're in for another really easy ride if he's going to keep that up. I know 2 people get disarmed here. Those 2. Oh, I had to convoke to break it. Jeez. But at least it worked. That's like the only scary boss in here. Kind of. He's doing the jump tech, which is lovely. Oh, mini boss? With 2 casters. Oh yeah, that one hurts a lot still, even in lower keys. So I definitely want to try and wall someone there. Dispel him, wall myself. Been a bear. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I was a little slow there, but it works. I can't tell if he's being funny or not. 0.6% short, unfortunate. I've never used the drums, so this is going to be interesting. Oh god, this is weird. Okay, at least it's easier than the DPS one to a degree, especially if you add this bound. Okay, I got my stack, I think. Oh, I didn't. That's BS. Okay, I did get it. It only gives me a little bit. That's cooked. Okay, I think I just have to be ready to heal there. I can't really, like, pre-hot. Nice, we all avoided it. Yeah, they made that real difficult to heal. Oh, nice, ring. It's got lots of haste on it, too. That'll replace Signet. Sure. What did they get? Okay, Arakara, let's go. Easy 10. Don't need flasks in a 10. Oh, we're going all the way. Maybe? No, we're not. That's good. But he doesn't trust me. It's like I haven't had to heal anything. Oh, he stood in it. Yeah, we're big chillin'. I couldn't save that. Still didn't use mana. Okay, I definitely got to trank the next. That hurt way more than I thought. Oh god, I don't have it. Okay, that was scary not having trank. I gotta do both, holy. This is not a good route, by the way, because there's so much less percent on this side. Oh, what? Oh, 2 bolts, of which I had a kick, damn it. I was busy looking over here. I guess I have to wall. It's the minis, right? They're just charging at me endlessly. And I should have walled. Oh, this is good information at least. Stuff starts hurting here. Not a lot, but it does start hurting. Yeah, I can't save 8 stacks. I definitely have to regrowth and then life bloom as well. 10 minutes for this room, we should be chilling. We got lust as well. Did we get the other flyers? No. They just folded on the last fight, man. That's so unfortunate. Please kill it, it's 1%. There you go. Probably not. Too many deaths. Oh, I'm dumb. I just let him have 20 stacks the whole time. Down with a weekly key. Good effort. And it's actually reset day. The day after reset day because I was busy yesterday. But I went and just finished off the 5 time walking. So we get a free, I believe, normal tier raid piece. So we'll see what we get. If we get Lumithars, we're happy. That's a really, really good ring, but I don't think I put it on. Let's go check out our vault. We did 1+10 and all 3 slots of LFR. So we've got a good chance of getting a trinket, Lumithars specifically. Otherwise, we'll probably go the Mythic track piece. We did get a trinket. I don't know how good these trinkets are for healers, especially without the second half. Otherwise, we got Soleil's on Myth track, which actually, I think I just default to the trinket, right? Because I'm not even using Lily, like my second on use. It's a Mythic track trinket, which pretty damn good, and I can literally choose the secondary stat that it gives, as well as a bunch of main stat more than this one, and it would mean I'd actually use the second trinket. Not bad vault. I feel like a lot of people are probably roundabout done with Legion Remix, but we'll see. Yeah, 7 and above. I think we do 7s. It didn't feel difficult in the slightest. The one thing that my friend told me a little trick. Yeah, it removes all the advertising ones. It's very nice. So if you set the minimum Mythic plus rating to anything, it should work. The one big important thing, obviously I finished editing the first 2 episodes by this point. One thing that I noticed, particularly in that Arakara, I think on certain pulls and in certain dungeons, especially if I don't have the gear to like out heal it, you would have noticed in Arakara I'd use a cooldown and then go straight into cat. And I just kept doing that because it kept working. I think in some scenarios I should just keep healing during that, because people were dying in Arakara through my cooldowns, which maybe they weren't using anything. Use cooldowns and then like see if people are still taking damage afterwards. And number 2, for some reason I don't press my own defensive. No idea why. And I'm usually really good at actually using my defensives. So we're gonna try and do better at that today. Maybe go straight to 10s. Okay, there's a lot more 10s. I feel like Gambit's pretty easy, right? I don't know if they'll accept me because it just looks like I've failed 110 Arakara, right? Oh, and use the defensive cooldowns more. That's a 3200 tank. Very overqualified. So maybe he'll take me. We'll see though. Maybe I'm reaching too high. 10 Gambit? Let's go. Is that the geared one? It is. Does that mean we're carrying someone as well? Or are they just carrying me? Just carrying me. Okay, we take those. Why'd I get taken over this? Better geared and better score preservation evoker in there. Gambit 10. It shouldn't be that bad because it's not that hard of a dungeon to heal. But this would be a good way to start. If we time this 10, that'd look really good for score. Oh yeah, I should swap this back as well because I was doing time walking. This is a very overqualified group. Right, let's go. This should be pretty cruisy. I don't know why I got in here. Also, I didn't press my cooldowns again. Definitely should have done that at the start. Yeah, we do heaps of healing for this. I didn't even have to do anything. Oh, it's an Orb week. This is kind of a joke. I've got nothing to heal here. Yeah, genuinely didn't want to carry, but this was actually the first group that accepted. So, I'll take it. Saves me trying to sit in queue forever. Try to keep it away as best I can. Oh, Tank's actually doing it. Alright. Let's just get out rejuves while I can't stand still. Kind of just gotta babysit the orb. Like, I can just chill most this time. As usual, just iron bark my tank. I was actually going up to get the time save as well. This group is so overqualified. Just lots of damage going out here, just heal. It's one of those moments. Of course bolts are gonna go off, so I just heal. I can just leave it on the tank here. Just gonna trank. Gimme! What is the tank doing, man? Did he die to cannon or did I let him die? He exploded. Okay, so that's why you dispel. So I was like, oh, it surely won't kill him with the debuff, right? Just explodes if you let it go off. Good to know. Oh, what? I could have sworn I was off to the right. Why? Why do that to me? Hunters have done that twice now. And this one's experienced. GG's. Definitely feel like I got carried there. I didn't have to heal anything. Oh no, some boots. Off to the next key, I guess. Hopefully help us get into some other keys with a 10 times. It's fair if they're hesitant, because I usually see someone that's got 110, and I'm like, ah, that's boosted, but I've actually done the other keys and leveled them, as you can see, because 2, 5, 7, 8, 10. It looks like I'm not boosted. Oh, perfect. Okay. Dawn's a little scary, but we'll see. And yeah, I would have been really quiet all that dungeon because nothing really happened. Nothing worth, like, reacting to, I guess. But this group's also pretty damn geared. I'm expecting another relatively cruisy run, but I know there's, like, actual stuff that a healer needs to do in this dungeon. His boots are way too big. Did we +2 that? We did. +3 to... Damn. How much damage do they do? Oh, not even that much. Surely Hunter has haste. Crit! Okay, there'll definitely be a lot more to do here. Although everyone in here is quite experienced again. Oh, if a bolt went off there, I'm toast. Let's chuck that on them. Use my defensive in case something goes on me while I'm healing. Again, I'll have to do this mechanic. Oh, I popped the defensive, nice. You can see the green around him. So it's good though, this is what I want, like, learn. Alright, I gotta be careful with cooldowns here, but still be sure to use them. And again, I might have to heal after using the button too. We've got 2 range though, it should go on them, right? Burning Shadows. Get rid of that, Convoke. Okay, it still does go on me, even if there's 2 range. Yeah, I definitely still have to heal through it. That's what I was talking about before. Oh, please don't fly away yet. Because it still will kill you, or will still have the debuff essentially, even if they fly away. Bait it over here, if I can. Hey, it went on me, let's go. Because yeah, for some reason I count as a ranged. Oh, he only got 2. Okay. We're starting to actually use mana now. This is good, this is what I wanted. Because I want to have to actually look at the resource, essentially. Over like, just never having to think about mana. Yeah, it may seem like I'm not healing a lot. There's just nothing to heal. Life Bloom myself, Convoke. Nice and easy. Who got it? It must have been the warrior again. I just got 1 tapped. Please don't pull that back. Oh. Well, I get to die now. I didn't even pull it, man. It was the hunter. That's rude. Why do I have to die for that? I think with Rejuve, I was wondering when you press it, because it feels like regrowth is just a better option in every way. I think you're supposed to press it when you have to move in keys. Might be wrong there though. I love tanks that know how to play the game. It's so easy. It's how it should be, funnily enough. The tank largely supports himself. Let's just start regrowthing. Oh, come on. The tank just decided to not move. That's lovely, man. I guess that's my bad, but I thought he'd move at least a little bit, because he can always leap back. It's not a problem. I thought Trank would heal enough. Because, yeah, it makes no sense with, like, the warrior doing our most... Warrior and in hit. There's 3 melee in this group. He should just get knocked away and leap back. And the reason I got up... Obviously, I knew the bowl was coming. I got up to try and heal at least them, so they survived. Okay, it's on me and him. Bro, I just died. Why did it go on the hunter again? That's not fair. I'll have to figure that out, because mob apparently just destroys people. And this one, I remember, I have to sit there and heal, because it hurts too much. Ow. I'm actually having to heal now, though. Again, this is what I wanted. I wanted to have to use mana. and actively think about it. But yeah, we'll have to figure out that tormenting mob. Maybe I don't ironbark other people there? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure out that tormenting mob. It's good knowledge, because the gambit we have to dispel, so you can't get super greedy and just leave it on someone. They will die from the explosion itself. And in here, I guess just always have a defensive for tormenting on me, because I can't sit in bed during it because I have to heal the other person. Also, we got 2k there. That's funny. Didn't feel like we got 2k, but yeah, it's 2k already. I'm glad I did those keys, because we learned something in both. And again, the healing may seem crap, like my overall. I just didn't have to heal that much. I do like that my mana was actually going down though. Let's keep looking for 7 to 10, so hopefully we can get a crafted weapon today. I think we only need one more key to do it. Maybe I don't run Ysera's gift, because I wanted... Oh, nice. Because I wanted Ysera's gift just because it was a button I didn't have to think about pressing. So maybe I run 2 stacks of Nature's Swiftness instead, because it has saved people, and it probably would have saved me in that key as well, because it's another like panic heal. Resto Druid, it's like its weakest point is we have no way to stop mess ups. Swiftness can kind of do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I think that's a good idea. And obviously Ysera's not doing all that much, because any hit does more than Ysera's from any mob on any difficulty. I do kind of want a tank that's my experience, if that makes sense. Because at the moment, we've just been joining people that are like way more geared. Maybe tanks do know how to press the buttons at this level. Because I figured out Monk roughly around like 11s and 10s. Still figuring out Resto, because it's just been so strong before this that I just haven't had to think about any of it. Okay, just gonna convoke here. That would have been a good time to, yep, like this. Okay, one of them got stopped. Oh, we got a 3rd Gorger. Oh god. We got a 3rd Gorger. That's fantastic. I'm dead. That's 4 stacks of the Gorger. Well, not 4 stacks of Gorger, 4 stacks of the cast. So no one kicked. I should have pressed bark. I don't know why I don't press bark skin on this character. Well, don't press my defensive on this character. I really don't. Tank. God. See, this is, again, it may seem brutal, right? But this is what I wanted. I much prefer this, because it's so much better to learn from this than something else, like a steamroll, for example. But I might just be a masochist. I prefer this. So yeah, I'm gonna try and save Iron Bark and Bark Skin for myself. I think that's the best way to go about it, because I don't think they need my help that bad with Iron Bark. Unless we were in comms and it's like, yeah, this person's going to die at this point. I wish I had Trank right now. I'm just gonna start spamming them out. I think it did okay. I'm learning though. I love this. I love learning. This is bad. Sir, you need to stop for a second. And I'm about to get deleted. Tank, I swear to God. So again, not worried about him pulling here as long as he doesn't flop. She might. Jeez, Tank. Okay. Oh my god. They actively run away from you at times, I feel like. Prefer this over things constantly going smooth, because there's so much more to learn from this than, like, hard carries, essentially. Can I meld that? Nope. I... was worth a shot, at least. Please break me out! No one broke me out, man. Look at this. Okay, at least we got it. But that was terrible. They just didn't hit my spear. Hell yeah, I got gummy bears on the way. Apparently they're really nice. Love me some gummy bears. Oh, where are we going? Okay. Interesting pull. Oh, thank you. Man's addicted to pulling casters, because we really don't need like 2-3 casters in every pack. Little stressful. Prefer this over the carries. Absolutely prefer this. He should, yeah, I was gonna say he should get off the mount, my man. Is he supposed to have mainly leech healing? I feel like his souls should be the most and soul cleave, but he's doing fine, I guess. I think double nature swiftness was the way to go, because it saved people so many times here. I have to spam him hard. I know these two hurt a lot. Oh, I forgot my debuff. Oh god. Why didn't mine go off? That was weird. How did I avoid it? Because I definitely didn't get mine. Jeez. That was good though. I learned so much in that dungeon, and it felt like I actually had to heal him. Oh nice, chest piece. That felt more like a real dungeon. I should go craft my weapon actually, because that'll be very, very, very good. Oh, we actually got someone. 3,500 is pretty generous. We'll take it. And it's the only person that said it anyway. Oh, sweet. That'll be really useful. And now we can enchant it too. Yeah, I'm gonna assume I go with Radiance, just because I'm low score, or low item level, because it gives primary stat and a proc of damage. Because otherwise, I think you would go the haste one, guaranteed. But it's been a pretty efficient day. We got 697 item level with our first fully crafted piece being a weapon, of course. And we got a bunch of 10s done. Actually got up to 2,000 score as well. Still gotta go do a priory in general. And looking forward to playing more, honestly. So, hope you guys are enjoying the series. Oh, and we got our first vault. It's pretty good. Yo, welcome back. This is essentially the next day immediately after those LFR runs where we actually got 2-piece, which is insanely useful because this proc of damage is actually doing pretty good. As you can see, it's about 4% of the damage. The only thing you guys have really missed, obviously, I made a fit, probably do that, and I filled out the tier 8 delves, just so we have all 3 of them. Obviously, we got the LFR, and today we're going to work on the center row 2s, essentially, until we can get into some higher keys. I want to try and get into a 10 this week, but that might be a bit of a stretch. We'll see how it goes. I do vaguely know the routes, 647, but I promise I'm not brain dead. I have the portal from Prees. Okay, alright, there we go. 2 priory. Honestly, one of the scariest dungeons to do. There's a few mobs in here that can heal to full if you don't move. I'll be very interested to see how I survive and if I can keep... Yo, welcome back. This is essentially the next day immediately after to normal. So it took so much damage at all times.
folks, welcome back to the next episode and whatever the heck this podcast name is. I'm actually going to talk about that here in a second too, but we're going to get the ball rolling. We have literally, and I'm not just saying this because they're kind enough to be here today, we have literally 3 of the best healers in the game with us today, and we're going to be picking their brains and asking them a billion different questions about healing at midnight and whatnot. But here we are. We are going to be shifting from damage as we have the past couple of episodes to healing, and I'm excited. We're going to be talking about what's changing, what's improving, maybe some excitement in the air about healing at midnight. Who knows? These guys have the right idea. They have the opinions that matter in this case. So we're going to start by introducing everyone, or rather we're going to have them introduce themselves, and we're going to start with Mr. Automatic Jack. You guys might have heard of him before. He's been playing the game for a long time, doing a lot of things related to Priest, among many others. Other than, I guess, Druid? Do you not play Druid? Is that right?
I've been playing Druid more, but that was like the one that I would like not play for the longest time. But in a Dragonflight, I did like a 0 to Hero series with it, with like no add-ons. Recently, I did like an Undercover series pretty quick for it to get all like 12s done. So, but I play everything. Main Priest for over a decade, something along those lines. Commentated Race to World First, commentated all kinds of esports stuff, and make lots of videos.
Yeah, you do. I just noticed you're in your new apartment, right?
Yeah, I moved like a month ago. I still got some more stuff I gotta set up, but the posters are getting there at least.
Nice, nice. I count 4. It's a good start.
Yeah, well, I have like 40 of them or something ridiculous, but I'm trying to like put up less, you know. So I have like
Less is
2 more that I ordered. So it'll be like 6, and then I need to get a bookshelf. So there's like some home decor.
Thank you so much for being here, man. Real quick, for those of you who don't know, of course, our names underneath our webcams. That's everyone's Twitch location on Twitch, and in the YouTube description below, you'll find Twitter links, YouTube links, all that stuff. Please, I'm going to say this multiple times in the show, follow these guys, subscribe to these guys, listen to these guys. They're kind of good at the game. Elsmere, speaking of being good at the game, thanks for being here today, man. Holy Paladin Extraordinaire. Wingsup.com, is that correct? Is that the right URL?
Yeah.
Oh man, tell everyone what you're about,
At least for
buddy.
now.
Oh, what do you mean at least for now? What does that mean?
I don't know. We'll see how HPAL shapes up in midnight.
Ooh.
I'll try to remain optimistic.
I'll remain optimistic for you. We have a lot to talk about with HPAL. My God. All right, tell everyone who the heck you are, what you're about, what's going on, man.
I'm Ellismere, and I play a lot of Holy Pally, except in the last 2 weeks where I've been playing a lot of Vigor and Fellowship. I love Mythic Plus. That's like my favorite thing in WoW, but I'm also going to become a world-renowned house builder come midnight. So
yeah.
Very excited for that.
Oh yeah, my
don't know
wife...
if I can rival Meg's cows though.
I've been loving watching your Twitters all week, and every day there's a new cow tweet from Meg. It's ridiculous. And speaking of Meg, thank you for being here. We were talking a lot before the show. You seem to be an extremely pleasant person with a great disposition. Introduce yourselves. I think people are going to really like you today. What's going on, Meg?
Thank you. My name is Megasat, or Meg is usually just what I end up going by. I like posting cows on Twitter, but my job is Mythic Plus, usually as a Mistweaver. I've been experimenting with Windwalker a little bit, but neither of them are particularly stellar at the moment, so mostly Mistweaver, mostly keys, but I do raid as well.
Yeah, and you've been playing Mistweaver, specifically Mistweaver, for the past few years, is that correct?
Yeah, consistently since Shadowlands, early Shadowlands.
And you run the website Way of the Crane, correct?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
That's
and
the guide and all the fun stuff.
Right. So Wings is up, Way of the Crane. Make sure you guys go check out those websites if you want to know about HPAL and Mistweaver. But thank you guys again for being here. We're going to start a little icebreaker, as any good show does, of course. And we're going to ask you guys, Jack, I'm starting with you. I want to know one boss, one dungeon, perfectly it captures what you love or even hate about healing. What springs to mind?
Does it have to be a dungeon boss, or it could be a raid boss?
Man, it can be whatever the heck you want. You're healing everything, so dungeons, raids, whatever.
Oh man, one of my favorite fights to heal of all time. Probably Nazoth would be probably pretty high on my list. One of the best fights, I think. They, I remember in PTR for N'Zoth, there was a moment where the boss was like turned 90 degrees and you would like fall down into the platform and stuff on accident. And you would see like the underside of N'Zoth. But there are a whole bunch of like weird things going on with it in testing, but it dealt like no damage in PTR, and they like quadrupled the rot damage, the ticking damage of the fight, and it was a constant attrition battle to heal through it. Made it one of my favorite fights to heal of all time. Really cool, just like epic looking boss, lots to do, and you know, just a lot of different ways that you got like rewarded for like good positioning too. Because I think that's always the struggle on a lot of boss fights playing Priest, is like, how do you position yourself properly, not have to rely on other people for mobility like you have to on like Dimensius, for example. But just a fun boss, fun to heal, lots of constant damage to heal up.
I was playing, I'm sorry, I have to talk about DPS for a quick second. I was playing Hunter during Mythic N'Zoth, and I remember specifically having to place my pets at locations for maximum damage. That fight brings back a lot of good memories for me too. Meg, I'm shifting to you. Elsmere, I'll get you. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Meg, favorite raid encounter, dungeon encounter, whatever it may be for healing, or the one you hate the most as well, whatever you want.
My objective is to serve you.
There's plenty that I hate. There's probably too many to go over. I think my favorite recently was the last boss of Galakron's Fall.
Oh wow.
Partially because it was, I mean, healing the NPC was kind of like not the best, because I know that the UI doesn't really give you any tools for that. But I did like, specifically because Mistweaver could abuse our tier set at the time through the NPC, and it allowed for creativity, and that's part of what I like about healing in general. So it was nice to be able to take advantage of that.
UI not giving you what you need. Oh, we might circle back around to that in a few minutes. We may. Elsmere, give me something you love, something you hate about healing, specific encounter. What springs to mind?
My favorite encounter healing was probably second to last boss of Sepulchre. I don't remember what the name of it was.
Ragalon?
But yeah, Ragalon. The target selection on that fight was immensely important, and it really separated healers in like cutting edge Mythic, when you knew exactly, like, every single global you had to pick the right person to heal. And that's my favorite thing about healing is target selection, which is part of the reason I'm so like against like Avenging Crusader builds for HPAL and stuff like that, is just because I love target selection as a healer, and that fight was kind of like the pinnacle of target selection in cutting edge environments, at least from what I remember. But that's just from a healer perspective. Mechanically, it's probably like some fight in Black Rock Foundry, because that raid was just so amazing. Or Nighthold, yes. One or the other.
Oh my goodness. I have so many good memories of BRF. Oof. Go ahead.
Were you playing Pally, Elsmere, for Ragalon?
Yes.
Holy Priest? Okay.
No, I was Pally.
Okay, we had 3 Holy Priests with flash concentration on that fight.
Holy.
Lot of target selection, lots of it.
That is sick.
Yep.
Real quick for chat, as you guys as you jump in, feel free to sprinkle in any questions you want me to ask these guys. Use the command question followed by your actual question. It'll pop up on my end, and if we have time, if it makes sense, I'll happily ask them. I'll be mentioning that throughout the show. No big plans for after show today, by the way. I might just hang around for a little bit. My wife was gonna sit down, but she actually wound up getting busy with our daughter, going to a birthday party, so you're just stuck with me today. Apologies. But and real quick, the podcast, as mentioned, still does not have a name. I've had multiple people drop names, Discord, Twitter, YouTube comments. A few of the highlights, and I don't think I'm gonna name them, any of these, would be like my favorite WoW podcast or the best WoW podcast. That way, anytime Google's the best WoW podcast, mine would pop up. That's a top contender. Someone mentioned WoW, that's brutal. Not bad. My favorite, and I would never name it this, is the Potty B instead of the Potty C. That's hilarious. There's the Brutally Honest podcast, the Brutal Breakdown, but still no name locked down yet. So if you guys have any recommendations on podcast names, leave a comment below. All right, we're going to be jumping right into the first big topic, the state of healing in Midnight. And we're going to be starting with Meg. Mega Meg over here. I want to know, Meg, in your mind, what immediately stands out compared to healing, and in relation to comparing it to the War Within's philosophy on healing? Is there different levels of encounter damage? Is there different class feel? All of the above, I suspect. What jumps out to you?
A bit of all the above. We have done the we're slowing down healing song and dance like 3 times now, I think, and we always end up right back where we are now in the War Within, where it's just super jumpy health bars, and you're pretty reliant on DPS using their defenses, and you know, it's like kind of not as bad as it has been in the past, but one shot or near one shot area where there's only so much you can do as a healer. But again, I think they said it like 3 times total of we're trying to slow down healing and make it less jumpy. So do I agree that that's something that should happen? Yeah. Do I think that it's gonna last very long? Probably not.
Right. I mean, that's the question that springs to my mind. As you've already established, this is the same song and dance, right? Like, you know, things speed up as the expansion unfolds, and then we try to scale it back and slow it down, or Blizzard does, I should say. Is there, I mean, again, not that any of us are game developers to my knowledge, but do you think there's a better way? Is there something else that could be done to make healing less spiky, less jumpy as the expansion unfolds? Anyone have a response to that? Jack, Ellesmere?
I think this is all part of sort of the cycle that happens over time, because healing isn't on an island. Basically, when it comes to like their class design, it goes like hand in hand with how they're increasing everybody's power, but it's a lot more difficult with healing, because if damage dealers are more powerful, then you could just make the mob HP larger or something like that. For healers, our strength is relative to how quickly we can push a health bar up. And so the class designers design us to be, you know, faster, slower to push up a health bar, and counter designers look at how quickly we can top off a health bar, then they make the damage spikier. And so, like, yeah, it is the same old song and dance, but it goes hand in hand with them getting rid of borrowed power, and instead we're back to where we were like a decade ago, basically, where we're approaching our like Warlords of Draenor moment, where they're doing a whole bunch of pruning, because back in Mist Pandaria, there was a crazy amount of bloat, crazy amount of cooldowns, player power, Dispriest at the end of Mist Pandaria. You could basically shield the entire raid, and then a big damage event would go out, and health bars would not move. They just like, their shields were so powerful. And that plus like Holy Pally Illuminated Healing, which was their old mastery, which made absorbs. Disc Priest's crit made absorbs. So like you didn't see health bars jump that much at that height of power because so many absorption effects were in the mix. But basically going into WoD, they did a whole bunch of pruning and massively slowed things down. Since we're not in the borrowed power stage, we're kind of going back into the vicious cycle stage where players get really powerful. There's a lot of bloat, like Dragonflight with the new talents, into War Within with the hero talents. We're like ultra powerful. Now they have to prune, and that's what they're kind of doing in Midnight. So they're kind of just attacking a bunch of the symptoms, and I don't think, unless they go back to like borrowed power, I think we're just going to be in a vicious cycle of like power creep the classes, then prune the classes, power creep the classes, then prune the classes.
Ellesmere, do you think that would you call these changes, you know, being implemented in Midnight, the stuff that we're talking about the past couple minutes, do you think this is more refinement or reinvention? Is there like some kind of clear signal or direction that Blizzard's taking things in?
It's definitely more refinement, but it's a bit of both, right? Because in order to prune classes so significantly, you can't just like cut stuff out and then that's it, and then you're just like good. You have to also reinvent it so that it works well and flows well, and there's a good feel to the specs and to combat in general, with less buttons being pressed and with you know, more minimalistic rotations. Which I think is absolutely possible, and honestly I don't really get the whole fear and outrage over class pruning, because I do think that there's a ton of bloat in this game, and I do think that specs will still have plenty of skill expression and plenty of unique interactions and stuff that you'll have to look for, and ways to min-max your rotations and stuff like that, even with all the pruning. So I do think that there's a bit of an overreaction from the community from that, although that's also to be expected, right? Because everybody did the same thing back in WoD. You know, everybody reacted the same way, and so there's always going to be pushback when they do stuff like this. Obviously enhanced with all the tinfoil hat conspiracy theories on console gaming and stuff like that. But I think that overall this will be, like, the class pruning is something that had to happen. Do I agree with all the ways that they are pruning the specs? Absolutely not. I do think that they're making mistakes for a lot of specs, but the general philosophy, I think, is correct.
I was going to jump in on the healer interrupt thing, Ellesmere. I was like, oh, glad you're fine with the healer interrupts being gone.
Well, like I said, not everything I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
While you were talking, Ellesmere, I pulled up that something that looks like Red X303 on YouTube made this little infographic sheet about a month ago. And Jack, I'm looking at it here, and I'm seeing a bunch of red X's across a bunch of skills, abilities, talents from Holy Priest specifically. And we're talking about pruning, that's why I pulled this up. Why is Holy Priest apparently losing everything? This is a lot of stuff. What is this?
So, a lot of the pruning getting done, just in general, are like paring down a lot of active abilities which didn't have much of a place. So on the graphic, you see Renew gets removed, Heal gets removed. So Renew, for the last time that Renew was worth casting was Warlords of Draenor. And then from Warlords of Draenor to present day, they had to make a specific talent called Empowered Renew to actually make it worth casting. But ever since that, it was an active button that was just not worth the GCD, and it was like the total noob trap. So they got rid of that talent, and they just made all the Renew healing passive. So like, they kind of got rid of a button that, in most cases, you should not have been pressing anyway until they had added that Empowered Renew. With a lot of specs, they got rid of extra single target heals. They got rid of, was it Healing Surge, but they kept Healing Wave. So they got rid of Heal for Holy Priest, but kept like Flash Heal. And it's just kind of like extra button that didn't really do much. Power Word Life was like a strong heal, but only if somebody's really low HP. And that was like a tough one to time. Shadow Fiend, Shadow Word Pain, Divine Star, they made Halo only for Archon. They just pared down a bunch of abilities that were very situational in terms of when you could actually utilize them. One that was like actually a big loss was like Symbol of Hope. But I think what happens with pruning for everybody is there's probably, I don't know, over 50% of the pruning, a lot of people will be like, yeah, I didn't need this, I didn't need that. And then there's always going to be at least one or two things that people are going to miss. And I'm kind of fine with that. Obviously losing Symbol sucks, but at the same time, I'm like, it's worth it if everybody is also kind of losing certain things or have to give up certain abilities just to kind of slow the overall environment down. Because what Symbol did was it gave you your personal defensives back. The better your personal defensives are, the more they're going to make tons of spike damage to force you to use those abilities. So I think it kind of helps the overall like macro environment of healing by having less tools for encounter designers to have to design the game around.
To deal with. Yeah, Meg, I'm looking at the infographic here, and it looks like you're losing Crackling Jade Lightning. Is it Chi Burst? Is that what that is? That purple icon?
Chi Burst, yeah.
And then what's that first one that I don't remember what that is? Enveloping Mist?
That one's Expel Harm. And
Okay,
we
Expel Harm.
didn't lose Crackling Jade. We lost the talent that made it a cooldown that we were actually
Gotcha.
talking about before
The
this.
one
So
where
that
it's- yeah, okay,
has been
gotcha.
reworked.
Gotcha. So it looks like Mistweaver didn't get hit hard at all, but I'm going to speak somewhat ignorantly here. Just a real quick recap for everyone. I came back to the game about 2 months ago. I've decided to main a healer going into midnight. I've been playing all 6 classes. I find Mistweaver to be extremely easy to jump into. I'm not going to say it's simple. That's not what I mean to imply whatsoever. But I was like, okay, I can just punch and kick, and then I vivify, and I do this, and I do that, and it just kind of felt very, very enjoyable and easy to get the basics under control. Do you think that's why they've been pruned so little? Is because it's just, okay, let's just get in there and start punching and kicking, and the rest can just be figured out as you go?
We got... So not everything is listed there. We did get a lot of significant changes. The active abilities that we lost were Chi Burst, which was pretty much only used to reset Jadefire Stomp, which has the passive, or the active has been removed, but it works through a new talent called Emperor's Elixir, which when you use your Thunder Focus Tea with Rising Sun Kick, it'll spit out a Jadefire Stomp. So it's not like a stand in it and dance around the visual anymore. It's just, it does damage, it does healing, that's it. The things that we lost, like Expel Harm, we lost Diffuse Magic as well, that's not on there. But I find those to be more defensive pruning, which everyone got, versus like actual spell pruning, because Expel Harm was just a large self-heal or a shield if used with Thunder Focus Tea, and then Diffuse is gone as well. So we didn't lose a ton. I think we actually got off pretty easy on the whole pruning thing, and I expected to see more disappear from us, because we do have a lot of buttons.
I was about to say, do you want more to be pruned?
No, I don't. I'm pretty happy with where we're at.
I appreciate the pause. That was good.
Yeah, I like the amount of buttons that we have. I don't feel like getting rid of any of them would benefit the spec.
Sure.
Like, we have to pick between Shaylens and we have to pick between Vivify, but that seems pretty clearly split between Vivify being your raid button and Shaylen's Gift being your key button, just because of the target scaling that each of them have. So that's kind of been our tuning knob that we've been given to help make Vivify less terrible, because it's not pressed in live right now.
Gotcha.
Not really in
Elsmere,
keys, so.
Is this Blessing of Seasons? Is that correct, Elsmere? Is that the one I see being pruned, or one of the ones I see being pruned?
Correct.
Is that good or bad in your opinion? Because I find myself never using it because I'm just so new to the spec right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, I don't even know why that got added to talents in the first place. Nobody liked that button. That was like everyone's least favorite covenant, and I was pretty shocked when I saw. The weird thing, they added that, and they added Of Dusk and Dawn, which were like the least favorite legendary and the least favorite covenant, and they're like, let's make these talents the capstones. And I was like, okay, and it didn't work out great, and so I'm glad to see that gone, and I'm actually glad to see Of Dusk and Dawn completely gone in its current form. So good changes on that front.
Good. Yeah, I'm again super new to Jack. I was playing Holy Priest earlier this week, and I had such a hard time with it for some reason, and I just swapped a disc and I haven't jumped into it yet. But I'm not good at anything as of now. But I find myself really enjoying Holy Paladin and Mistweaver Monk. And Priest, I just haven't found my footing yet, man. What do you think, disc or Holy for a newbie?
Definitely Holy. With the changes they're making, a lot of. Well, you just gotta read better guides, I guess. Guide writers gotta do a better job for you, make it easier. They've done a really good job, I think, with Holy Priests for the changes of like folding a lot of abilities into each other and kind of combining a lot of effects. So, and that's one thing I like broadly with a lot of the pruning that they've done is like you might have to press like 2 buttons in like one after another to use your abilities in War Within, but now you just press 1 and it does the exact same thing. So it's a lot of like not only pruning for less abilities, but also just kind of streamlining. And Holy Priest is like very streamlined going into midnight. And they also added some talents that are really nice where you can give up Sanctify, your AoE Holy Word, and in return, your single target Holy Word does more healing and also cleaves 4 allies. So it's like a really good 5-man buff to allow you to just improve your single target healing.
Meg, you had mentioned the UI earlier, and this will not be the only time we talk about it, but do you think that any of the new visuals that you're aware of so far, anything related to the UI with it being cleaned up and trimmed back, do you think that's going to make healing clearer or just simpler or something else altogether? Harder?
It makes it different, that's for sure. I don't know if simple is necessarily better. I do think that it's simpler, but I don't know if that's going to benefit us in the long run. There's a lot of things that I like to see on frames, and it may be more than I think most people like to see, but being able to tell, okay, this guy's got, this defensive up because I have, on my frames, I have all of the defenses for the DPS. It's like, okay, even if he has Dwarf up, like, I know that I have to worry about him less. But now, if I can't see all of those things, I'm just going to be constantly babysitting everyone a lot harder.
Yeah.
Which spreads my resources thinner, depending on how the damage is tuned. So, maybe a little more unclear, but simpler, but also I don't know if either of those are actually beneficial in this case.
Gotcha. Elsmere, I want your early read to the best of your ability on Blizzard's philosophy for healer agency going into Midnight. Do you think that we need or that we'll have more personal DPS? Is that something we should even be worried about or focused on? Do you think we should be pure support, somewhere in between? Where do you think we're going to land, and what do you think matters?
Well, I'm going to give you two answers. I'm going to give you the answer of what Blizzard wants, or at least appears to want based on the changes that they're making, and I'll give you what I want. What Blizzard wants is, at least from the changes, it appears that they are interested in healers just exclusively showcasing their agency through healing throughput. That seems to be their main core focus. They want us less focus on like team stuff like interrupts and AoE stops and stuff like that, at least in a Mythic Plus environment. And they want us less focused on damage. They want us to basically just be focused on healing. And that is something that I know there is an audience for, that audience just isn't me. And I might be the minority here. I try to get a pretty well-rounded information from my community through, sources, whether it's casual players or but obviously it can be hard to do that as somebody who doesn't pug a lot and somebody who plays a lot. Mostly in the really high-end scene, my views can be somewhat limited there. From my standpoint, obviously, I'm someone who's always really liked showcasing my talents as a healer in ways besides healing throughput. For me, if I'm just looking to showcase my talents for healing throughput, I will raid, because that's what raiding is. Raiding's all about, maximizing your HPS, trying to, show off your healing as much as possible. And for me, Mythic Plus was supposed to be something different. It's supposed to be something where you got to showcase other talents, whether it's damage, helping your team through interrupts, stops, coordinating defensives, proactive healing based on targeted spells, stuff like that. And all that stuff, we discussed, or at least Jack mentioned earlier, my crusade against the removal of healer interrupts, but I did want to clarify something, which is that I'm not actually against the removal of healer interrupts specifically. My problem was that it was a part of a series of changes that Blizzard was making that was removing overall healer agency in Mythic Plus outside of just raw healing throughput. That meaning, not only were we having our interrupts removed, but we were also losing a lot of utility. We're also being gutted in terms of our damage relative to previous expansions. So we're not going to really do damage. We're not really going to help with kicks or utility that as much as we have in the past. And we're also losing the ability to coordinate defenses because we can't track that anymore. And we're also going to have a much harder time playing proactively in terms of targeted spells, because we're no longer going to know who's targeted by a spell unless we're staring at cast bars, which is actually something that Blizzard has specifically stated they do not want healers to do. That was part of their reasoning for why they removed kicks, was that they don't want healers to have to look at enemy cast bars. They want them looking at party frames. But if we're doing that, then we can't tell who's being targeted by a spell. And if that's true, then we can't play proactively the way that we have in the past. So it kind of conflicting stuff from Blizzard in terms of how they want healers to play and what they want us to be paying attention to and where they want our agency to lie. But yeah, it does appear that we're going to be moving in more of a strictly healing direction. And for me, that's not great.
You prefer that hands-on, get in there, I want to do as much as I can with what I have kind of a play style? Me too, for the record.
I just want to feel like I'm part of the team, and I don't want to feel like I'm playing my own mini game of just staring at party frames for 30 minutes,
Yeah. What do they call that? Whack-a-mole healing? Is that what they call that? Is that right?
Yeah,
all you're
but
doing is just staring at the bars?
Yeah, and to be clear, I do love that. Like I said earlier, Raglan being my favorite fight, my favorite thing's target selection. I love target selection, prio healing, triage healing, min-maxing, all that. That is like totally my wheelhouse of what I enjoy doing as a healer. But Mythic Plus was supposed to be about more than just raw healing, because again, that's what raid's for. And so for me, I was really hoping to see more skill expression be brought back to healers in other ways going into Midnight. Obviously, my big preference would be via damage. You could get rid of my interrupts. If you buff healer damage significantly enough so that we're actually impactful in terms of min-maxing our damage, you could take away our interrupts. I don't care. But I just don't want all of our agency outside of raw healing throughput to be gutted.
Did you see in the dev notes this week they buffed healer damage by 20%?
I did, but 20% of 0 is still 0. So
right, I didn't get a chance to try it for myself, so that's why I was curious if you had seen, like, is that actually going to be substantial? Because we're just, you know, fighting questing mobs and stuff at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, but if you were to like, obviously it's not, you can't really test it right now. There's not a great testable environment. But if you were to just add 20% of the damage that healers do currently in M+ to what we do, it would still be just nothing compared to a singular proc from a DPS on an AoE pack. You know, they're just going to do the same amount of damage we would do for 5 straight minutes. So,
and that's one thing. Well, I think it's kind of interesting, at least with healing. Obviously, it's like an opinion, right, of, you know, what people prefer and what people enjoy. But I think that kind of stands out to me that I enjoy, especially in the War Within, of how they've tuned healer damage, where it has some value, and I could totally understand the argument of not enough value, but it's always going to be worse for you to min-max your damage than just to try to optimize keeping people alive. And maybe that, like, ratio is, like, too wide right now and not rewarding enough for when you can do damage. But conceptually, I like the concept of, I need to do everything possible to keep my DPS alive, even if it means ruining my own. But at the same time, if I skillfully keep everybody healthy and skillfully keep everybody topped off, then I get to do some extra damage. Maybe it's just not rewarding enough right now, and I can definitely see that sort of argument, but I like that overall philosophy. Because when we were in, like, Shadowlands dungeons, it was like, there's so little unavoidable damage that you had to heal that you spent enormous amounts of time just tunneling DPS. And, like, I mean, that can be super satisfying, because that's another way you could express your skill. But then also, again, it's just an opinion, right? It moves away from, like, what I would think of, like, being a healer and keeping people healthy.
Absolutely, and don't get me wrong, I do not want Ashen Hollow back or anything like Ashen Hollow to exist. That is
God
unhealthy
bless.
for the game. There is no way healers should be doing that type of damage. That's not what I'm advocating for. My problem is that while I do hear what you're saying in terms of, like, healers should be able to healers should have to prioritize keeping their DPS alive, and shouldn't be, you know, doing so much active damage that it rewards them to put their DPS in danger. However, the trade-off right now, like you're saying, it's just not enough, because when you can optimize your damage, it still is just completely meaningless. If I'm doing, you know, if I optimize so well that I hit every single global perfect and am able to min-max my damage perfectly in a dungeon, I am still barely doing, you know, the amount of damage that I optimize is about equivalent to, you know, 5 seconds from a DPS player extra uptime. You know, it's like, it's so minimal on the scale of contribution to the key. You're saving maybe 2 seconds on the timer. I need, like, it's just, there's no reward, there's no incentive to do it. And so I'm just left with, like, okay, I'm just not even gonna care about damage at all.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe that's the philosophy that Blizzard wants, like I said. But for me, it's just frustrating to see that plus all the other healer agency being stripped away as well. So, yeah.
I noticed that. Sorry, real quick. When you're talking about, like, having to keep an eye on the nameplates, I think it's so frustrating, to your point, that, like, you can see who's being targeted off the nameplate and watching it, because built in with their new UI nameplates, you can see who's the target of, like, the bolt going off, but then they will refuse to allow you to see that on your raid frame. So you still have to have your eyes up, like you were saying, just to watch who's going to get targeted, flick your eyes back down, find the person in the frame, just precast a heal or a shield or something.
And then it's like, okay, why not just give me a kick at that point? Because your whole logic for stripping us of our kicks was that we're not supposed to be watching that. But then when I ask them and I'm like, are we going to get some sort of targeted spells thing where you can, like, see on the frame? They say no. And so then I'm just like, okay, so what gives? Like, what do you want us to do? What are we supposed to look at?
Meg, I see you're chomping at the bit, Meg.
You guys both use your unit frames to see like targeted spells.
Yeah, sell.
Yes.
I use my plater. But I'm doing that. I look at plater to see who's being casted on.
Mistweavers.
If I see two nameplates right next to each other that both say my name, I know I have to press something, right? Like
That's
it's much
true.
easier for me to see it that way.
But you can just see it off your health bars, though.
But that's a preference thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
But what I want to look there and then I get hit by a frontal because I'm in melee all the time.
Yeah, but this is again kind of what I've talked about before with people's brains working differently. Some people's brains work really well one way and others work really well another way. So yours naturally works really well with looking at nameplates, whereas mine works really well looking at party frames and not having to split my vision like that. And part of the removal of add-ons and what the removal of all these things is doing is limiting the ways that people can process information and limiting the ways that people are able to interpret information in different ways. So while right now you're able to do it that way and I'm able to do it this way, in Midnight we're all going to have to do it one way. And that's going to significantly impact people whose brain doesn't process information the way that Blizzard dictates that you should be processing it.
Yeah, I know they brought up the audio cues and the cooldown manager. I hate audio cues.
Oh, yeah.
Kendall, I love your stream. I have to mute it sometimes because you just have gunshot. Like, it sounds like a war zone.
It's fair.
I can't do it. So I'm like, this is great, but I hate audio cues.
No, I mean, I get it.
So rarely.
Again, it's literally just people's brains processing information differently. And that's what I love about weak auras and about add-ons and stuff like that. And so yeah, I mean, for some people it's going to be great, and then for other people it's probably going to negatively impact them a lot.
Yeah, but just so you, not that anyone asked, but Meg, my brain works the exact same way yours does, and I think a lot of it stems from the fact that I come from a tank and a DPS background. I'm always looking at plater nameplates, and like literally you said exactly how what I look at is if I see two casts aimed at a mage or myself or whatever, I know what to expect in that case. And not to say that I don't ever look at the party frames, of course I do, but yeah, that's where I'm at too, Meg.
And I think it depends on the healer that you play too, because most of my healing is still coming from DPS. Like I'm pressing DPS buttons 95% of the time, and I still do no damage, but that's where my healing comes from.
I also have
you've been playing Windwalker too, right, Meg?
Yeah.
And then Brutal, you came from playing a hunter and everything too.
Yep.
So it seems like we're just having healing design being based around what damaged players are doing all the time. They're
That's
not
crazy.
healers actually design the game.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna dig a little deeper into how all of this affects us as we're playing our classes. We're gonna swap to a spec spotlight and class perspective portion of the show here. Jack, we're gonna start with you. I want to know, how well do you think priest design is coming together? Granted, we just hit beta, so I know we still have some iteration and whatnot, but do you think that the two healing specs are they feeling intentionally shaped? Do you think that the broader class design is holding up right now, or do you think there's still a lot of work to be done for Holy and Disc?
I think Holy is really well designed. It hasn't really had too many deviations from like being the beginner healer, really straightforward, and how you're producing output and benefiting your holy words. So they folded together like a lot of different healing effects into each other. They pruned a lot of abilities that were really situational. They gave you some tools for 5-mans. They've historically had like really well-balanced end talent nodes, like that final row of talents, the final 10 points. They're all like pretty well-balanced. So I like most of what's going on with Holy Priest. The Apex talents kind of suck because they just give you fluff healing, like I call it. It's Cosmic Ripple, which is basically this little explosion of tiny healing for like 0.5% of your health bar or something like that, and it just triggers more tiny explosions. Doesn't feel that effective, doesn't feel that enjoyable to play with, so I don't really like that. Disc, they do these big posts where they kind of write out what their intentions are for the spec, and I like what they've written for what they want to do with Disc, but most of their talent changes don't seem to accomplish that goal. They want to make it easier to apply atonements to do huge healing in raids with the evangelism cooldown. But the way they've changed evangelism from just extending the duration of your atonements to now allowing you to spam radiance to apply atonements doesn't really make a lot of sense, because your atonements are going to be falling off as you're applying new ones. So I like what they're talking about, and we can even talk about that a little later, Brutal.
Sure.
So I won't get too in depth on it.
No,
but
it's all good.
I like what they're talking about, but they haven't really executed on it yet for disc.
Ellesmere, Holy Paladins, we talked about this just briefly earlier. I think it might have been before we even started recording the podcast, but Holy Paladins toolkit has changed so many times over the past few expansions, over the years. Do you think that Midnight is stabilizing something? Are we gonna feel similar to the War Within, or to WoD, or to something else, or is it a whole new beast?
Not even close. It's an entirely new thing. Blizzard has this track record of HPAL design being a bit of a mess initially, then it gets cleaned up halfway through the expansion, and then at the end of the expansion they start to really nail down what it should be. And this is what we've experienced in the War Within, where we got to a really good point right at the end of this expansion, and right now HPAL playstyle is fantastic. It's really fun. You know, of course it's not meta because we don't bring a raid buff. I could go on for that for 500 million years, but the current playstyle of HPAL is really, 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 really fun. And it sucks because they do have a bit of a habit of getting HPAL in a great spot and then taking it away. The same thing happened Dragonflight Season 2. HPAL's playstyle got really good, but it was a little overtuned, and instead of nerfing it in the right way, they kind of nerfed it in all the wrong ways. And that's what led to Season 3 and 4 of Dragonflight being pretty abysmal for HPAL in terms of playstyle and throughput. And then this expansion, it seems to be kind of the same trend, where we're starting completely new again. They have stripped us of a lot of our core kit, or adjusted the core kit extremely significantly. They have removed a lot of talents that are pretty beloved in the HPAL community, and replaced them with passives, which has been frustrating. Most recent victim being Rising Sunlight, which is my personal favorite talent, and has been for a long time.
What is that talent, real quick, just to be clear?
Rising Sunlight is whenever you Divine Toll or Wings your next Holy Shock, or next few Holy Shocks, cast multiple times. So it did this thing where it basically it turned these cooldowns into stronger cooldowns, and then gave you really powerful spot healing or holy power generation, depending on the way that you wanted to play it. It is a very diverse button or active ability that allowed a lot of interesting gameplay and things that you could do with it. And they have replaced that with basically just a passive, your beacon targets get healed for 10% more when they're at lower health, or something like that. I forget exactly what it is. But it's definitely been frustrating watching a lot of our kit get gutted and replaced with less engaging things, although that does seem to be a feature of Midnight for a lot of specs. I think that HPAL in general is in an okay spot, but I think its biggest problem right now is the CDR, the massive CDR jumps in our abilities. Basically, we have like a core kit. There's two things, that and then Holy Shock hitting like a wet noodle. That's its own problem. But the big frustration for me in terms of playstyle, regardless of tuning, is that two things. One, the CDR jumping is really rough, because our Holy Shock and our Judgment are like our core kit, and they have added so much CDR to, like, but not like a little bit of CDR per hit. It's like these massive spikes in CDR. So anytime that I Shield of the Righteous, I get 4 seconds off of my Holy Shock. But Holy Shock is only like a 6-second cooldown. So I press Holy Shock or I press Shield of the Righteous, and I just get like 75% of the cooldown of Holy Shock back, which is really awkward. And then Holy Shock does the same thing for Judgment. It takes like 3 seconds off, which is like half the duration of the Judgment. So like you're kind of just watching these cooldowns just jump all over your bars, where they're like, it can be hard to read which button you should be pressing next. And I think that that's going to be even worse for players who are less experienced with the spec, where, you know, they'll be like, okay, I'm going to press Holy Shock, and then I'm going to press this, but oh, my Judgment's up, I should be pressing that, you know, and it's just awkward with how much CDR they've baked into some of these. I think that the best solution for that would probably be giving Judgment 2 charges so that there is less waste, and it's a lot easier to manage that. But I also think that just reducing the cooldown of Judgment and Holy Shock in general, and then decreasing the amount of CDR that some of these talents are giving would work as well. And then the number 2 thing is just mana. HPAL is the only healer without a filler spell, which I talk about 24/7 whenever I'm on these podcasts, hoping, you know, that I'm not just screaming into the void and that someone will hear me eventually. But it's very frustrating being the only healer without a filler spell. And a filler spell is something like Smite for Priest, or Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning for Shamans, or Wrath for Druids, or Cat Form, whatever it is. It is a spammable rotation filler that doesn't cost mana, that you can use to fill the gaps in your rotation or buy you time and make you feel like you're still doing something even when you're trying to conserve mana. And not only is HPAL the only healer without a filler spell, but we're also one of the only healers without an active mana return. We don't have a button that just gives us mana back. In fact, the only button that we did have that did that was Blessing of Seasons, which they removed. And again, I am a fan of Blessing of Seasons being removed. However, having our only active mana return button be removed is definitely not fun either. So I would love to see some form of mana management be brought in for HPAL, whether it's in the form of a filler spell, which they could turn Crusader Strike into since they removed it. Instead, just make it a filler spell, please. Give me something, you know? Either that or give us an active mana return ability.
What do you think about Spirit returning?
Spirit return, like the stat?
Yeah.
What? That wouldn't really solve the problem though, right? Because we'd still, when we want to regen our mana, we literally have to AFK. Like that's all.
I agree. I agree with the filler spell, 100%.
Okay,
but
yeah.
I'm with you on that one, but in my opinion, don't you think that a lot of Holy Pally's problems, but also a lot of other healers are like Blizzard's expectations or their own tuning of how much mana you should consume, and that way they're like, oh well, like if you're casting, I don't know, more Holy Lights, you go in this period, or you go without casting Holy Lights in this period, and they kind of have their own tuning based on how they expect you to play. And in a lot of cases, Holy Pally's been like the worst, because you might have to save somebody's life and you burn your mana bar down and you just have to sit there AFK, right? I feel like bringing a stat back with Spirit then at least lets you have some control over, like, oh, I need more Spirit for this fight, I don't need any Spirit for that fight.
I do agree that could work. I'm not a huge fan of having to sacrifice throughput in order to gain what should be something that I feel like should be like baseline in every healer's kit. If mana is gonna be, personally, just remove mana. Like I'm sick of like mana is just.
I like mana.
Okay, some specs you like mana because you have a good way to manage it, right? There's a lot of specs that have great ways to manage it that I love, and obviously Meg is probably a massive fan of mana because monks have the best, always had the best, kit in terms of mana management.
I like the state of Mistweaver's mana because I don't have to think about it. If they got rid of mana for everyone, it would be fine. Like, I don't want this to be the limiting factor.
Big fan. Yeah. So I mean that's
no
my
mana already.
I think that unless they can make it so that every healer has to play around mana in a meaningful way and like the same amount, then I don't think that mana should be a thing. And the reality is Blizzard has shown that they are not able to do that for many expansions. I do not remember the last time that healers have evenly had to care about mana. It had to be at least a decade ago.
Yeah, so we're kind of on like opposite sides of like the extreme, right? You're like, I think we both agree on the problem, but it's like on your side it's like, well, if they're not going to be fair about it, let's not have mana at all. But I would much rather it get put onto the player to then go for Spirit, because then you as the player have control over your mana regen, your mana returns as well. In advance.
I would be okay
and one
with
thing,
that.
Yeah, and like players, I think in WoW, especially when we look at like Remix, they love the like passive optimization. Like, do you remember back in like MoP when they added like active mitigation to tanks and they had to actively think about like what buttons they pushed instead of just like, I geared up and now I parry everything, right? Healers kind of had that with like Spirit in like MoP especially, where like, oh, I just have the Spirit, I'm fine on mana. And if I'm like a really good player, I could drop a ton of spirit, and then I could, play better, and then I could have more output stats. That's what I always enjoyed.
So Spirit was before my time. I never really got to play with it. Would it not create an imbalance where you have HPAL as it is now and Mistweaver as it is now, where we could both grab the same amount of Spirit, but now I'm doing that much more healing because I can play more aggressively because I have Spirit?
Or
Yes.
I have to
Just like
stack
out of
Spirit.
baseline.
I have to stack Spirit, and Meg doesn't have to run any Spirit. And so Meg just gets a ton more throughput baseline because I'm having to stack Spirit because my mana is so screwed. So like, yes, Spirit would solve that problem, but it would create more imbalances with throughput because healers with mana issues would have to sacrifice so much more of their stats and their throughput in order to pick that up. But again, I think we're on the same page in terms of like, we just want, I don't care how it happens, I just want balance in terms of mana resources and tools and mana drain for healers. I don't, it's fine if one spec costs a ton of mana but has resources to counter that, and it's fine if one spec costs very little mana but has no resources to counter that, right? I mean, obviously the ideal would be if somewhere in the middle, where every spec does have a way to actively manage their mana and also doesn't have too much hemorrhaging mana issues one way or another. But right now, like, you look at HPAL, one of the things they did was they made Holy Light bomb heal so hard, so you can heal somebody with Holy Light for like 60% of their health, which is awesome, but you go in like 8 casts of it. It costs like 10% of your mana. It's unbelievable. And then we have no way of getting any mana back. So like, players who are less skilled might accidentally press that once or twice, and they are screwed for the whole fight. And then again, this is kind of talking about raid, and I think if we were to discuss M+ from an M+ or mana from an M+ standpoint, the issue is more out of combat, and the fact that I don't really care what mana drain is like, except that healers that drain a lot of mana have to then sit outside of combat and drink, and I think that out of combat mana generation needs to be jumped significantly in M+ to combat that issue, unless they're gonna manage healer mana. But like, I see no problem why you can't just have mana regenerate an insane amount when you're out of combat.
I could see that being an issue in PvP.
Well, no, like I said, this would be an M+ only thing, right? You just have like an aura in M+.
You could also add mana to recuperate. I kind of don't like that it doesn't have mana.
True. I'd be down for that. That would work as well.
I am so glad you guys are experts, because half of this stuff I'm just smiling and nodding as I'm learning about healers and whatnot. By the way, this is amateur hour over here. I may or may not have forgotten to turn off notifications on certain things, so apologies, everyone.
Oops.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn off notification sounds here. Okay, let's pull the... And we're back. All right, good deal. Like it never happened. Apologies for the DM notifications. I hope I didn't annoy anyone too much with that. Meg, we're gonna jump into a little monk question here, if you're okay with that. I want to know what your impression is as it stands, whether it be strictly with the War Within or going from War Within to Midnight. What's your impression of fist weaving versus the traditional healing builds? And again, as it stands, we're in the new environment.
The age-old question for Mistweaver. They each have their place. I think that lately we have seen a little bit more of a clearer distinction between fist weaving. I don't like calling it that because it is always recommended to use everything that you have in your kit, and that includes your melee abilities, like Sleep's melee range, all that fun stuff that I say every time. So like the Chi-Ji builds where you have right now Jade Fire Stomp, and you're playing Chi-Ji and you're playing Shaylin's Gift with whatever modifier talents you want, versus something that you would see in Raid where it's more Yu'lon and Vivify spam and kind of blanketing the raid, but you're not doing much damage conversion. The big distinctions there are Rushing Wind Kick, which is more for raid, and Jade Fire Teachings, which is more for keys. So I don't think that either of them should cross over to the other form of content, because it makes balancing really hard. Like we saw in Liberation of Undermine, we were playing Chi-Ji, we were playing Jade Empowerment, Jade Fire Teachings, where it's a very Mythic Plus type of build and you just DPS your whole way through. and you did a lot of damage. And then that got nerfed and never fixed. But in coming into Midnight, it feels much more intentional with Yu'lon being for raid and Chi-Ji being for keys. And I think that a lot of the new talents that we've got have kind of driven that home a bit. And then of course you have PvP that you have to think about as well, where you do have fist weaving, because it's like actually a thing there, versus like the caster builds, they're using the Jade Empowerment with Yu'lon and everything, and use Rushing Wind Kick. So it's a nightmare to try to balance between all these different forms of content when you do have the melee healer issue, but also being melee in raid sucks, but also you don't have any conversion in raid, so it's like 7 different things to try to balance, and it sounds like a nightmare, but I think that we have pretty good changes coming into it right now. It's like, I know people want like Fistweaver to be a spec and Caster Monk to be a spec. I don't want to be Holy Priest and Dispriest. I just don't want to deal with 2 different healing specs, because I think that would cause more issues.
Yeah.
Because I think one would always end up being better and you'd never get to play the other.
Jack, opinions? What is one better than the other most of the time?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of flip back and forth. It was actually kind of funny because this expansion, I was perfectly balanced between Holy and Disc. I played Holy for half of Nerevar Palace, and then the other half we didn't have our Preservation Evoker, so I filled in as Disc for the last like 4 bosses or whatever it was. And then all of Undermine I was playing Disc, and then now all of Manaforge. Disc was like really bad. It's finally getting playable now, and I play Holy for progression there. So yeah, I mean, you kind of have to like just go with whatever Blizzard wants you to play in that expansion. You're like, yeah, here we go. That's the one that we're going to be playing.
Can we circle back for a quick second, Jack, and talk about Atonement and how it's changing from Midnight? And before you even jump into that, can you explain to newbies like myself what Atonement even means and what it does and how you use it and all that that entails?
So Atonement is your damage turned into healing on your allies, and you have to mark your allies in advance with that buff before they can receive healing from your damage. And so in 5-mans and dungeons, it's really easy because you cast Powered Radiance and it applies to 5 players. In raids, at least at the moment, it's more complicated where you have to individually apply Atonement to 10 people using Powered Shield. The new ability coming up is called Plea. Maybe Flash Heals if you have procs for it. Apply that 10 to 10 different people. Then you hit your double Radiance. And currently you'd hit Evangelism, extend the duration of everything, and then deal damage. So you'd spend 10-15 seconds applying single target healing, and then you would spend 5 to 8 seconds doing damage to yield healing from all of those buffs. So it's a lot of like preemptive setup before damage to set up for a huge burst of healing.
And how is it changing between the War Within and Midnight?
Mainly, they're trying to make it so that Evangelism, instead of extending the duration and rewarding you for applying all those atonements in advance, they're trying to make it so that it's a cooldown you can press every minute and a half and just blanket atonements on everybody.
Gotcha.
It's kind of inefficient right now because you could just hit Evangelism and spam Radiances for 8 seconds, but your atonements from Radiance are only 10 seconds instead of the standard 15 seconds. They might be 14 seconds, I think, with Oracle. 13 seconds, maybe. But still, you're having a lot of atonements falling off and expiring by the time that Evangelism duration will end, and you're not really yielding the value that you want. So it's an inefficient way to do it right now. The talents just don't really work the way that they want them to, and so they gotta kind of clean it up. But 5-mans should be pretty unaffected so far.
Gotcha. Ellesmere, with your site, Wings is Up. Make sure you guys go check it out, all right? You have broken down what makes a good Holy Paladin versus a great Holy Paladin in terms of gameplay, but I want you to kind of articulate to the best of your ability what traits separate the top 1%, like the Ellesmeres versus the Brutals, for example.
I think there's a lot of stuff that goes into min-maxing and getting the most out of your spec, but I think a lot of times it's confidence. I see a lot of healers that are really good lack confidence, and it shows in their gameplay. A lot of healing, especially in higher keys, but just in general, is about making sure that you have full trust in the decisions that you're making. So basically, like, when you start second guessing yourself as a healer, and when you start second guessing what button you're gonna press at any given moment, that is what ends up screwing you over. You end up, you know, taking that extra second and not casting the spell that you should have cast because you second guessed your decision. So I think that when I watch healers play with confidence, it's really incredible to see how strong they can be. And then when I watch them, you know, get knocked down and then lose some of that confidence, there's a huge effect in their gameplay, an absolutely huge effect in their gameplay. Obviously there's more to it, you know, when it comes to, you know, optimizing your UI, pouring in tons of hours into the game, and making sure that you have, you know, studied, you know, routing, and you've studied what mobs do, you know what casts are going off, and then there's, you know, reactive gameplay, proactive gameplay, and there's a million things that go into optimizing your character. But I think that oftentimes people focus on the wrong things. I see people hyperfixate on secondary stat optimizations or things that just have very little relevance to your overall throughput, versus actually spending time on the things that are going to make a big difference. You know, like making sure that you know exactly what button priority you should have at any given moment, exactly what like where you should allocate your cooldowns. Things like that are going to make a significantly larger impact in your gameplay than optimizing your secondary stats or staring at raid bots for the 5 millionth time. And I think that's where a lot of people lose some of their time investment into the game, and in terms of like how quickly they're able to level up their gameplay, is maybe just focusing on the wrong things sometimes.
So I want to talk about how I know we've been talking about how healing feels, is what I'm trying to say, but I'm going to talk about why people may not gravitate toward the role as often as you know, DPS, for example. And Jack, we're going to start with you. Why do you think healer representation is commonly an issue? Is it complexity, responsibility, the fact that there's only one slot in every 5-man group? Just where do you think it comes into play?
So a lot of times I feel like difficulty is, you know, just like a wide spectrum, and there's a lot of moments where you kind of jump from like one end of the spectrum to the other with healing. You've had times where healing is so simple that it's just a 4th DPS a lot of times, and who can add the most DPS, what spec can do the most damage is the one that's going to be more desired. And you're just brought around for like DPS, like in Shadowlands in a lot of cases, you know, like Vesper Totem, or even like the heavy passive like Priest, Fey Guardians, PI type of situation where it's like your damage contributions mattered a lot. And in a lot of those situations in Shadowlands, there were some heal checks. You know, there's like Sanguine Depths, of course, but there were a lot less difficult challenges than I think that we experienced in like the War Within dungeons. And so I think a lot of people have gravitated away from healing in the War Within because the damage is so fast, and a lot of times you're looking to try to save some people in a heartbeat. And, you know, it kind of goes back to what Ellesmere was talking about with the playing with confidence. It's like playing with poise and understanding that like a cast might go off, but you might survive it. And then you need to actually change your plan. If you were trying to do some damage 1 minute, a volley goes off and you might be able to keep people alive. You know, there's one person you could dispel from the debuff. You could land hand somebody else. You could bubble somebody else, or you could bubble yourself. You have like multiple different steps you need to take in a heartbeat or they die. And that just gets incredibly frustrating because even at the pug level, that's something that gets experienced. You know, I think people argue like, oh, it's infinitely scaling content. Of course, you're going to hit a moment where somebody just explodes. But the 10s and the 12s also experience that sort of situation. And since your success as a healer is binary, people live or they die, rightfully or wrongfully, somebody dies, you're going to get the blame. And that's never fun.
Meg, with you being in charge of Way of the Crane, what's the URL again? I just want to make sure people know it.
wayofthecrane.io.
.io, thank you. I didn't want to say .com mistakenly. You've got a really good finger on the pulse. You kind of know what people are thinking and feeling. I'm sure you get a lot of feedback from people who are playing Mistweaver in this case. What do you think Blizzard or the community realistically, or what could Blizzard or the community realistically do to make healing more appealing again?
I mean, Jack was kind of talking about it where people like healing for different reasons. And maybe the reason that I like healing is because I like being in control over whether people live or die, or I like doing the, group defensives for whatever boss. Maybe that's why I like it. But I think it would be hard to make healing appeal to everybody, because just last week we were talking about how dumbed down everything is starting to feel. And a lot of people are like, I'm gonna try healing now. And I'm like, I might just go play DPS, because that's not why I heal. But I do worry about the agency, but I also think I might be the minority. And I think that we as, like high keyers, high raters, are the minority. I don't think a lot of healers actually want to be that in control of things. So I don't know what they can do to make it more appealing, honestly.
I would argue, though, that one way of fixing these things impacts the other negatively, whereas the other doesn't impact the other negatively. So basically what I'm saying is, if you make it so that healers can do more damage, it doesn't negatively impact the healers that do not want to do damage, despite the common myth that, people care about healer damage. The reality is that the only time people actually cared about healer damage was when it was entirely broken in an unacceptable state, aka Ashen Hollow in Shadowlands. Nobody's advocating for that level of healer damage, but healer damage should have should have a realistic amount of impact on keys in general and in gameplay in general. If that player wants to, they should have the ability to do that, because it does nothing but enhance and allow for more skill expression and give healers room to grow in their playstyle, and it doesn't negatively impact the people who do not want to DPS. There is this common myth, where people are like, oh, healers feel pressured to play optimally, and because they feel pressured to play optimally, that means that they want to min-max every single global. And for me, it's like, I think that we severely underestimate or overestimate the average player. The average player is doing +2s to +6s at best. The average player is not reading guides, not watching Twitch streamers. They don't know who any of us are. The average player is just loading up the starter build on their character and doing a couple casual, runs for fun with friends or whatever it might be. But the people who are pushing their characters to higher limits, there should be room for them for their playstyle to grow outside of just raw healing throughput. There should be the ability to increase your agency and the amount that you contribute to the group without negatively impacting. And so the whole idea is that, okay, you can't give healers the ability to do meaningful damage without negatively impacting the casual healers. But that's just not true. Unless somebody can really present me with an argument, which I have not heard yet. I've argued this for a long time, and I have not heard anybody give me a solid reason for why. The best I've heard is that these players look up guides and they want to play optimally, and playing optimally means contributing damage. But like I said, healer damage has been irrelevant for so many expansions. If you're zoning into a +10 vault key and somebody's complaining about healer damage, that player needs to be put on some sort of ignore list forever.
Needs to be blown up.
That is
Oh,
just absolutely outrageous.
Darker there. Yeah. No, I think there's like a healer. I think it's like the healer mean girl situation, where I feel like some of the people who always like whine about healer damage right now, of like, oh, this healer needs to be doing more, are people who've like played healer in the past, and they're like, oh, like you're not doing enough damage, you're not doing enough of this or that. And meanwhile, like the DPS players, they don't care. They don't even think about that stuff. They don't even think about what the healer is doing. They're just thinking about what they're doing.
Most DPS
and I agree
don't
to your
even have healing
point.
meters.
Yeah, most of the time they don't. You know, and like to your point, I think I think what I've really like about your point is being able to have the best of both, where you can make the baseline game simple enough for people to pick up and understand, but also give enough runway for high-end players to express their skill. But if your damage contribution is so low, then even if you work and sweat and do excellent damage relative to your maximum, you know, you do 99% of your maximum damage in a run, you're making the run go 5 seconds faster or something. And like, yeah, you know, it's something, but it's not going to make up for a death by any means.
Yeah.
And so having the sweet spot there, I think, is important for like the long road of players.
I agree.
I will say that coming from like a Mistweaver specific point of view, to make it more appealing would just be to have tools that scale well. Like we have, like, I complain about this all the time. This is like the horse I've been riding lately. Life Cocoon sucks, man. I put 3 talents into it and it's still terrible. Like,
add a DR.
It's so bad. It needs to have a DR. It needs to have the baseline cooldown that Chrysalis gives it. 3 talent points to make it what it is, and it's still the worst in the game. So for Mistweaver, it's like, I don't even need a reason to be brought at this point. I need less reasons to not be brought by having like a real button for my tank or something. So I think having a little bit more of an even playing field when it comes to like our toolkit would make it more appealing. Because I know some people are like, oh, I'd like to try Mistweaver, but I don't want to sit in queue for 3 hours. And I'm like, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's something that seems inevitable. Is like, as it gets easier to re-roll and gear up a new character, there's increasing pressure to go play around whatever is flavor of the month. And then a lot of people who have associated, you know, their identity or just what they generally enjoy playing, you know, then have to go play something that they may enjoy half as much or a quarter as much of their main. But then, I think it's like the almost like mass psychosis of like, you need to do what all these 0.1%ers do, rather than you just need to do the dungeon well. You need to, you know, understand what the mobs do. You need to, you know, understand where the damage is coming from, what's unavoidable, what is avoidable. And a lot of people skip that, go to copy, those that do look up things, go to copy whatever the best players are doing, try to build a group around that, and then they just smash face into content.
All right. It's question time for the 3 of you guys. We're like 10-15 minutes off from when the show is supposed to end, but we still have a bunch of questions. Do you guys want to extend the show, or do you want me to cut some questions?
I'm chilling.
Cut everybody's questions but mine.
All right. We're gonna go a few minutes over if you guys are okay with that, because I really am enjoying this conversation. I want to keep asking things and learning and whatnot. So, but I won't hold you for another hour or anything. It'll be 15 to 30 minutes max. But if anyone's got to go, please speak up.
If I have anything to say about it, it'll be another hour.
Trust me, it's better than you guys giving like 1 or 2 word answers and then us having an hour of time to kill. So I appreciate it. I really do. We're going to jump into accessibility and UI, because I know this is a huge topic for a lot of people. I have definitely made my feelings known about UI. I'm a big add-on and UI guy. I have been for decades now. But we're not here to talk. You're not here to listen to me. We're here to listen to you guys. Meg, we're going to start with you. Blizzard, as you guys know, they have been on this crusade to declutter the screen, to strengthen base UI, which I think is great. You know, it's a great mentality, a great way to think about it. But from a healer's perspective, how do you think it's going, and how do you think it's going to land, if you had to guess?
So since the beginning of all the add-on Armageddon or the add-on Purge or whatever people are calling it, I agree with the concept that you should be able to just log in, play the game, understand most of what you need from a native standpoint. I don't disagree with that. I think that the time frame they've given themselves is far too short, and they're not going to have time to fix everything, and they don't have the manpower that, you know, the community does, because there's millions of us and there's like 15 of them, like, for the UI department. So
if that
I don't disagree with what they're doing or why they're doing it. I just don't think that it's going to end up fitting the time frame at a quality that WoW players would expect. So we talked about it a little earlier. Sorry, we're barking.
It's all good.
We talked about it a little earlier with the audio cues and how I hate them, and how Ellesmere loves them, or how they use their frames for the kicks, or I use Plater, and that's all good and fine. But I don't necessarily see a reason why we can't just have information displayed to us in a way that we would like. As long as we're not gaining new information through week wars or add-ons, we should be able to change how the information looks.
I know we have a lot of customizations coming, down the pipeline from add-on authors and creators, and we haven't seen everything yet. And also Blizzard is, as far as we know, they haven't locked everything in yet either. So we know that there are more changes. But Jack, how do you think things are shaping up right now? As someone who raids, as someone who does Mythic Plus, as somebody who is very much a part of the PvE community.
I think Blizzard is eventually going to chicken out. And I think what we're seeing right now is like the process of this. Because initially they said combat add-ons are just gone, like screw this, like none of that garbage, get out of here. And now they've adjusted to say, okay, we can have combat add-ons, but they can't do more than the baseline UI does. And what we've been seeing recently, especially on Twitter lately, is a lot of people are posting, hey, here's like the 50 add-ons I'm using to make, my add-ons and UI look the same as it does on live. And like, we're in the very beginning of this pretty cool optimization phase where we're rebuilding how add-ons are going to be structured and how they're going to look, but also what they're going to allow. And especially as healers are speaking up, because we have so many different parts of the UI that we interact with more so than others, like raid frames, for example. That's where they're starting to give more ground on what they're letting the add-on developers actually have access to. And they recently did a post, like a huge lengthy post, about what they were changing with add-ons. One of the things, they're like, hey, runes, holy power, we're going to let you guys specifically customize this so you can make it look like a bunch of Tyrannosaurus Rexes on a surfboard if you wanted to for holy power, or you can make it look like, shiny orbs of sun. You can have this customization you want. And I think they're starting to continuously give ground. And so funny enough, we're not really going to hit a situation where we're not using any add-ons or we're not dependent on add-ons. We probably will be, but we're going to hit a point instead where we're going to like still use add-ons, but there's going to just be a lot more limitations in place. So I think it'll end up being a point that's fine. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of complaints from like add-on developers as they're used to, taking a route through the mountains to go make their add-ons work. But now they have to take a route underneath the bottom of the sea and find a way to, make it to dry land in order to make the add-ons work going forward. So I think it'll eventually work, because if there was a catastrophic add-on failure where everybody's UIs were like 80% worse or something, then the game would explode, right? It's like the train that's like bearing down on us and we're just, jumping around the train tracks having a fun time. Like, we know that it's coming, we can get out of the way in time. And I think Blizzard's not perfect solution, but the one that's available to them is going to be to, keep on giving ground to the add-on developers so that they can manipulate the things that they want to, and people's UIs will be similar to what they used to be.
Jack, do you think that these changes actually reduce noise, or do you think it's going to make it harder to spot what matters? I mean, we've seen the raid frame changes and these fancy new icons and whatnot.
I think it'll be honestly kind of the same. People can have their UIs as messy or as clean as they really want them to be. And I think you're going to have limitations, and there's going to be some stupid ones, I think, with like being able to see the cast or who's being cast on from the nameplate, but not being able to see it on the raid frame, I think is going to be silly. I don't think it's too bad of a thing, even though it's convenient for high-level players. I also don't really think it's the end of the world to not track every single person's cooldowns and have to like kind of juggle around those things. I understand it. It kind of sucks not having that information, but coming from like playing Fellowship, I'm like, oh, I don't really mind this anymore, because everybody's sort of on this even playing field with that game. So there's like positive and negatives about it, but I think what you're seeing right now is like we're gonna get to a good spot with add-ons so that it may not be as insane as they used to be, but it'll be like acceptable for people to play.
Ellesmere, where do you think the line is between clarity and overload with this type of stuff?
I think I might piss a lot of people off when I say this. But I think that I think that this whole add-on purge removal thing was a massive overreaction to a problem for a very small percentage of WoW players.
Agreed.
I think that I don't really have a dog in this fight, and I know that people like to say that I do, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, I mean, you use weak auras like crazy, and yeah, I do, because that's what's available to me, and if they weren't available to me, I wouldn't use them. In fact, yesterday I did a stream where I did some plus 20 keys with no UI whatsoever, with like no, you know, weak auras or anything like that, and honestly, it was pretty much the same. I just had less information, and it didn't really impact how I played the game that significantly. I didn't enjoy it as much, but the whole concept of like weak auras play the game for you or whatever it might be is overblown, and honestly affects an extremely minute percentage of the population. Does it have impact on like these top players? Absolutely it does. Does it give people unfair advantages in terms of race to world first and stuff like that? Sure. But again, we're talking about such a tiny percentage of players who are getting affected by this. For example, having to create these mythic raid fights around weak auras and stuff. Yes, I recognize that that has to suck for the developers. They are in an arms race against these, you know, but the reality is that arms race affects so few people that actually play this game, and the repercussions of this ripples across everyone, including the 95% of the player base that never even steps foot in Mythic Raid or high M+ at all. That number is probably low, by the way. It's probably closer to 98. It's a massive percentage of the population of WoW that just does not do any of this content, which is the main core. Like, if you're asking, okay, why is Blizzard really doing these changes? You'd be silly to not be like, okay, the main reason is because raid design and these encounters have gotten so trivialized by these weak auras. And that's fair. I get that. That is true, right? And I also hate having to install the 5,000th weak aura and update them for every boss fight and the liquid packs and all this shit. It's awful. Don't get me wrong. I don't enjoy it one bit. And do I wish that there weren't weak auras for all that shit? Absolutely. But do I want to negatively impact the millions of players who play this game just because of that one thing that only affects, you know, an extraordinarily small percentage of the population of WoW? No. And what Blizzard is trying to do with this add-on change is ultimately they don't want it to impact all those other players, right? They don't want it to have any impact whatsoever on the 98% of players who are not, you know, doing this content. But the reality is that by making such sweeping changes to what add-ons can access, it's affecting things that they didn't even think about. It's affecting tons of add-ons in ways that they couldn't even dream of. Weak auras itself did incredible things for a massive portion of this community, including players who don't even step foot in any type of competitive content ever. And they are all about to lose that because of this change. And I know that Blizzard doesn't want that, but the reality is that they are making life difficult enough for these add-on developers that these add-on developers have decided it's not worth their time to have to do these sweeping changes across the core center of how their you know, coding works. And so while I appreciate and understand what Blizzard's core concept and direction was with these add-on changes, I think that it has a very minimal impact on what it was supposed to impact, aka competitive gaming. Players at the top end will figure out ways to do whatever it is to display information however they want. They're always going to have ways around it, and they're always just going to have ways to play around it because they're the best players in the world for a reason. And it's going to have very little impact on those players, despite people thinking that it will have a huge impact on them. And it'll have a huge impact on the people that it's not supposed to impact at all. And that's my big problem.
That's exactly what THT said a couple of weeks ago. He says, listen, those of us in Liquid and guilds along those lines, we're going to be fine. Like, yeah, it sucks, but we're not going to be affected to the same degree as the people who are, you know, in the top 100, top 1,000, or the whatever. And I completely agree with that. They're going to be fine because that's just the type of guild they are, the type of gamers they are. Jack, Meg, what do you guys think?
I think there's kind of a... Oh, go ahead, Meg.
I was wondering if you would both talk at the
Sorry.
same time.
I have that problem. Like outside of normal stuff that we track that I have to assume will be coming to beta soon with the raid frames, I'm not super worried because I know that we can always just look at logs and troubleshoot that way, or just like we'll figure it out, like we'll make it work. But not everyone is going to do that. Some people will just stop playing.
Yeah, I mean, this is like an accessibility / UI, topic, and I mean that's what a lot of people continue bringing up: the people that are partially blind, the people that are deaf, the people that have these gaps filled by weak auras or add-ons. I mean, they're going to be hit hard, and I know Blizzard is working on that. And I'm not saying that they're not, but that's the one thing that springs to a lot of people's minds. Jack, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think the extra element that we haven't talked about has been like the new player experience. And I think it's pretty relevant for this whole conversation that there's a lot of moments where new players are thrown into the game and they're instantly saying, hey, you have to like download these other tools to change how your interface looks because the interface itself is so bad that you are going to have a disadvantage. And they've even said verbatim that like using add-ons gives you an advantage over the baseline UI. And I think that having this sort of reckoning, while it is going to cause a lot of pain and it's going to cause some people to stop developing add-ons or stop developing, weak auras or something along those lines. It also has a relevance on being able to set limitations on something that was kind of unlimited with add-ons, weak auras, and things like that. And, to your point earlier, Ellesmere, with people being like the average player, not really looking up guides, not really looking up information. They're probably not the ones who are having, tons of knowledge about how to use add-ons and optimize their UI. I've seen tons of people who are like, I've never used add-ons, or I don't use add-ons and I still do my 10s just fine. It's like, okay, that's fine. But now they're making it so the base UI is going to be better than it was in the War Within. And they're having limitations on like what add-ons can do. And so even if we're going to have, I mean, this sounds kind of cold-hearted, but even if we're having add-ons shutting down, we're going to have like new ones come around to fill in that niche, because that's what having a popular game with third-party development possible is going to happen. Is that it allows people, it's churn, but it's going to allow new things to arise from it. And I think that we're probably headed towards like the best solution, or the best realistic solution. The best solution would have been them, obviously making their UI excellent and incredible and following through with what they initially said that they were going to do, but I think we all knew that wasn't going to happen. I think this is like the next best solution where you give enough leeway for the community to make some tools under restrictions that'll be allowed to not really exceed the baseline UI, so that new players can come in, mess around with the base UI, not feel like they're massively disadvantaged or not be massively disadvantaged. And there's some limitations set on like the high-end players.
But here's where, okay, so I hear you, but here's where you lost me, because why can't we just improve the base UI and make all of these great improvements for the base UI without having to restrict add-ons? Because you can create a much better new player experience so that less and less and less and less players feel the need to have these things, right? Without actually restricting these things, so that you can still, and yeah, sure, that means there will be a very small percentage of the population that steps into Mythic Raid and their guild is like, hey, you need to get these weak auras. Yes, that will happen, or would happen in this theoretical world. But the average player, if you improve the base UI without restricting it, there would be significantly less of a need for those players to get these extra tools to help. So I don't really see. Yeah, there absolutely would. Because
do you think that if I was a Holy Pally newbie and I started watching Ellesmere and I want to be just like you when I grow up, that I would be like, I'm good enough having the base UI, I'm good enough not having Ellesmere's UI, I'm good enough not having these tools set up?
No, I do not think so. I think that you are right, but I also think that you are taking a super small subsect of players and treating it like the average player, because The average player, like I said, does not know who I am. The average HPAL doesn't know who I am. They don't know my name. They don't watch my streams. Like, the average player is just logging on and throwing up their starter build. You know, they might look up a Wowhead guide, but you're talking about a very small subset of players who are actively looking to improve their gameplay as much as possible. And I don't think there's anything wrong with introducing weak auras or add-ons or other things to extend their gameplay past, you know, the default.
So I think we're kind of talking about two different things. And this is kind of like the passive and like active conversation we had before. So Legion Remix, I think, is a good example that people are really willing to go out of their way to grind for some things that are not what I would call like skill dependent. You could just sit there and farm frogs and stuff like that, whatever you do in Remix to make your character ultra mega powerful, right? Same thing goes with all the people who will incessantly ask all of us, hey, what are the best stats? What are the exact percentages I should have for the stats? This is what I kind of refer to as like passive optimization, like out of the gameplay itself. What can I do to improve my performance? But when it comes to active optimization of like what buttons do I press in what order, people are, you know, average player, I think we've all experienced, they really don't like that kind of studying. They don't really like that kind of homework. When it comes to, hey, if I can get an advantage because I see these other people using add-ons, these other people using tools, I need to go get those. I need to go out of my way. I need to look their character up and find out how I can optimize my stats. I think all those things kind of go into the same boat when it comes to the add-on situation. And there are some pieces that are legitimately super powerful, being able to track the uptime of players' defensives when they have them active, the cooldowns of them with Omni CD, even tracking, you know, crowd control and damage cooldowns has an impact on how quickly a pack dies. And so, yeah, you could make the UI a little bit better, but I think all of our experiences with Blizzard's UI tools is that they're always going to be a little bit worse in certain ways. And so they had to make some kind of limitations for those sort of things going forward.
But I also think, okay, so I'm kind of the opinion as like, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of like the opinion of like, who cares if you have, you know, Omni CD that allows for tracking that gives a bit of an advantage to people who opt to use it. Like, I understand that it would be nice to not have to get that add-on, but the players who are already looking to improve their gameplay enough that they're interested in getting Omni CD or tracking all that stuff and playing around that information are the players who probably, first of all, we're talking about, again, a super small percentage of players. The average, like, if you look at percentage of players who have Omni CD installed versus percentage of players who do M+, it's going to be staggeringly small. We're talking like 5%. I don't have exact numbers, obviously, but I guarantee you that somebody who does have the exact numbers would say the same thing. It is a very small percentage of players who do M+, who actually track cooldowns via Omni CD. Now, obviously, if you're playing super optimally, yes, you do want to have Omni CD, you do want to track that stuff. But I think it's important that we keep in mind, how are we negatively impacting all the other players who play this game in order to basically surface level mitigate? Because are you really negatively or are you really like taking away a lot of the tools that these players have, or are they just going to find new, like, people who are looking to improve their gameplay enough that they're downloading Omni CD and tracking, they're going to find new ways of doing that same kind of stuff. They're going to figure out new ways of tracking, new ways of figuring out how to access this information, or they're just going to figure out new ways of playing around not having that information. The reality is, it really won't change much.
No, but that's exactly the thing. If players that are ultra sweaty are already going to find other ways to adapt, then it's going to be okay to draw limitations, because the people who are the sweatiest are always going to find some kind of way around it. And to your point about how many people would go out of their way to download add-ons, there's 32 million downloads out of Omni CD. There's 235 million downloads out of weak auras. These things are absolutely like prevalent across the board for players to utilize. And we're not even worrying about like the sweatiest who will find a way to optimize around it. But there are always going to be those who are trying to improve their performance, and if they know a tool is going to do it, they're going to feel the pressure to go out of their way to pursue that tool. And then for every new player coming into the game, they're then having this sort of negative action towards them if they're not going out of their way to optimize. Oh, you don't have details? Oh, you don't have weak auras? You're a noob. What are you doing? You're hurting your performance by not having these tools. Go out of your way to grab these tools to better your own performance. And that's what Blizzard has to draw some kind of line for.
Okay, but two things. One is you can, like I said, if Blizzard is creating a better base UI and creating all of these things, then the need for these replacements for that UI will drop significantly, because right now there is no replacement, right? You need details because there literally isn't one in WoW. But if there was a baseline one, the need for details would go down significantly. Same thing with all these other, you know, replacements that they're doing. So the need for new players to get these things will drop significantly. And then also to your point, I hear what you're saying about like Omnicity and the amount of people that have it and stuff like that. And I do agree that a lot of people use it. But again, if we were just talking about removing this, strictly just removing this, I would be fine with it. You know, if it was just like, okay, we're gonna take away Omnicity, we're gonna take away Liquid Weak Aura packs for Raid and all the stuff similar to that, we're gonna take away, you know, if we were able to just like pick and choose what we were destroying, I would have no problem with it. But the problem I have is that in order to destroy these things, these things that a small percentage of the player base uses, we have to destroy a huge amount of other things that the player base also uses. We're talking extremely, extremely far-reaching stuff that has nothing to do with combat that is still going to be affected by this. Now, if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't be arguing here. I wouldn't care, right? I would be 100% on board. But the reality is, it's kind of a you can't have one without the other type of situation. If you're going to destroy this information for, you know, parsing combat and all this stuff, we have already seen that it has way larger reaching implications than just removing the problem children. It's creating these massive ripple effects that are affecting tons of other things in the game and a way wider percentage of the player base than it ever meant to impact. And that is my problem.
And isn't that where they're also addressing it in the big blog post, though? Is that they realize that there is the collateral damage, and they sort of described this like development for the add-ons as the different paths these developers are taking to develop the add-ons. Some of them are causing the collateral damage, like you're talking about, with like, okay, we're removing Omni CD, but that's also going to cut down for something that weak auras would do that's benign, that's out of combat. Now, what we're seeing is the churn for, okay, the path through the mountains is not allowed. The path through the woods is not allowed, but you can walk across the plains. And now people who had previously used, I don't know, Plater, are now using, what is it called, Platinator? And now that's going to be like the new thing to have new versions of nameplates. What we're experiencing right now is like the chaos and the churn and the like bedlam that's coming from add-on developers having to discover new ways to deal with the collateral damage. Yeah, the collateral damage is shitty, but I trust a lot of the add-on developers to have a good solution figured out 2-3 months down the line, where you could still get really well optimized UIs that hardcore players are used to, and perhaps new players might want to go pursue those things. But if they hit the intended goal, which is a big if they hit the intended goal, these add-ons aren't going further than the base UI, then we're going to hit a point where it's going to be a great dub. I would love it if we hit a world where our UI was similar to Fellowship and it was already from the beginning, and you're not finding yourself wanting for more because you have something that's super solid from the beginning. I don't think we're necessarily going to hit that point, but it'll be something that they'll probably be doing throughout Midnight to eventually get the base UI to that point. And then, you know, we enter into the Last Titan for something along those lines, where the base UI is good, add-ons still have some tools at their disposal, but they've had restrictions to them.
But my problem is that we're not actually talking about, so you say add-on developers you trust, and I agree with that. Yeah. But the problem is that we don't just have to trust add-on developers now. We have to trust add-on developers, and we have to trust Blizzard to figure out all of these little things that and make sure that Blizzard lifts the right restrictions in the right areas. And so far, we haven't seen enough of that. We haven't seen enough of enough precision. We've seen Blizzard kind of swinging their mallet, and I recognize that Blizzard's goal is correct, right? But we have to now have faith that not only is Blizzard going to execute that goal to precision, which, let's be honest, doesn't have the best track record of doing that.
I agree.
And not only do we have to do that, but we also have to then trust, or we also have to then hope that add-on developers are going to, you know, spend the time that's necessary to figure out all these new ways around these problems that didn't exist before. So we're creating a lot more work for these add-on developers, and it's super unclear exactly how things are going to play out. This whole thing just screams to me of, we should have had at least another expansion of Blizzard improving their base UI before we started creating all these restrictions. It all feels super rushed, and like, if we didn't have exceptional replacements for all of these core parts of the game, and if we didn't, you know, have years of discussing with add-on developers all these tiny little things, because this game is massive. Weak auras is massive. The amount of shit that is customizable in this game is absolutely fucking huge. And it's not going to be solved in a few months, especially when they're also trying to create an entire expansion. If it were just the UI that they were doing, maybe a year, but the reality is we're trying to do way too much, way too quickly, and they didn't even start talking to add-on developers, at least publicly, until alpha, you know, or slightly before that when they started introducing more baseline stuff. It hasn't even been a year, and they're still discovering stuff every day. You know, there are hundreds of posts from add-on developers about like all these tiny little things that make a massive difference. And the reality is that, you know, look at the current game. Look at the amount of massive bugs in the current game. We're in a current M+ season where one of the dungeons, you can't even make it through without experiencing game-breaking bugs, you know, in a Mythic Plus environment.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
and yet we expect them to be able to comb through all of this feedback with such a fine toothbrush that they're able to get everything perfect. And even if they don't, right, you know, I don't even expect them to get everything perfect by the expansion after midnight. But that's why I'm saying there should have been a longer time between when they introduced this concept and when they tried to roll it out than just trying to rush it all into this expansion, because the first few seasons are going to be really rough with add-on developers scrambling, Blizzard scrambling to try to accommodate. You know, it doesn't matter how good the goal is of Blizzard and how perfectly all their blog posts and dev posts are, which, yeah, I agree, their goals are really spot on, and I don't actually have a problem with a lot of what they're trying to accomplish. I have a problem with the way that they're accomplishing it.
Yeah, the goal is good,
and the way that they're trying to rush through it.
Yeah, I
the thing that
that's something. Yeah, go ahead.
Let Meg talk. No, like all four of us started talking at once. The thing that I always just come back to is that even though the add-on stance has changed pretty recently, like coming into Midnight, I don't understand what was stopping them from iterating on the UI for the last 20 years. Like if I logged into like a brand new WoW client, it would look exactly the same as when I was 8 years old, which is ridiculous. Like that's insane. So I know that it was like oh, we didn't because we didn't need to because we had add-ons, but like, I don't like that argument. Like you should still be updating your game to make it look modern.
Well,
like,
that argument goes against everything that Blizzard is supposedly for, which is that they want the new, they want the new player experience to be without add-ons. They want it to be, and so where was that stance for the past 2 decades? You know, why is it now all of a sudden that we're scrambling for all these massive changes, and why are we trying to do it so quickly? You know, why aren't we building out this base UI much stronger, you know, while allowing these add-ons to exist? And then once you have a really good base UI with all these working elements, then you can start stripping stuff back.
I think it's because of how they want to optimize their bottom line, and they've had to do it for a very long time, of showing that they can be like the cash cow for Activision and Blizzard over the years. And this is the result. This is the bill becoming due. They said in their big post that they could either go for an entire other expansion of trying to deal with this war on computational weak auras and add-ons and tools and keep fighting this arms race, or they could start ripping the band-aid off and move quick and break things. And I agree, it would have been better if they had taken some more time and been more conscientious, slowly worked on it in the same way that they were slowly working on housing for a very long period of time. Ideally they should have done these kind of things, but I think the world's full of times where things should have worked differently or should have been done better, but all we have is like what's in front of us right now. And I think the most relevant things are how they have moved away from their early extreme stance of no combat add-ons and are now, in my view, chickening out of that and now giving a lot more ground to the small niche things that you're talking about with allowing add-ons to do certain things. And that's why, yeah, it is a lot more work for the add-on developers, but I think that because this community is so strong from a developer's perspective, we are going to get the solutions that we need. They might even come from brand new sources of people we've never heard of before, making insanely good add-ons that'll help fill in some of the niches that some of the like Death of Weak Auras or LVY, if those even happen, might have caused. And so, yeah, I think they should have done those kind of things better, but I'm glad that this process is starting because it's been a weight on everybody, and it's a weight that everybody feels every time you have to upload or update, the Liquid Weak Aura reminders or the Northern Sky Weak Aura reminders or any of those other kind of tools to figure out a boss fight. Every time you wipe on a fight because somebody had the wrong installation of that setup, that's going to be the extra price that people are continuously paying.
But I would rather pay that price than negatively impact 98% of WoW's population that doesn't have to work. How many, like, what percentage of WoW's...
impact everybody, though? We don't know if it's going to impact everybody because if the add-on developers are still making solutions to solve, I don't know, 80-90% of those problems that we're facing, we might have a reduced and scaled back UI. It might suck not having, Omni CD or some of the tracking that Cell had access to and stuff. But if it's going to be good enough to get us over the hump, then I think it'll be satisfying enough for people to deal with and overcome.
I mean, I guess then it's just kind of a wait and see. I guess we'll see. Like,
it is. Well, it is.
I can see
either. What's encouraging, what's encouraging to me though is you see Zerwo and Quasi on Twitter talking about the new changes they're making for their UIs and their interfaces and how they're optimizing around it. The people who are going to be the least affected are the 0.1% players who are also going to be the forerunners for developing what our UIs are going to look like going forward. They're the ones who are going to put in the effort to sort of solve these problems.
We are grossly over time today, which I got permission for the record. No, it's dude. I say this sincerely. I love conversations like this. That was awesome hearing you guys talk about that kind of stuff. But I don't want to hold you hostage for way longer than I promised. I'm a stickler for letting people get back to their lives. I do want to talk about a couple of quick things in the future of healing. If you guys have a few more minutes, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Meg, I want to start with you, and I'm actually going to send you a question that I didn't color code it for you in the notes, so buckle up. Here we go. How do you want healing to evolve in the rest of the Saga era? Like, what do you want to see come into play for Midnight and beyond? Or are you happy with the way that things are at the moment?
The things that I want are not going to happen. I would mostly from a Mythic Plus perspective, I'd like to see healers become more of a support role rather than a healer role because I like having a kick, I like having stops.
Wait, where's Ellesmere? Let me zoom in on Ellesmere. Hold on. What was that?
I play Mistweaver because we're in melee and because I like having all those different aspects of our kit in addition to being a healer. And like when they introduced AUG as support, I was like, that's my job. Like, I should be having more impact on group survivability than the stupid support spec that I don't even is a lizard man. Like, I was not happy about the introduction of that because I wanted healers to kind of step into that role more rather than just I'm healing, So that's not gonna happen because we're headed in the opposite direction. But
sorry, Meg. If only listen. Get a job at Blizzard, work your way up, make the change you want to see in the world, right?
10 years later.
Yeah, 15 years down the road, right?
10 years later, they'll let her out of Q&A to be an assistant to change one thing. Let's go.
Jack, what do you think? What do you think healer balance is gonna? I know it's way too early, but I love to speculate and talk about it. But what do you think healer balance is gonna wind up looking like with talent changes that are in effect, with things how things are lining up, and so on and so forth? Do you have any idea, any speculation on that whatsoever?
So you want me to blind guess who's gonna be like really good?
Yep, based on all the changes. Yep.
All right, I think it's gonna be Arrested
Holy
Druid Holy
Disc,
Pally
all right.
season. No, Arrested Druid Holy Pally.
What makes you say
That's
that?
my hyper early suggestion. Our Druid, they basically did like what I call a lot of folding, where they put two abilities into each other. They sort of folded them on top of each other so that, two things do one. So Efflorescence is dropped by like your Life Bloom, for example. But they didn't really do a lot to change like the core strengths of Druid compared to where it is in the War Within Season 3. And so I think that it has like a lot of really cool passive tools that are flat increases to what they're already good at, and they're going to be really strong. I actually really like how Holy Pally is shaping up a little bit with the increase in the amount of holy power you have, and with how they're sort of just making more clear like what do you want to do with your flash. I think there's still some of the identity crisis. It still feels weird not having Crusader Strike or like Shield of the Righteous as your only ability, but I'm gonna just say it way too early. I think they're just gonna like tune Pally up like really high at the start of the expansion.
I see that smile, Ellesmere. I see that smile.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm gonna say, so that Ellie's a good sport after our debate or something.
Dude.
There it is.
Jack or anyone, do you
I
guys
live
know
for debates.
Dude,
Yeah, we should do another one. We should do another one.
I'm always down.
Does anyone know, this is just an open question obviously, does anyone know, is cat weaving still a thing in Midnight, or are they scaling it back to only be casters, or like how does Resto Druid DPS?
It's cat stuff.
Cat stuff still? Okay.
A lot of times, I always mix up the names, but you have like a combo point builder that applies a dot. I think it's Rake.
Yeah,
And then,
or Rake, yeah. And Rip is
and
the
then I
one
think
you
it's
spend it on,
Rip
right?
is the spender.
Right.
Yeah. So you like rake a bunch of enemies, and then you put your Rip on the big dogs that are gonna live for a while. There are some talents where you get healing out of like your shred and your swipe, but I think they're still kind of crappy because our healer damage is so low, like Ellesmere has been saying, that it's not impactful enough to actually push up health bars on its own to keep people alive. So I think you pretty much are just like multi-dotting.
Meg,
going cat form a little bit.
Last direct question to you before we get to the group questions. Do you think that future encounters should push more coordinated healer play, like raid settings specifically, obviously? Or do you think that raid should kind of reward more solo clutch moments, or is that specifically reserved for Mythic Plus?
I think there could be a balance of either. I mean, I don't think there's a reason necessarily why you couldn't have both in both forms of content. Like in Amir Drasil was probably the most recent example where you ran Mistweaver to heal up the trees on Farok. That was very much like, let Mistweaver shine, like let Mistweaver do its thing. And that was fun. But it kind of like lessened as you progressed, or as you got into farm and stuff. So it was nice to have that kind of like standout moment for a healer that doesn't tend to get that. And I know that other healers have situations like that as well. But I think that a good balance of both is nice, because I like having impact, but I also don't like being in charge of everything all of the time permanently.
I want to ask a personal question of each of you guys related to healing here. Jack, I want to start with you. What keeps you healing even when the game makes it whatever, hard, unfun, whatever?
The first of the month, man. That rent has to get paid one way or another. All right, rent's due. No, I think it's just the ability to have an impact on your friends, and it's very satisfying. It's very gratifying when you are able to make up for mistakes, when you are able to like save a life really quickly. I think that there's in your daily gameplay or something like that, it doesn't happen in every single run, but there's those moments where somebody makes like an awful mistake and you're able to save them from themselves. And I mean, that's the reason I heal in WoW, Fellowship, Marvel Rivals. Like, I just like healing in these games because you can make a really tangible impact on saving somebody from themselves or from, an opponent. And it's really super satisfying when you kind of feel like you're flying and every single global is effective and valuable, like the end of Dimensius, when your holy priest has apotheosis up and every ability is instant cast and you're running in and out of different circles and lines, dodging stuff, and every single global you're like staring at your frames while trying to peripheral vision as to where you're going and where you're standing. And those things are just exciting.
Ellesmere, what about you, man? What keeps you healing these days?
Say your car. Say your car.
My obsession with triage healing and the satisfaction I get from triage healing. Triage healing always been my favorite thing. That's one of the reasons I love HPAL. Targeted healing and making those split-second decisions of like who is in most need of this button at this exact global, and making that split-second decision every single global. It does something to my brain. It just makes me happy, So I love that. I live for that, and so I think that's probably what it would be.
What about you, Meg? What keeps you healing?
The spec, honestly. Like, Mistweaver is so much more fun than anything else that I've played.
It is fun. I agree.
It's so interactive and it's versatile, and like there's all these different things about it that I love, that I think that if it were to significantly change in a way that I didn't like, I'd probably not be healing anymore. I'd probably do something else.
Just call it quits.
I'll go DPS, I'd tank or something. NA needs more tanks, so maybe.
I want you guys, if you could, Jack, we're going to start with you. If you could send one message to the WoW dev team right now about healers, what would it be? One message.
That's tough.
Is it? There's so many issues right now, you can't pick one?
Yeah. I know. I'm just trying to think about what's the most important one.
Twitch chat says buff disc.
Yeah, I'm working on a video for like what's going wrong with disc. So yeah, I'll just say disc. Their written intentions don't align with their actions for like what they're changing around the spec, and they're making a lot of changes which seem based around like PvP and not around PvE. And I think that is a stinker. I think they need to get somebody who is used to or more comfortable playing like disc and raids, especially, to start working on optimizing raid ramping, because the current like ramping form of Disc Priest was made in 7.2.5 in Legion, and they've only tweaked it a little bit since then. But single target applying 10 atonements and then applying double radiance is just like extremely outdated, extremely outmoded, and preservation's like proof positive of that. So they need some kind of overall shakeup for how Disc plays in raid, and they should start by reading what they wrote in their own post for beta and taking actions accordingly.
Ellesmere, what about you, man? If you could send one message, what would it be?
I'm gonna take one for the team, for all M+ers, and sacrifice my healer specific note to say remove all raid buffs. Just get rid of raid buffs entirely.
Yeah.
Please.
Get rid of raid
+1.
buffs. So sick of metas being defined by raid buffs.
Amen.
They have no business being in M+. So yeah.
Remove Aurora.
Yep, I'm down. Take it away. I don't give a.
Let's go.
And I guess the other one would be delete Resto Druids. So.
What? True.
I'm kidding.
Just Resto Druid players.
What the heck, man? That's what I'm planning on maining. Whatever. All right, Meg, off to you. What
Not anymore.
What?
Not anymore.
One
Back
message.
to the
One message, Meg.
I would probably say just stop being, I don't know if this is what's happening, but stop being afraid of homogenization, because I hate that argument. I think it's stupid. I think healers should have a B-res as a role.
Oh my
and I think that everyone should have a decent tank button.
Yeah, you guys had way better suggestions than I did. Damn.
That's because you were
Fellowship
cursed.
Fellowship having trinkets that'll bring you battle res or shrouds, stuff like that is so good, dude. Like that.
The trinket system in Fellowship is goated.
Yeah, it does not homogenize the game. It's just, wow, like we can choose what utility we bring to the dungeon in advance and we don't feel punished for it. Like, I can't imagine what it's like having to go into dungeons that require Mass Dispel and then just not having it as a pally, or you have to just sit on your revival forever as a monk just to deal with it.
Yeah.
God,
it's very cringe.
Just watching my tank get one shot in Grim Batol and not being able to do anything about it for 7 packs in a row.
I could sit here and pick your brains for 2 more hours, but again, I hate holding people hostage longer than I promised. So thank you all so much for being here, guys. Again, their Twitch names are under their webcam. Their socials, YouTube, Twitter, etc., are in the YouTube description below when this hits YouTube in the next day or two. Thank you all so much, both viewership and the guests today, for being here. I really, really appreciate it. You guys have been wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Thanks for having us. Had a great time.
Of course, man.
Had a blast.
Next week, by the way, Melee, our 3 guests. Drum roll, please. We've got Cybear, we've got Word Up, and thank you. And we have Jedith coming next week, although next week's show will actually be airing on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern instead of Sunday. I know. Crazy, but I'm moving it forward by 1 day, and I'll be making that announcement as the week unfolds. But I'm gonna let these guys and this gal get out of here because, again, it's been more than 2 hours now. So thank you so much, the 3 of you. I really appreciate you guys. And yeah, go check them out, guys. Follow them, subscribe to them, and love on them, because they literally help make this community go round in more ways than one. So give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are awesome. Way to go. Proud of you guys. Keep up the good work. We'll see you guys next time. My name is Brutal. That's Automatic Jack. That's Ellesmere_Gaming. And that's Megaset. I'll see you guys later.
Courage. I don't know if I.
Yo, what's
yeah,
up?
You know what?
My name's Courage, and welcome to Jackass.
I'm not kidding. The title of this video is entirely accurate. Our friend Courage at this point had not played or barely played any repo at all, which made him the perfect target. I'm just kidding. Look how much fun he's having with us.
Courage, can you stop being small? I have no body autonomy currently. I'm back. Hey, guys. Courage, can you stop being small?
Anyway, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the repo content. If you are enjoying this video, please leave a like. Oh, what's that? Oh, you want to know about the thing at the beginning of the video? This thing right here? Oh, I'll gladly tell you about that. On April 18th, the holiday known as Good Friday, all good products on gamersubs.gg will be on sale for 25% off. This is for 1 day only, literally 24 hours. So as the clock hits midnight and the date switches to April 18th, you will have 24 hours to purchase any good product you want for 25% off and use code S7 at checkout. Now you may be asking me, Smitty, why the sale? What's the occasion? I mean, besides the fact that the holiday is literally called Good Friday, there is actually some really cool news that I want to share with you guys. I am extremely happy to announce that I am officially a part owner of Gamersubs. I know, right? Why would they give me this kind of power? But seriously, the support you guys have shown me and the products I've released through Gamersubs have allowed me to be in this position, and I can't thank you enough for that. And with that being said, my first order of business as part owner of Gamersubs is to declare that every Good Friday moving forward, we shall have the same sale. So yeah, hope you guys are looking forward to that. April 18th, 24 hours only. Mark your calendar, set a reminder on your phone, whatever you gotta do. Good products will be 25% off at gamersubs.gg.
Use code S7 at checkout. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video in the first place. Hopefully you do enjoy it. Subscribe if you're new to the channel and leave a like if you enjoy.
Hey, sack sucker.
Yeah, what up?
Give me your best sack sucking impression.
Hold on. All right, hold on. This is,
there we
this
go.
is your sack.
Damn.
Okay.
I wanted to see his little robot lips move when you said that.
Get out of there, bro.
I wanted to see that.
Hello, Courage. Welcome. Okay.
Why are you looking up, bro? Don't look up in the air when you're doing that.
He's up first. All I'm saying is last time I was deaf. Hello?
You were deaf? Oh.
Wait, this is actually genius, Puffer. You could lead me around a corner and I can tell you if there's a monster coming. There's doors everywhere. Right or left, your choice.
We're gonna go to the right. What do you got for me?
It looks safe in here.
Alright, we're gonna go to the other door. Let's check out the other one. What do you see?
Go to the right. There's a door here. Not safe!
What do you see?
Not safe! Not safe! Not safe at all! Not safe! Not safe!
The alarm's going off! The alarm's going off!
Matt?
Hold on. I heard that guy sucks stags as well.
No, he does. He sucks a different way, Matt. Matt, let me telescope you. Right, hit Q. I'm gonna bring you around the corner. You tell me if it's safe, okay?
Okay, I'll let you know. Hello!
Okay, I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Is he there?
Oh yeah, I don't know, I can't see. Oh, hey, little guys. Hey guys, hey, friends. There's friends. I'm one of them. Ah, but ow, they hit me. Friend, not friend, Spinny, not friend, not friend. Hey, this is hard. Put me down.
Okay. We have a new telescope.
I got it. Hold on, scoping the area. Scoping. All right, go to the right.
Oh, don't go that way. Do not.
Don't.
That doesn't sound. Through the wall.
Turn around.
We gotta go around him.
All right, that works. Let me go. Hey.
We taking this back?
Yeah, let's take this back.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep moving.
I got cut. Wait, what are we watching? Hold on, put that on.
Dude, that sounds like something else. That sounds like some 1945 nonsense.
It does sound a little Hitlery, doesn't it? It's a.
All right, I have an idea.
You gonna kill him with that?
And we never saw Puffer again.
I have an idea. It's working.
Is your idea dead? Because
uh-oh. Run. We're dead.
Run.
I'm still alive.
No, I'm not.
Let's have them practice, Brizzy. They're gonna say, Brizzy, encourage JD.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm staying silent. What about you guys?
I'm dropping a.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Welcome! My name is Saloon, and in this video I'm going to show you where to get housing decor from Alliance Capitals. Small disclaimer, anything you see is still subject to change as it was recorded on the beta. And now, let's begin. Captain Lucy Ravshon can be found in the Trade District, who is the Stormwind Quartermaster. You will need Stormwind wrap for almost all of these decor she sells. She's selling earthen storage crate for 90 silver, this requires no wrap. Alvin fence costs 45 gold, requires friendly. Alvin fence post costs 67.5 and requires friendly. Stormwind lampposts costs 90 gold and requires honored. Stormwind large wooden table costs 90 as well and requires honored. Stormwind keg stand costs 135 and requires revered. Stormwind trellis and basin costs also 135 and requires revered. Stormwind gazebo costs 225 and requires exalted. Stormwind peddler's cart costs also 225 and requires exalted. City wanderer's candle holder costs 45 gold and will require you to have the quest I Take Candle completed. But be warned, when it says in the decor preview World quests, it actually means regular quests that are often part of quest chains. I'm not sure why they called it World quests here, but to be honest, it's quite confusing. I hope Blizzard will change that. Also, these should count retroactively, so if you have done them once before on your account, you won't have to do them again. Stormwind weapon rack costs 90 and you'll need to complete the Dawning of a New Day quest. Hooded Iron Lantern costs 135 and you will need to complete the Cobalt Candles quest. Lustful Woven Basket costs 180 and will require the Havard Tanks quest. The Northshire Barrow also costs 180 and will require the Report to Goldshire quest completed. Stormwind Wooden Table costs 270 gold and will require you to complete the Welcome to Stormwind quest. The Stormwind Arced Trellis costs also 270 and will require the Ending the Invasion quest completed. The Jewel Crafter's tent costs 450 gold and will require you to complete the Paranoid Tiara quest. And the Stormwind Forge costs 900 gold and will require you to complete a Binding Contract quest. Solilo sells book decorations in the Mage District in Stormwind. As far as I know, these have no requirements, but as of now on the beta, these are in limited stock and they all cost 2000 gold each. First up, Tome of the Forsaken Resilience, Scribe's Working Notes, Tome of the Shadowforged Cunning, Tome of Janai Fate, Tome of Twilight Nihilism, and Open Tome of Twilight Nihilism. Second Chair Pardu has a quest that rewards furniture and it would suggest he unlocks afterwards as a vendor, as his title is Frederick's Fabulous Furniture. But on the beta currently he's not selling anything yet. According to the WoW Housing DB, he's going to sell 6 different items, one being the Midori Storage Barrel, which is his quest reward. He will be also available in Orgrimmar and Dornogal. Dadric's Steel Shaper can be found between the Mystic Ward and the Commons in Ironforge. His wares will need certain achievements and Ironforge reputation. The Shadowforged Stone Chair costs 350 gold and requires the Blood in the Snow achievement. The Dark Iron Brazier costs 700 gold and will require Kings Under the Mountain achievement. The Dark Iron Expedition Tent costs 1200 gold and will require the Dark Iron Dwarfs quest completed. The Ironforge Fence Post costs 250 gold and will require Friendly with Ironforge. The Ironforge Fence costs 150 gold and requires Friendly as well. The Ornate Ironforge Bench costs 450 gold and requires Honored. The Ornate Ironforge Table costs 600 and requires Honored as well. And the Ornate Dwarven Wardrobe costs 1000 gold and requires Revered with Ironforge. Captain Stoneham, who is next to the Ironforge Flightmaster, sells the same items as Dietrich Steelshaper for reputation, so I'm going to skip him. Inge Brightview can be found in the Hall of Explorers. She sells only 2 decor that has no requirements. The small Ironforge bookcase costs 450 gold, and the Ironforge bookcase costs 700 gold. Samantha Buckley can be found in the starting area of Gilneas City. Only one of the items will have a requirement. Gilnean washing line costs 125 gold. Arched rose trellis costs 100. Gilnean bench costs 75. Gilnean stock costs 100. Gilnean wooden bed costs 75. And Gilnean celebration keg requires you to be a Worgen and have the Reclamation of Gilneas achievement completed. Ripley Kiefer is just outside Darnassus in Rutheran village and sells 4 decor items, some requiring Gilneas wrap. Gilnean stonewall costs 300 gold and requires Honored with Gilneas. Gilnean noble trellis costs 350 and requires Revered. Little Wolf Slough costs 450 and has no requirements. And Worgen's chicken coop costs 150 gold, no requirements. Lord Kendron sells these exact same items in Darnassus as well. If you want to go to Rutheran village or Darnassus, you'll have to talk to Zidormi in Darkshore to send you back in time. Sage Whiteheart sells 2 items and can be found under the Shrine of 7 Stars. Surprisingly, he does not require reputation even though he is the August Celestial Quartermaster. The Golden Pandaren privacy screen costs 500 gold, and the Pandaren stone lamppost costs 300 gold. Pearl Barlow can be found near the Flightmaster in Boralus. She is selling 8 items which will require quests or achievements completed. Proudmoore Green Drape costs 300 war resources and will require the Pride of Kultiras achievement. Green Boralus Market Tent costs 375 war resources and requires the Stow and Go quest completed. Admiralty's Upholstered Chair costs 400 resources and requires Proudmoore's Parley quest. Tiragard Emblem costs 500 resources and requires the War Marches On quest. The Admiral's Bed costs 400 resources and requires the Allegiance of Kultiras quest completed. Tiragard Treasure Chest costs 650 and requires the Longcorn achievement. Seaworthy Boralus Bar costs 800 and requires the quest My Brother's Keeper. And Old Salt's Fireplace costs also 800 resources and requires the achievement Come Sail Away. Provisioner Frey can be found in the Harbour Master's office in Boralus and sells 5 decor items and will require Proudmoore Admiralty reputation. The Boralus Fence Post costs 500 resources and requires Friendly. The Boralus Fence costs 100 and requires also Friendly. Boralus String Lights costs 75 and requires Honored. And the Tide Sage's double bookshelves costs 450 and requires Revered. And Tide Sage's bookcase costs 500 and requires Revered as well. Trader Carral is near the town hall in Stormshield. He is selling 8 decor items for quest completion requirements. Dranic Fence Post costs 100 gold and 300 Apaxis crystals and requires the Traitor's True Name quest completed. Dranic Fence costs 300 gold and 500 Apaxis crystals and also the Traitor's True Name quest. Hanging Dranethist Light costs 300 gold and 500 Apaxis crystals as well and requires the Dark Heart of Oshugan quest. The Dranic Forge costs 500 gold and 1000 Apaxis crystals and requires the Battle for Shatrath quest. The Dranic Wooden Table costs 500 gold and 1000 garrison resources and requires the Trial of Champions quest completed. The Dranethist lamppost costs also 500 gold and 1000 garrison resources and requires the Socrathar's Demise completed. Large Karabor fountain costs 800 gold and 2000 Opaxis crystals and requires the Defense of Karabor quest. And the Emblem of Naru's Blessing costs 2000 garrison resources and requires the Prophet's Final Message quest completed. Inside the town hall we have Shadow Sage Brokos selling 3 items, but they require Arakoa Outcast scrap. Unfortunately, the preview on these are currently not working, so I can't show them off to you, and I have a suspicion they won't cost 10 gold each either. They will also be a combination of gold and Apaxis crystals if I had to guess. Also in the town hall we have Vindicator Nuram. He is selling 8 decor for Council of Exarch scrap. Dranethist Lantern costs 250 garrison resources and requires friendly. Spherical Droanic Topiary costs 250 resources and requires also friendly. Alodor Armory Rack costs 500 resources and requires honored. Small Karabor Fountain costs 500 resources and requires honored. Dawning Hope Mosaic costs 1000 resources and requires revered. Embroidered Embari Tent costs also 1000 and requires revered. Grand Ranith's Lamp costs 1500 resources and requires exalted. And the Shadow Moon Greenhouse costs also 1500 and requires exalted as well with the Council of Exarchs. And those were all the decor you can get from Alliance capitals. Unfortunately, I think the Horde ones are not implemented yet, as the Orgrimmar rep vendor has no decor, for example, so I'll make a video on the Horde ones once they're all in. Please stay tuned for more videos about Midnight Beta, and don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more. Thanks for watching, catch you all next time!
Morning, even afternoon, we got a banger for y'all today, baby. We got some more Marvel content for y'all here, and we are spectating the new #1 Namor player in Marvel Rivals. Once again, this is another character that a while ago we watched, and the playstyle changed, his kit changed, so I wanted to revisit it and see what the #1 Namor
Today I have the craziest challenge I have ever done. I gave myself a task to earn the Keystone Master achievement of the current season in just 24 hours. But not only that, I have to do it on a completely fresh character, which I first have to level up to 80, then get gear appropriate for the war within Season 3, and then go through the grind of running the same 8 dungeons as long as necessary to reach over 2000 rating. Is it possible? We will see. Why am I doing this? Well, I had a week off, my girlfriend was on vacation with her family, and I just wanted to absolutely no-life the game again. It's been a while. First I should establish some rules for that. Obviously, no boosts. No level boost, no running with highly experienced people, nothing. I also wanted to make no use of YouTuber perks, so I didn't tell anybody I was doing this, and when I was eventually asked if I wanted to run a dungeon, I just said I am already in a group. Then I think it's fair to make use of account-wide perks, such as previously found renown, mounts, toys, and so on. However, I will not do anything that would actively take something from another character of mine, so I won't send over gold or warbound gear, and I also won't take anything from my account back. I am allowed to use add-ons. And of course I only have 24 hours. I can't stop the timer to take a bathroom break or make myself some food. Luckily, I was prepared. No, just kidding. But I prepared myself some sandwiches and made sure to place my toilet breaks in a strategically smart way. So with all my rules set, let's get into it. I made an Urban Mage, and that is no coincidence. Mages are currently on top of a Mythic Plus meta, and they also bring a lot of value to the group, especially due to their time warp ability. Actually, this fact alone would come in very useful later on. Earthen Dwarves also have a passive racial ability, Wide-Eyed Wander, increasing their experience gain from exploring by 200%. I have leveled up a couple of Earthen Dwarves before, making use of this passive, and it really is the fastest way to get someone to max level. In addition to that, I have the add-on Distinct Earthen Skywriting, which basically has completely mapped out flying paths where you need to go to level up to level 70 as fast as possible. In combination with the add-on TomTom, you also have an arrow that directly shows you the way. The only thing you have to do, besides flying around, is pushing any movement button over and over again. Otherwise, the game might not recognize that you discovered a new location. So while flying around, I was also doing this the whole time. My route starts at the Black Temple in Outland. Luckily, there is a simple way to get there. You can use the Critter Hand Cannon toy to summon 3 critters, who just start running around, as well as the Fractured Necrolite Skull, for which you need to sacrifice a critter to open up a portal to the Black Temple. Once there, I could start flying. My route sent me all across Outland, Pandaria, the Broken Isles, Northwind, Zandala, a bit through the Blasted Lands, and finally Dunno. After 1 hour, 16 minutes and 58 seconds, I was level 70. From here on, I explored a bit further to gain some additional XP, but it's definitely not the fastest way to level anymore. When I was planning the challenge, I had to make a choice. You see, I needed to choose the week in which I wanted to do it, before or after the weekly reset. In one week we had Legion time walking, in the other we had a dungeon week giving more loot in Mythic Plus, as well as a guaranteed piece of hero gear from the weekly quest. Also, I was not yet Renown level 20 with the Kawashi Trust, which I would be after the weekly reset. Renown 20 gives you an Enchanted Wound Ethereal quest, which can be used when crafting gear to push the item level up to 704. So on paper the second half of the week seemed better. However, time walking dungeons have one major benefit. You can queue them no matter the item level. Since I leveled up only by exploring, I had absolutely no gear. But I could still queue for dungeons, which is what I did. In my first dungeon I got my first piece of gear, a necklace, and then from the next boss, another necklace. As you would expect, I was dealing the least amount of damage in the groups, by far, but luckily nobody cared about that. In fact, nobody even seemed to notice that I was completely naked. The tank of the group even stayed with me in the next 4 dungeons after this, in which I got 2 wings, yet another necklace, some bracers, and a BOE helmet. After the tank left, I made my way to the Isle of Dawn. Running time walking dungeons is a good way of leveling, but it's definitely not all I plan to do. I also decided to do some delves. Each delve has one quest, where you simply have to complete it, and the quest gives you a good chunk of XP. With the gear I had acquired so far, as well as a level 76 brand with full Epicurious, running delves was an absolute piece of cake. So while I was waiting for time walking groups, I did a bunch of delves for the quests, and also did some world quests that would give me either gold or gear. I also did some open world events like the Nightfall event in Hellowfall, which gave me a level 658 item level Adventurer Shoulders for when I hit level 80, a 668 Veteran chest piece, which I would actually keep until the end of the challenge, as well as a token from which I could buy a 655 piece of gear of my own choice. Also, there were the other daily quests you could do to get a random piece of Explorer gear, which I did as well. They gave me some gloves, a staff, and something very offhand. Since I already got the staff, the offhand item was useless, but at least I got a somewhat useful weapon for level 80 already. Eventually, I turned level 80 by exploring. I made my way straight to Undermine, where I could collect boots as well as 2 trinkets from world quests. I also collected all the Valor Stones and quests I had previously unlocked with my renown. Then I also collected all that stuff for the other factions, and eventually bought myself some good bracers from the Karashi Trust. Then I started to do some more world quests for gear and Valor Stones. Got a 668 item level neck piece, some new gloves, and of course I got my Reshi Wrapped cloak and upgraded it to 730, and after that I went to the Archival Assault Delve. You see, most of the time this delve is relatively short, and since I was around there anyways, I thought I could quickly run it for some quests, Valor Stones, and perhaps some gear. However, delves change their objectives from day to day, and on this day the objective was Waygate Wilds. I had not done this one previously, so I didn't think about it for too long, but this one, oh god, it took forever. Usually you only spend like 5 to 10 minutes in there, depending on your gear and how quick you want to do it. I spent 17 minutes in there, but I guarantee you it felt much longer. However, I got a good off-end item, and since I did all the world quests that went with gear, I now knew that I would take the dagger from a Nightfall event, which I mentioned earlier. At least I got something useful in here. I went back to Undermine to do the delve in there a couple of times for the weekly quests, since I had the glorious combo of do 1 delve, do 3 delves, and get 100 fragments, which also means do 3 or 4 delves. And the Side Street Sluice is one of the quickest delves to do, especially on +1. However, I also did it on +11 one time just because it's so short, and in one of the previous ones I looted at a Shrieking Quartz, with which you can summon next to Princess Kaveza at the halfway respawn point. Defeating her not only gives you a piece of champion gear, which for me was a staff, so I could already get rid of a dagger and offhand piece I worked so hard for, but it also gives you the Delver's Bounty, an item that you can use to get additional loot after completing a delve, as long as you have at least 1 life left, and if you finish a +8 or higher, it's actually hero gear. The boss of the delve was pretty tough, but luckily delves can be somewhat janky, and I learned earlier when killing the trash that these little crocodiles are hungry. So when I noticed a little crocodile near the boss, I completely changed strategy and went into feeding mode. The piece of gear I got were some legs, which were a huge upgrade. I would also carry these with me until the end of the challenge. I actually turned these and the chest from a Nightfall event into set pieces to get my 2 set bonus. I also had gotten my Cracked Keystone in here, which gives you an actual keystone along with a quest that rewards some high level quests to level up your gear. Also at this point I've done pretty much everything I can do to get some decent gear on my own. Except for one thing, professions. I decided to get myself a new wing, since the ones I had were not that great. I replaced a 545 with a 691, so that's a pretty huge upgrade, and then I was ready for my first dungeon. The keystone I got was for the Priory of a Sacred Flame +2. For everybody here who isn't too familiar with Mythic Plus, the higher the key, the more rating you get. You need 2000 rating for Keystone Master, which is roughly the equivalent of having every dungeon finished at +7. You don't need to have every dungeon on a 7, but if you have one dungeon finished as a +6, you need another one as a +8 to even it out. Roughly. The dungeon began and I quickly realized that my group was not good. I didn't deal too much damage with my gear, the paladin didn't interrupt, the heal was not able to keep us alive at a normal trash group, the tank wasn't the greatest either. Look at this. I arrive, instantly take aggro from 2 mobs, one throws a spear at me, the other shoots me. The priest next to me gets shot dead in an instant. The tank is standing right there and doesn't care, and the heal keeps refreshing hearts on the tank, who is at full HP instead of healing me or the Shadow Priest. I swear, 14 keys are easier than this. Buddy, you should be proven right again and again this day. Yeah, this was a disaster, and I am actually thankful for the new abandon system. There was no way we could finish this, and luckily we all agreed on that. After this shit show, I went for another quick delve, got a new necklace, and then I searched for a new group. While searching I got a new trinket, that was slightly better than my previous one, and when we had a full group I went back to a priory. The tank went a different route than usual, but I didn't think much of it until he hit us with the "How much % before we go inside?" Like, dude, I don't know, you are the tank. Then shortly after this, our heal was so annoyed by it that he just straight up wanted to abandon and stopped healing. We were still in time, okay? Like, not perfect, but we could still have timed it. But no, dungeon abandoned. So that was a whole hour with no progress. besides some slightly better gear I picked up on the way. Alright, 3 times the charm. I went back there again with a whole new group and it went much smoother. Okay, our second mage, Dennis, was somewhat of a loose cannon, did not use defensives, didn't move out of attacks, pulled additional groups, didn't play mechanics. He definitely made the whole dungeon more interesting and closer than it needed to be, but we did it. After over 3 hours on level 80, I finished my first dungeon. Now I still had 15.5 hours left. That should be enough to do it, don't you think? Well, we will see about that. With the fragment I got, I was able to get some boots crafted, and I also realized that I forgot to pick up the Delve Belt, which goes up to 701 item level, so I quickly grabbed that and did some more delves to upgrade it. While doing the delves, I already searched for new people to do my next key, Gambit +3. Tazavesh Gambit is one of my favorite Mythic Plus dungeons of all time. It's short, it's easy, it has a way too long timer, it's basically a guaranteed W, and the dungeon is also pretty fun. Well, that is if you can find people to do it. Sadly, no heal or tank showed up and the group disbanded before it even began. I assumed it was because of my low rating and gear that not many people would join me, so I decided to run some more low keys of other people to get myself some rating and eventually be able to attract more players. So instead I searched for a different group and did Operation Floodgate +2. This was the first time I did this dungeon since Season 2 and I was not aware of the changes they did with Bubbles. You know, in Season 2 Bubbles was a big trash mob after the third boss. He had a lot of HP and was annoying to do, so many people tried to skip it in some way, but it never really worked and just caused unnecessary vibes. Due to very loud feedback, it appeared that everyone hated Bubbles. And Blizzard did the craziest thing to show us that Bubbles deserved so much better. What? Why? And if that wasn't enough, after killing the boss, when you go down, you can see and hear Bubbles Jr., who is apparently looking for Dad. Oof. Blizzard. That's dirty. After finishing my dungeon with relative ease, I found a group for Gambit 3, so I guess I just won't run my own key for now. Gambit is guaranteed to be a slam dunk. The dungeon didn't even take 20 minutes, we had 0 deaths, super clean one. I didn't get any loot, but my keystone got changed to Halls of Atonement. But again, no heal or tank to be found. Instead, I found a group for another Floodgate, this time +5. It was a pretty great jump already. I still have over 13 hours left, and I already won +5 dungeons. And again, it was a pretty clean one. I mean, our Demon Hunter died in every boss fight, but besides that, clean. And with that, I have hit the next milestone, 500 rating, after close to 11 hours. With that, I also finished my 4th Mythic dungeon, which means I could buy a hero level piece of gear for my cartel chips. I could not pick the gear from a current raid, and only from the dungeons, so I could not pick my best in slot items. Instead I went for the Arakawa bootsack. Also, since I didn't find a heal or tank for Halls of Atonement, I changed my key again. Now for the Dawnbreaker. Again, I used my time productively and did more world quests for Valor Stones and quests while searching for people. And I actually got a full group. After the first boss, there was this one little incident where a giant trash group just came out of nowhere. I have no idea why they joined the fight. We were all together, nobody pulled mobs from far away, and they just came RP walking straight to us. Then again, this dungeon is called Bug Breaker by a lot of people due to many different bugs, so I didn't really question it too much. Anyways, we still somehow managed this trash group without a wipe. Of course, we had one person flaming the heal when in reality the heal, tank and I were the only ones who knew what to do. Meanwhile, the hunter and paladin... yeah, they were not the best. We still managed to time the dungeon. I got a new trinket, ate a doner kebab and went for the next key, which was Ecodome Aldani. I am somewhat familiar with the dungeon. I did it on normal difficulty with my girlfriend before, just the 2 of us, so we actually had it somewhat of a challenge, and I just assumed the mechanics were about the same. Luckily, I was right about that. Not so lucky for me, the group was full in just about 1 minute. I simply had no time to eat my doner. Therefore, the beginning of the dungeon was a bit weird for me. You see, you usually jump over here to skip a trash group, and I tried to do that with one hand, and it just didn't want to work. So, yeah, that was embarrassing. We had a few hiccups here and there, but in the end we were able to make it in time, even though it was getting really close. With 30 seconds left on the timer. I got a new helmet in there, which was great. The one I had was still adventurer gear, so it was a pretty big upgrade. Even more so since I could turn it into a set piece, making it my third set item so far. And the keystone I got led me back to a Priory of a Sacred Flame, +5. Here I would learn that the second boss is much more difficult if your group does not play the mechanics. Our warlock was great, he knew what to do, and even I could learn a bit from him about this fight. To summarize it, the group wants to stack until the boss throws his hammers. Then we move over to the other side of the room. We wait until he casts the pyre, which needs to be soaked, but we don't go there until after he makes these big shield explosions, since he casts them at the location of players. After that, everyone walks over to the pyre to prevent it from exploding, and that's pretty much it. A bit more complicated than the average boss fight, but not too difficult. As long as you play the strategy correctly. However, if you don't do it this way, it looked like this. The timer was long dead, but we decided to still finish it, and it definitely was a learning experience. Also, when you pull the last boss without killing the two trash groups before that, they will actually join the fight. And our tank somehow did not notice that, even though he turned the boss and basically looked directly at the ads. And we pinged, and told him. And everybody died. He still didn't notice, and in the next attempt he also just wanted to pull the boss again without taking care of the trash first. So yeah. Usually I would find this hilarious, but at this point I've been playing for over 13 hours and things like these could ruin the whole challenge. Next I found a group for Arakara +7. It first looked pretty great. They were all dealing a ton of damage, especially our Overgeared Frost Decay, and after that primary one before, I thought I could make some progress again. Then our tank pulled a few too many and we wiped. Okay, no problem, it happens. But instead of pulling less, he just did the same thing again, and we wiped again. And then the tank pulled the boss, but did not attack it to keep aggro, and instead decided to go to the other side of the room to pull some trash, which caused the death of our best DPS and overall just caused a lot of confusion and infighting between everyone, ending up with a group disbanding. You'll love it. Next I found a group for Gambit +6, and what shall I say? It's Gambit. We finished it with almost 40 minutes left on the timer and only 2 deaths. Easy peasy. Next, Floodgate 7, where our paladin didn't know the mechanics, caused 2 wipes at the first boss fight, and we ended it after wiping again at the next boss. You need to clear out the bombs here by using the boss's abilities, like the explosion around you or the charge of a hobgoblin. Meanwhile, our paladin slowly I started to see a pattern. Either it goes really smoothly or everything goes horribly wrong. The next dungeon, for example, Tazavesh Streets +5, was super clean again. We ran into some trouble at the trash directly before Misa's Oasis, but that's the only issue we had and we finished it with 12 minutes left. Not only that, but I got new gloves and our priest also gave me the shoulders he got. Both pretty good upgrades, going from adventurer to champion. Also, I had reached 1000 rating. Halfway there, baby! Next, back to a Priory +4, with a competent group, and we easily timed it. Absolutely no problem. Just 10 minutes later I was doing Arakara again, with a +5, and we also managed to time it. Since I had not finished Arakara yet, it gave me a whooping 221 rating and I reached the 1500. After leveling up my gear and having a new ring crafted for me, this time with an enchanted rune ethereal crest for a higher item level, I actually got invited for a +8 Dawnbreaker. Since I previously only finished it on +3, this was a massive opportunity for me. And besides one stupid wipe after accidentally pulling the final boss, we finished it with no issue. This got me up to 1606 rating with over 6 hours left to finish it. However, there were two problems. First of all, I was really getting tired. And second of all, it was 2 AM on a Tuesday. That's not necessarily prime time for Mythic Plus, which means finding groups became difficult. It took me over 30 minutes to find my next group, which was Arakara 8. I didn't have much luck in this dungeon before, and that should not change now. The beginning was not great, but it could be worse. But we had this one toxic guy, which of course was a hunter. He blamed the heal, he blamed the tank, and when I told him to shut up, of course he blamed me. We stopped the dungeon there because he went AFK. My mood was not the greatest. I was tired, and I was tired of people like him. Then I did Tazavesh Streets +8, and we barely finished it in time, giving me at least another 48 waiting, but I was still missing a lot and I only had about 5 hours left. The good thing, I still didn't do any Halls of Atonement one, so that will definitely give me a lot when I finally come to it. However, this dungeon just seemed to evade me. No matter how much I searched, the only ones I found were either +2 or +18 or something like that. +2 would not be worth the time I put into it, and +18 is way out of my reach. So instead I went different dungeons on a high key to perhaps make a +2 justifiable. But luck was not on my side. Quarry +9 failed. Arakara +8 failed. I just spent about 2 hours for absolutely no progress. I was tired, I was exhausted, and I started losing hope. Then I got invited into a +9 Ecodome Aldani. The last time I wasn't here was a +4. If we could do this, there might be a chance to pull this challenge off, but this had to work. And my group was absolutely smashing it. My damage was utter dog shit, I was not 100% focused, my gear was not fully enchanted, I had no consumables, I needed to save the gold that I had in case I needed to repair my gear, but my group didn't bother. We completely rocked this dungeon. I still play the mechanics, of course, we only had one death and that was not me. We finished it with about 9 minutes left and it gave me +100 waiting. 246 missing, and I still didn't do a single Halls of Atonement. So imagine my excitement when just 3 minutes later I got invited into a +7. This could be it. This could give me enough waiting to finish it. I was motivated. After being awake for about 22 hours, I finally caught my second wind and I played like a god. Every mechanic played to perfection. My damage was good. The big trash at the beginning, no issue. The first boss lying in the dirt. Second boss, not perfect, but still first try. Third boss accidentally got pulled with a big head, so we started over, but we didn't lose too much time here. About 5 minutes left for the final boss. And here I learned that at least 2 players did not know the mechanics. Okay, still 3 minutes left. We learn from our mistakes, right? Nope. The one was over. The group disbanded. I was so close. I was so tired. 2 hours left, and I found a group for a +5. Better than nothing, I guess. I joined, we finished it, and I got 220 waiting. Just 26 missing. I looked at my other ones and came to the conclusion that running a dungeon 2 difficulties higher than my previous best should be enough. It had to be. I only had 1.5 hours left. I could not afford another failed dungeon. We needed to finish it. And with the first group I found, I took a great risk. Bribery of the Sacred Flame +6. This dungeon is easy if your group knows what to do. Otherwise, and I have seen it enough in the last 24 hours, the group will not make it past the second boss. But I think it's kinda poetic that it all comes down to the same dungeon that was my first one, over 16 hours ago. The group had a good heal, and I was optimistic, but I also knew this might be my last chance. And then the tank joined us.
Pleased to meet you.
Are you really telling me that it comes down to a gnome to lead us to victory? This whole time I was never in a group with a gnome. Not once. And now he will make it or break it. But this group was good. The damage was good, heal and tank knew their job, people played the mechanics, If you compare this with the first time I went in here, 16 hours ago, I am just so glad this group did not disappoint. The first boss was down, and so was the trash before the second one. Now it should all be decided. Can I finish my challenge and finally go to bed? The boss got pulled. We stacked, moved as a unity, we dodged the attacks, we soaked the pyre. It was perfect. Absolutely perfect. We defeated him, killed the trash mobs afterwards, and made it to the final boss. And again, we played it to perfection. Finally, this challenge was finished. With only 45 minutes left, after over 23 hours, I could finally sleep. With 5.5 minutes left on the timer and only 2 deaths in the dungeon, I am happy to announce that it was not enough. 2 points? I am missing 2 points? I was so shocked that I didn't even realize I got a new trinket. I only noticed that when I was reviewing the footage the day after. 45 minutes left for 2 points. I don't have time to prioritize a certain dungeon. No matter what I can get, it will have to do. The key just had to be 1 difficulty higher than my best run of a dungeon. Anything will do. I just have to go with it. It's my last chance. This time for real. Back to Arakara. I don't have good memories of this place. Now it will either become an even worse memory or it will be redeemed. One last time. Win, lose, doesn't matter. 1 final dungeon and that's it. Either I am successful and can sleep in peace, or we fail and I just wasted 24 hours. This depends on Avantag, Sophia, Meddlers and Pickleboo. My gang, let's see what you can do. It began. The tank pulled big and we cleared the trash. Like absolute gods. Meddlers literally said, that's what I'm motherfucking talking about. We cleared 1 pack after another. No accidental pull. None of that bullshit I have encountered in here before. We placed the void source for the first boss strategically smart. We slowed and nuked down the ads. At the second boss, I died because I misclicked and thought I had auto time activated, but I didn't. So I literally stood on the ability like an idiot. I was tired, okay? Don't blame me. No matter. The boss was almost dead every time, and they finished him with absolute ease. On the way to the final boss, I felt so unfocused. I was so exhausted. I just wanted it to be over. I just wanted to go to sleep. But when we faced the final boss, we still had 13 minutes left. Even if we failed him once, we should have plenty of time to make up for it. But we didn't fail. One last time I took all my concentration, and it looked good. As I said, I was only missing 2 points, and we finished the fight with over 10 minutes left, 1 difficulty higher than my previous best. After finishing it, the achievement should pop up, that's it. However, in my delirium, I did not notice that we had not finished the percent bar yet. Also, I thought it would be over before, in the previous dungeon. So, the shock that went through my head when the achievement did not pop up was incredible. Come on. Oh, for a second I thought, we're just missing percent. Oh my god. But soon after, it was over. We did it, and I was so tired. It was definitely an experience, I can tell you that much. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed my little adventure, make sure to like the video and tell me in the comments below. Thank you for your support, especially to the channel.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. My thanks for your patronage. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return and peruse my inventory again. Ready. My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled. Ready. calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return and peruse.
So for any of you guys who don't have access to the Midnight Beta, or you simply don't want to play the Midnight Beta either, I figured I would do a video summary of my beta testing. This will basically be a not that often video that I do, but it's one that I'm going to do every now and then when there's some important stuff that I've found on the beta to inform you guys. I will try to keep these videos spoiler free, by the way, so I don't spoil too much, but there will be some beta gameplay here, and obviously we do focus quite a lot on gold making over here as well. So if you haven't checked out my gold making guide yet, I do have a gold making guide for Midnight WoW as well, that you can check out through the link down below in the pinned comment. Getting this guide will set you on the right path to make a bunch of gold in Midnight. We had people from the War Within gold making guide who made tens of millions and a couple of hundreds of millions of gold as well, thanks to the guide and the early access to videos you get in that guide as well. So when you buy this guide, you not only get the guide itself, you get early access to gold making videos in the Midnight WoW and exclusive videos as well. I will make it my personal goal to help you guys make as much gold as possible. Now before we get into the beta gameplay here, I just want to mention one thing. From today and starting the entire rest of the year basically, if you watch my kick streams, you can start redeeming your channel points for entries in a Midnight Epic giveaway. I will be starting a brand new streaming series on Kick as well, where I'm starting from 0 and farming gold in retail to try to make enough gold to buy Midnight WoW with gold. So basically from nothing to Midnight with gold, and then giving that edition of Midnight away to one of you guys watching my streams. So basically, the more you watch the streams, the more channel points you get, and the more channel points you have, the more chances you have at winning that giveaway. That is just my way of helping you guys out and thanking you for the amazing support over on Kick as well, and well, giving something back to the Kick supporters and people that are watching me on Kick. So you can start accumulating these channel points right now, and in December you can start spending those channel points to get the entries in that giveaway, okay? So start watching today and accumulate channel points and spend them for the giveaway. Either way, you can also join like along the way as well, start a brand new character with me and join the farms. Either way, let's talk Midnight Beta. So because we care a little bit about gold making on this channel, the first thing I was checking out was obviously professions. I will also say, by the way, I got this druid to level 90 in one day on the beta. So I've not only been doing professions, but I do a lot of professions and the gold making as well. But like on the beta so far, I'm really enjoying it. I just want to spend all my time playing the beta, doing the delves. I am really enjoying the content so far in Midnight WoW, and that says a lot, because I'm usually not a person that enjoys playing the beta, because I know in the back of my head it's a waste of time. All the stuff you do gets like literally erased when the game comes out anyway, but I'm really enjoying the beta so far. The zones are great. I also enjoy the storylines. There's a couple of quests I didn't like for example, actually no spoilers, so never mind. But I'm really enjoying the beta, okay? Now for professions, the one thing I had to ask myself, which I found out the answer to really quick, is the one-time quests that you get in Dornogal. You have the same thing in Midnight as well, so this quest right here, it gives you a bag of materials. It does not give you any Moxie, and Moxie is basically the acuity from the War Within, but it's called Moxie now. You don't get any of that, but you do get, for example, mining ores, you get leather, or you get cloth. Now on the beta, I'm going to be choosing cloth quite a lot, because cloth is currently not dropping from humanoids, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, just choose the bag that makes the most sense. I believe in Midnight itself, the bag that makes the most sense is probably going to be the mining materials one. But basically, what you do for this quest is talk to the crafting order NPC, go back, hand it in, get a free bag of materials. For anybody who has prepped some leveling armies or like alt armies from Legion Remix, this is a good time to just like literally go to Silvermoon, do the campaign or the introduction quest, which you might even just have to do once, by the way, in the Midnight itself, get the free bag, get a bunch of materials. Now, on the topic of professions, there is one more question that I had, and that is the weekly quest. So I'm happy to say weekly quests will be available starting at least at level 81. It might even be available sooner as well, but I got to level 81 by gathering, and when you get your skill points up, you need to be 25 skill points. So level 81, possibly sooner, but at least 25 skill points, and then you get access to your weekly quests in gathering. And just to show that, this is me picking up the quest from mining. It's called the Silver Moon. You gather this one. It gives you 2 knowledge points now, by the way, not 3. Not sure if that's a beta only or in the live as well, but I'm just telling you. These items gives you 2 knowledge points. They used to be 3. So keep that in mind as well when doing these weekly quests. At least for now, they seem to give you 2 instead of 3. Actually, never mind. By pausing this at the right time, I do see now it's plus 3 for gathering. It's crafting that is plus 2. So gathering is still plus 3 from the weekly quest as well. But yeah, as you can see, I'm level 81, so you don't have to be level 90 to do these weeklies, which means it is perfectly fine to have a gathering alt, and then just start gathering at level 80, and then start doing the weekly quests. So you might want to level up a tailoring character, a skinning character, and not the herbalism and mining one at the start. Now, like I say, I'm doing a bunch of profession testing on the beta, and I've found quite a few items like this. The basically world treasures for plus 3 knowledge points, and like I just said, I've found quite a few of them. I will include a guide plus like coordinates in my gold making guide for people that are that have the gold making guide as well, but I've found a lot of them already on the beta. For herbalism and mining, I've found about half of them, and that is just by farming and keeping an eye out for the professions. I've also found the tailoring one in Silver Moon. I've found a couple of skinning ones, and even for blacksmithing and leatherworking for crafting as well, we have found those in both Eversong Forest and Silver Moon. So far we have found quite a few of those, and it looks like it's the same thing here as well as in the Forbidden. It's 2 per zone per profession, so basically plus 6 knowledge points per profession you have per zone. We have 4 zones in Midnight, so plus 6 times 4, 24 knowledge points you can get in your professions, both of them, by simply looting treasures. Now, something else you will get while you're gathering is something called abundant tokens, and you can basically look at this as Kedge from the Forbidden in a weird way, because you just get these by, well, doing the game, farming some stuff, and you can use these to purchase, for example, bags of materials. So here we have bags of mystic stuff, bags of herbs, bags of mining veins, basically all of the gathering professions. It seems like they're counting enchanting, tailoring, skinning, herbalism and mining as gathering professions in this case. So you can get these abundant tokens from possibly any of these activities. I got them from skinning, herbalism and mining. I have not tested out tailoring yet, and I have not tested out enchanting either just yet. But basically, you get these tokens and you can use them for a weekly activity, or, thank you cat, a daily activity where you can basically enter a, I want to call it a single player delve like this, to get something called the alloyed abundance, or abundant alloys. It's a new currency that you can get, right? And you can then spend that currency on those bags of materials that you just saw me look at earlier, or even knowledge points for herbalism, mining, tailoring, enchanting, skinning, basically the gathering professions. You can get knowledge points on them, and just like Kedge, it looks like it's one time only for the knowledge points, but you want to keep doing this on a weekly basis anyway. For those bags of materials you can also buy. So it's Kedge, but well, Kedge, cash, whatever, you know, the currency we had in the Forbidden, it's that, but it has a weekly activity tied to it. Now, if you have skinning, you might notice sometimes a beast will appear on your minimap, and when you target him, he will have like a different outline than most other beasts, and even have a buff called High Value Beast. This right here is a new mechanic in skinning that we have right now in Midnight, and basically you find these high value beasts all around the place. It's completely random, and they will give you a much bigger yield when skinned. So if a regular mob gives you 1 leather, a high value beast gives you between 6 and 11. So like way more skins from these high value beasts. So you can see this one, for example, just gave me 7. And if the other beasts that I just killed were skinnable, I'll show you those as well. They're gonna give me 1 each. So 1 from a regular mob, or 7 from a high value one. This creates a brand new skinning loop where instead of just farming in one location, you might want to fly around and look for high value beasts, especially if you're a solo gameplay Andy. But also for skinning, you might, like if you have a hyper spawn farm, I just said that the high value beasts are random, which means if you're standing in one place farming mobs and they keep respawning, every now and then they might respawn as a high value beast. So finding a fast respawning location could be insane as well, for skinning specifically. Either way, high value beast is a brand new way to look at skinning, and I think it's super cool, especially for people that want to farm gold single player instead of AoE farming. I still think having a group and doing group farming will still be better, but either way, this is cool. So with that being said, it's time to take a look at crafting, and over here once again I started a character, did the campaign, got leatherworking and blacksmithing. We once again have the same usual one-time quest. You talk to the crafting order person, go back, hand in, get a bag of materials, choose the materials that makes sense to you based on the professions you have and which materials you need the most of. After this, when you have crafting, you also get something called crafting orders, and you can see this one gives me 2 knowledge points in blacksmithing. This is just the introduction to your profession crafting bench, or crafting station basically. So leatherworking crafting bench or blacksmithing crafting table. So it just tells you to go, talk to that table, hand it in at your trainer, which I'm not going to do here because I suck at reading quests. So as you will see, I'm going to click on this table and think that I have to go back to hand it in, but you actually hand it in at the trainer. So the leatherworking quest you hand in at the leatherworking trainer, and the blacksmithing one you hand in at the blacksmithing trainer as well. And this is just a really easy quest. You get +2 knowledge points basically for free right off the bat when starting the expansion and starting your gathering professions. So that's kind of cool. And just here I think I realized that I had to go back and hand in the quest right. After doing this is a one-time quest. You also get the weekly, and you can get the weekly right off the bat as well with no skill points apparently, and the weekly also gives you 2 knowledge points here. I believe that is different from the War Within, which used to give 3, so now you get 2 knowledge points from the weekly quest, at least as of the beta at the moment right now. So here you once again have to do 3 leatherworking crafting orders and 3 blacksmithing crafting orders as well as part of that weekly quest. Now I did also want to test out blacksmithing, but I didn't really get too far because the weight stones that you need to craft, like the refulgent whetstone and the refulgent weight stone, they need a material that you get from prospecting ores in jewel crafting. So basically you need to have a jewel crafter to prospect the ores and then send the materials from jewel crafting over to blacksmithing characters to then make the whetstones and the weight stones. So for now I'm stuck until I level up another character and get him through the campaign and get the jewel crafting set up and farm some more mining veins. But the lesson that I wanted to bring here is that it looks like they are trying to cooperate between professions more. So basically, you want to have either a jewel crafter yourself or a jewel crafting friend in order to skill up blacksmithing. So it's not just mining plus blacksmithing, it's mining, blacksmithing and jewel crafting, and possibly even more professions as well incorporated in later crafts. So it's way more than just mining plus blacksmithing now. There's way more professions where you need reagents from, and I think that is super good for the economy and just everything, right? I will also say many of the endgame crafts requires materials from skinning as well, so skinning could be extremely relevant in Midnight WoW. Either way, that's basically what I have for you so far based on the beta testing with a high focus on professions. I also got to level 90 on the beta recently, did some delves, really fun. Did a heroic dungeon as well, and some world quests. It's really cool. I'm really enjoying it so far. If you're playing the beta, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you have anything in specific you want me to test for a future video like this, let me know that as well in the comments. I am also streaming every single day on kick.com/SwordlineTV. You can find the link to that down below in the pinned comment. I'm streaming both the beta for Midnight, I'm streaming some classic every now and then, and I'm streaming some retail as well. I did just say that I'm starting a character with 0 gold and farming my way to give away a Midnight Epic Edition to you guys. That's right, not just a Midnight expansion, but Midnight Epic Edition. that I'm going to buy with gold and gift to one of you guys, and you can redeem the channel points to get a better chance of winning that giveaway. Either way, that's it for now, so thank you for being here, thank you for watching, leave a like if you enjoyed, and thank you once again. I'll see you in the next video very soon. This video is sponsored by Solheim's Gold Guides. Available on Gumroad, these guides will teach you all you need to know about making gold in various versions of World of Warcraft. Farming, crafting, flipping, several different ways of making gold, all in one place. You also get access to a Discord server where you can interact and share ideas to make even more gold together. In that same Discord server, you will also get early access to gold making videos and exclusive content. So, if you are ready to take your gold making to the next level, go to solheim.gumroad.com and find the gold making guide for the version of WoW that you are interested in. And for those of you looking to elevate your gold making even further, Gold Guide Plus is a premium subscription-based membership that will give you access to an exclusive Discord server with even more tips and tricks for gold making and even more exclusive content to help you get filthy rich in WoW. The Gold Guide Plus membership is available on solheim.gumroad.com.
All right!
I'm going first.
No, all at once! I want all you boys at once! 3, 2, I gotta count first. 1! Come get some!
Let's go!
I get him! Officer, say any word in the English lexicon and I'll pop it up Abdullah's.
Bananas.
Oh, shit. Peanut, my friend, is tripping balls. Help her. Nightmare! During your walls! One! Here you go. What are you doing? Ah! Fuck! No scope!
Oh, I got him.
How many over there? Are we being so fucking for real right now? Are we being super duper for real right now? What the hell was that? Where'd the guy go? We get him? I'm not seeing the body! He's still alive! Oh! I got him! Alright, buddy, who posted this in the fan art chat? Who's posted this in the fan art chat? Who did this? What's going on here? What are we doing here? What's going on here? Are you a furry? Let you sit with that one for a second. You piece of shit. I'm gonna let you sit with that one for a second. Do I look like a furry? Do I look like a furry, pal? All right, fuck every single one. I am not a furry. I do not enjoy dressing up in big, sweaty dog suits and having profuse, dirty butt sex with gentlemen in VR bars. That is not one of my pastimes. It sounds delightful. It sounds delightful. Wow. I wish I could do something like that. But no, not for me. No fucking way. Oh!
It's not you?
No? Are you okay?
Behind me, I died.
Oh.
I thought I was so confused.
What the dingle? Hey! You're lucky my friend doesn't know what they're doing. You're not gonna have the same luck with me.
Oh, he has your dog tag as his favorite item. That's
oh my
fantastic.
God. What a sweet treat. Don't worry, Gigi. I'll wrap this push. Okay. Well, that's okay. Hey, another great raid. Oh, to your left. I got you, Coachy, I got you.
Oh, nice, man, nice.
God!
Okay, you are such a rude Peanut, you get your fucking no arms and legs looking ass back here!
I got you. I'm just kidding.
He's gonna double you. Ah, predictable.
I got res. Fuck you.
Alright, you can drive.
Okay. How do you get out? Oh! Officer, how do you get out? Officer, how do you get out? Officer, seriously, dude, how do you get out? Officer, how do you get out?
Swat_Hicks said, confessed my feelings to my best friend of 2 years and it might cost the friendship. How would a peanut handle this?
Play Mega Bonk. Play Mega Bonk. Play Mega Bonk. I don't know how. I'll play a Mega Bonk right now. I don't know about all that. Good luck though. Hold. What? Oh my God, officer! Let me tell you, Gandhi and that turtle motherfucker from Kung Fu Panda don't have half the patience these gentlemen have. Oh my God! Oh my God! I got a shot collar on my goldfish, Hassan. Zap it! As soon as it moves, zap it!
Are you in here?
Oh my fucking God, dude! You gotta, dude. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Jeez, I'm not even alive. You an iPad kid? No, I wasn't an iPad kid. I did what every other kid did when he was young. I did play with the old pig bladder, couple tosses in the front yard. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? A little light a bag of dog poop on fire, set it on your neighbor's house. You know what I'm talking about? Grab a roll of toilet paper, ruin some single father of three's day off that he gets only once a month by rolling his house. The usual stuff. We're gonna try X7 SP or X7 XS7 or X. What was it again?
Are you having a stroke?
I'm thinking. Can a fella think? Oh. Run! Jesus Christ. You see that man? Big as a mountain. Oh my God. Dude, what? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God! Ah! What the hell was that? By the way, Gigi, here's that thing I showed earlier.
Oh, thank you.
Unload every bullet in your magazine into Gigi. Dude, whoa, my dude, I was just fucking, dude, oh my god. Dude.
Yes, sir. Following orders, sir.
I was psyching, officer. I was psyching. I'm telling you, dude, they should have never invented vaping. It's too good. It's actually too fucking good. It's evil. It's evil. That's why I can't do it at all. I can't do it at all.
You know what's even better than vaping?
What?
Your mom's.
Dude. What?
What if you let me open marker?
No. No. You shall not pat. Oh, wait, that's such a good idea. Wait, hold up. Wait a second. This is a good idea. I'm taking a little peep. Hey, to the victor goes the spoils. You drop that big blue key card right now.
Oh, it's my keys, man.
We leave it in the room till the battle is done. To the victor goes the spoils.
I believe there is an issue.
What? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Huh.
Well,
what do we do now? We just go back to fighting? Wait, all right, you go down that way. Oh, well! No, you get back here! Hey, you give me that! We know what you're up to. You're not gonna fool us. That's what you sound like. I like to wear blue jeans with a shirt on it with a wolf howling at the moon, but it's like a man wolf, and the wolf is also wearing blue jeans. And I like to stand in front of a J.C. Penney and mean mug all the single moms. You know what I'm talking about?
Peter, what are you saying?
It's new tech. Have you never heard of that? I look like a Sigma when I'm out there. All the Sigma moms go, ooh.
Oh my gosh.
That shirt with the man wolf on it, wearing blue jeans but no shirt, and he's ripped. He's got a six-pack. Are you a Sigma? And I go, of course I'm a Sigma. What I do. Yes! Fuck my ass! Oh, wait, shit. Wait, that's not the end? Who has better aim than Peanut? I don't know, a blind Al-Qaeda member? Shoot the tank. I want an ammo!
Get up.
I got an idea, I got an idea. I've got this. Stand back! Stand back! Oh. You missed the Bitcoin? Someone clipped the Bitcoin. Oh, no, did I miss the Bitcoin? Oh, did I miss the Bitcoin? Oh, no, did I miss the Bitcoin? Oh, did I miss the Bitcoin? Bet you missed your dad. Where's he at? Huh? Where's he been? Bet you missed your dad. Where's he at? Huh? Where's he at? There was no Bitcoin, jackass!
Someone came inside.
That's what she said. That's what she said during sex. Where's he at? Is he over here?
She's running down.
She's just over here, though.
Oh! too.
Stupid bitch. Why is the couch already as wet as a Waffle House menu? I've never been to Waffle House. I don't like getting shot. But I will say the menus over at IHOP are for some fucking reason either drenched in water or stuck together with 3.5 gallons of syrup. I want to go there for a lovely time and a reasonably priced meal. Maybe watch two bums fight each other. But other than that, it's honestly ridiculous that you have to go in there and do such conditions. Am I right? Am I right? Are you here? Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What, dude, this stamina is so fucking shit.
My god.
Oh my god, it's on my left.
Oh my god.
It's on
oh my god. Oh my god.
Bro, it's a dead end. It's a dead end.
Oh shit! Kill him! Kill him! Help me, please, God! Currently watching you on a plane with no headphones. Please don't say anything bad. Let me get my kit together real quick. I think I need a gun and a couple bombs. I think I need Archie, I think I need more bombs. I think I need more bombs for this next raid here. We're gonna need, Archie, we're gonna need a lot of bombs. A ton of, so many bombs I have on me in my vest here. Tons of bombs on my vest for the next raid. Let's see here. Let's see. Got my gun and my bombs. Now I need a little bit, maybe a helmet or something. Maybe a headset. Here we go. Here we go. Now we should be ready for the next raid here. All right, buddy. Come on out. It's time to stop whacking your meat. We've been watching you for 5 minutes. This is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Come on out. Come on out. It's time to stop yanking your tape.
He's on this fucking body, Peanut. Let's fuck with him. He's right here.
What the hell?
Hey, how you doing?
Get shit on! 9K viewers, 400 responses. That's because I'm botting Noah Corner. That's because I'm botting. Those are view bots. Only 400 of them are real. Where the fuck is the poll? No, there's no glitches. Everybody that's here can see the poll. Don't even, you're speaking heresy. You're speaking heresy. Are you suggesting that a lot of people can't see the poll and it's glitched and that's why there's not that many votes? Liar! Liar! It's view bots. It's view bots. It's view bot. I'm botting. I'm view botting. That's why there's not a lot of votes in the poll. Not whatever that other crazy guy said. What poll? No, you can see the poll. He's lying. He's lying. He's trying to. Are you accusing me of not view botting? It's view bots. That's why the poll is not that many votes. It's view botting. It's view botting. Heresy. Heresy. I can't see the poll. Liar! 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 I'm view botting. That's why the poll votes are low. Not because you can't see it. Not because Twitch polls are notoriously broken and 90% of people can't see it. It's because I'm view botting. Liar! Liar! All right, here's the plan, boys. Here's the plan. Listen closely. Listen closely. We sit right here, and we wait for an unsuspecting victim to open that door right there. Then, as soon as we hear the of the key turning, that's when you strike. Will you guys cover me if I go pee? Can you guys handle this while I go pee real quick?
A few minutes later.
He knows you're there? Nah. No, he doesn't. He walked into the room. Did he see us? He saw you. I feel like if he saw us, we'd be dead by now. Hey. He fell for it! Hooray! Reload!
I have 51 hours.
And you're on labs?
My friends told me to rat.
No. No, we're dead. Okay.
Are you a VTuber or something?
All right, buddy. Why don't you say that one more time? Say it again!
What happens if I
Say it again! Call me that one more time!
Are you a VTuber? What happened?
That's it! Make peace with your god, motherfucker! Cause you're seeing him right now! Okay, alright, okay. We're not using the oh! We're not using the AK-50 again! We're not, that weapon's horrible! That is the worst weapon in the game! Oh my god, oh! Are we being so fucking for real? Are we being super duper for real right now? What the hell is that? Oh, there isn't a clue? Oh my god, another great raid! Another great raid! What a treat! Oh, yippee, yippee!
Here we go. I got my socks on. I'm ready.
Congratulations. Dude, nice abs, dude.
Hey.
Crunching
on these nuts. That's all I do.
Hi, Buster. Hi, pal. We got the liberals back. Pia, my wife asked, how do you play games with no arms? Massive cock. Wasn't that something that you got picked on in high school for, the fattest cock of our time? Yeah, they always made fun of me. They called me names like horsecock and tripod and massive cock guy and guy with massive cock and massive cock possessor and guy with and giant cock guy. They would always make fun of me in the schoolyard. Mr. Silly, you may have got me the first time. But I will find you, Mr. Silly, in due time. In due time. There is no escape for you, Mr. Silly. There is no second chance. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, you're a scab. Oh, by the goodness. I'm also a scab. You spooked me. Oh, by the gods. My apologies. I did not mean to shoot at you. I apologize. I'm also a scab. I just killed this PMC here. That's why I got this cool. That's where I got this cool gun from. There's no reason to be alarmed. I am also a scav. There's no reason to be alarmed. None! Too easy, too easy. Give the bug leader a challenge, perhaps. Ah! Jesus Christ! Mr. Silly, where are you? Ah, quiet now, are you? That's what I thought. That's what I thought, pal. Got your little boyfriend. What? What? Whataburger just forgot my jalapeno ranch. I'm pissed. Yeah, that is the curse of the Whatabungus. Listen, they've got the Buffalo Ranch chicken strip burger with the jalapeno ranch, large fries, 3 spicy ketchups, and a large Coke. But unfortunately, every single person that works in a Whataburger, at least in my area, is a fucking stupid person. Actually, the dumbest motherfuckers on this entire planet. I'm actually sick of it. I'm actually sick of it. And I'm not making fun of like fast food workers in general. I genuinely mean the fellas at Whataburger, you give them a square peg, they'll put it through the circle hole. They could not tie their shoes without divine intervention. God would have to come down and give them instructions on how to tie their laces. Swear to God. Swear to God. So whenever you get a Buffalo Ranch chicken strip burger, or any meal from Whataburger for that matter, you want to double check, triple check, quadruple check. What I do is I pass to the drive-thru, I say it in the drive-thru. Then I go to the window, I say it in the window before they give it to me. Then I check the bag after they give it to me, and then if they don't have it, I ask again. 3-time check. It's unfortunate, but what you have to do.
Put your helmet back on.
Oh, got it.
I heard someone in the wood out here.
Something's happening with me.
Take
I
your
don't feel
helmet
too
off,
good.
Peanut, take your helmet off.
I don't feel too good.
Peanut, take your helmet off.
I have infinite power!
Peanut,
I have infinite power!
take your helmet off.
I have the power of the gods! Dude, that's
It's your helmet.
wizard helmet.
Here, try it. Wait, here.
Wizard helmet!
Put on.
Peanut, don't touch officer when he's sleeping. It's my house. I'll do whatever I want.
Yep, that's fair. I can't argue with that logic.
That's right. If you don't want to get touched, Mr. Officer, go to another house. Go stay in a hotel. Go somewhere else. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. I just follow the rules.
That's right.
You're gonna wake up at 2:30 in the morning, be sucking on your big fat toe. Lay a little
Jeez.
mayonnaise on the curve of your foot. Hey, how do you like that, big man?
Good heavens.
I have 3 pickles strapped to my waistline like a firearm, ready for action at any moment. Mr. Peanut, good sir, I'm getting married tomorrow. Any advice before I tie the knot? I would say the day before your wedding, have a bachelor party where you go to a strip club and gaze at tons of naked slut women. That'll make your wife feel more appreciated because you're letting her know you're never going to do it again. You know what I'm talking about? So what you want to do the day before your wedding, you want to do a thing called a bachelor party where you throw money and dollars at slut, whore, naked women. That way you can show your wife how much you're going to appreciate her during the marriage because you're never going to do that again. You know what I'm talking about? Amazon, you're my dog.
I need some ammo.
Deep zoop. I'm about to say something very brave, okay? I don't care if it gets me banned, okay? I'm about to say something very brave, okay? Guys, I think, if I can be honest, guys, literally, I think racism is bad. So, like, guys, I know, guys, I expect an award for that, but you don't have to give it to me today. You can give it to me tomorrow or something. I want it to be giant. I want it to be a gold cup with my name on the bottom. I want it to be my name on the bottom there. And I want it to be I want it to be at least a foot tall gold cup, like this, like up there, like that. And then my name on the bottom right there, okay? For my bravery, if you guys don't mind. I'd like a big, actually, and a plaque. I'd like a plaque that said, "Wow, Peanut is so brave. He just speaks his mind. And he stands up for others." I think I want that to what the plaque says, and then the trophy I kind of want it to say, "Wow, Peanut, best guy ever, best bravest guy ever." Charge! Oh, lick the inner cavity of my rectum, good sir! I got him!
Oh, I see a guy?
What? Where?
He just ran through the front, out in the mall. Oh, he's running down.
Got
That's
him.
a clanker. But I'm pretty sure.
Oh. Was that Gigi?
No.
GG. Okay. What the?
Wait, why am I dead?
Peanut.
Okay, dude, that one's not on me. That one is not on me, dude. What? That one is not on me.
Oh.
That one is 1000% not on me. You saw that. You saw that clear as day. I'm telling you, K3. Oh, he's already gone. Oh, let's get out. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Come on. Excellent raid, gentlemen. Excellent raid. Dude, John, how do you extract so fast? What the hell?
Fucking scabs, man.
Those scabs, they'll get you. Those scabs, they'll get you. You must have been the wind. Must have been the wind out there. Strong winds in factory today. Strong winds.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Very strong winds. Be careful.
There was upper respiratory thing. It just got me.
Yeah, bronchitis. Let me see if I can lure him out. Holy shit, dude. Holy crap. Force feed a possum, steroids for 3 weeks, and release him in my asshole. I cannot survive a single raid to save my life. Dude. I would like to play the game that I purchased, if at all possible. Tego.
Coolito Bandito said, "It's my dead dad's birthday today. Could you not die for once in a raid in his memory?"
Oh god, that's a lot to put on me, guy. That's a lot to put on me, guy. I would not put your dad's soul in the balance based on if I survive a raid or not. That's not a good idea, pal. That is not a good idea, pal. But I will give it my all for that young man's dad. Oh, there's Tego here. Tego. Actually, I need the defibrillator really bad for a quest. We can't die, even if it's in our butt. Move for me quickly. Batman. Oh. Dude,